Now there ain't nothing to it. Go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile born. So ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go.
I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'm a big gun, but still watch me escape.
It is the first broadcast of League Night for the 2025 season, and tonight we are starting out fast. We've got 5 Virtual Diplomacy League games, and we are featuring the Nexus Speedboat League, a league that we have not seen in quite a long time, and I'm very, very excited about. And to help us cover these games tonight, we, as always, have a really great cast of motley crew, if you will, and go ahead and bring them on board right now. First up, we have the man, the myth, the legend, our most recent Debian Invitational champion, Michalis Camaritas. Michalis, welcome.
Evening, Brian. Always a pleasure.
And next up, we are going to welcome our number 1 seed for the regular season, Karthik Konath. Welcome.
Pleasure to be here. Bad time to kickstart my heart.
Glad to have you, Karthik. Great to see you. And we've got a new member joining our broadcast tonight. We'd like to welcome Patrick Jacobson. Patrick, welcome.
Hey, Brian. Hey, everyone. Hey, Dip Chat. It's an honor to be here.
And speaking of Dip Chat, would like to definitely give a shout out. That's one of my favorite parts of this broadcast. I know I always say it, but I really mean it. Seeing everybody participate in chat helps create engagement, helps us find stuff that we missed. And it's just a lot of fun. If you have not joined us and you're ever able to join us during a live broadcast, you'll find a very, very supportive community. We are all very dastardly on the board, but a very supportive and positive community outside of it. And if you can't join us in Dip Chat, that's cool too. Post in the comments. Let us know what we missed. Let us know what you enjoyed. All of that stuff does help the YouTube algorithm promote the broadcast and help us accomplish our goal of spreading this game to more people, more players, more games. It's good for all of us. Do your part. Hit the like, subscribe to the channel, post in the comments, help the algorithm do its job. With that, we've got a lot of games to cover tonight. We are going to get right to it. First up, let's take a quick look at who's playing tonight. We're going to use last season's standings for our Virtual Diplomacy League. For our DBN Invitational. And I had it ready to go, and then I closed it. So let me pull that back up. And while I'm doing that, Karthik, I'm going to go to you because I didn't talk to you about this, and I'm going to throw you off balance a little bit. Any upcoming events that you would like to plug?
I think he needs to be on the screen to answer, Brian.
Oh,
yeah,
he does.
He says you kicked him off.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've got it.
The classic kick Karthik off.
And then don't even notice.
It's been
It's
a
the
year.
meta for a reason.
All right, good.
Yeah, no. So we're about to have Worlds in a couple weeks. It's going to be huge, I think, for us to be having it in San Francisco. We have 110 plus people.
114.
114 now. Thank you so much, Patrick. It's going to be a huge event. We're going to have events before, events after to help, for social. And we're going to have some amazing boards with some amazing people. So there's still time to register, I believe. There's still, I think, maybe space at Hotel Sparrow where the event's being held. So if you're interested and are able to join us in 2 weeks, April 4th to April 6th, highly encourage you to do so. Virtual face-to-face, and even online, extended deadline. We're all one harmonious community, and it's great to experience diplomacy in all its forms.
Yeah. As the local guy, I got to say, go to Whipping. Our tournament directors are amazing. Siobhan Nolan's been posting awards on the NADF server for weeks, and they're hilarious. She's going to be giving so many out. So you'll probably win one just for showing up.
That's a lot of awards. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely when I see that group of who's going, I am gonna have severe FOMO that I'm not gonna be there, but I will be broadcasting, so I will be helping with the coverage, helping the team behind the scenes get ready, and then, man, that is a lot of games. We're all kind of planning right now about how we're gonna cover everything, but it's gonna be a great time, and for everybody who can go and make it, really think you're gonna have a wonderful time. Everybody else, watch us here on DBN, and everybody else watch DBN when you're done. So, all right, now we've got it ready. I will go ahead and pull up that screen. Let's take a look at our top 10 players who are playing tonight. All right, Jamal Blacarley, Peter McNamara, Micah Blom, Jason Gray, Justin Lohr, Michael Saxon, Zoe Cameron, Ben Kelman, Darcy Morris, Ian Rednick are our top 10 by last season's DBN Invitational score. But that's what's so beautiful about the start of a new season, new stats, new rankings, and a fresh start for everybody. So what do you say we get to our first game? We're going to go ahead. Karthik, I'm going to give you a break first, and we'll have Patrick and McCallus lead things off for us. So go ahead and get that going. And let's get to our first game. All right, McCallus, why don't you introduce our players? I'll let you take lead on this one.
Alrighty, VDL 213 London. We have Cody Green playing in Austria. We have Jamal Blacarley playing in England. We have Liam Healy playing in France. Jason Gray playing in Germany. Darcy Morris playing in Italy. Micah Blom playing in Russia. And Peter McNamara playing in Turkey. Very Australian flavour to this game.
Yeah, Australian hobby has been just roaring to life last year. It's like a spark was lit and definitely caught fire. Really good to see all of the engagement, both in the virtual and extended deadline and face-to-face formats. That has always been one of the main hobbies over Diplomacy's 50-plus year history. It's really good to see it active once again, and we're seeing that on this board tonight. Patrick, anything you want to introduce or call out about any of these players before we get going? Any stories you get your eye on?
Yeah, a couple things. First of all, Liam Healy played last year. He joined the hobby under a pseudonym, so he's showing us who he really is this year, and I'm excited to see how he does, although it's pretty late for him this game, 1 a.m. The other thing is the Witches. I gotta say, no disrespect to the other players, but Jamal and Peter are two of the best people playing this game right now, and it'll be interesting to see the centralizing effect they have on the board. Will they be able to get someone on their side with their amazing diplomatic skill, or will they be seen as a threat and invite a coalition?
Yeah, you've got a world champion and a two-time DBN Invitational champion going at it. Sometimes when that happens, you get just a classic game, and other times it can end up kind of canceling each other out. We'll find out what kind of game we've got right now. McCallus, start us off.
All right. Well, the West, we see a pretty aggressive opening against France here, with Jamal jumping into the channel and Jason jumping into Burgundy. Jamal has not gone down to Wales, so it is fairly easy for him to back out of this if he so chooses. Elsewhere in the east, you see an Armenian fist bump as Peter brings the fleet straight out to Constantinople. Darcy doing some little army shuffling around in Italy, and some pretty standard openings from Austria and Russia. Going into full, we see... okay, so Jamal is taking Brest with the fleet. I have heard Jamal and other Australians pontificate on the advantages of England owning Brest as part of a Western triple or as part of a EF before, so I wouldn't rule that out entirely. But Germany is making an unsuccessful guess on Marseille, which helps Liam keep hold of Spain. Italy, though, has come to Piedmont, which doesn't bode great things. Jamal also convoys to Norway, and there's a bounce in Sweden. So this is either a very aggressive EG or a very aggressive Western triple. We're probably going to find out pretty quickly. The East, meanwhile, Turkey is out in the Med, and Darcy has decided not to convoy to Tunis, so potentially looking for some friendship with Turkey.
Yeah, this is massive EG energy right out of the gate. The bounce in Sweden shows that Jason clearly wants to be friends with Jamal, if Burgundy didn't make it clear enough. Chris Kelly already said in chat, which is the good witch and which the wicked witch? It looks like they're both the good witches right now, because neither Peter nor Jamal seem to have anything out of their control so far in this 1901.
I'm not sure France thinks that Jamal's a good witch at this point.
Oh,
I will say any game in which we get a giggle out of McCallus is a good one by my book.
Yeah.
And I do think this is a little words of wisdom for our world champion right there. So, all right, moving into winter of 1901, Patrick.
All right. Well, interesting builds from Jamal. These are actually quite standard EF builds, the Fleet and Eddie and the Army in London. This is exactly what I'd want to see if I'm France and England has two builds, although I wouldn't want the second build to be Brest, obviously. So I'm not sure what that suggests. Maybe it is a Western triple after all. I wasn't convinced, but perhaps. And then Fleet South Coast from Micah. Very interesting call. Perhaps a response to the EG or a pitch to Jamal to turn on Jason. And then Fleet Ankh from Peter is interesting. I don't know what the intention of that is, but I'm excited to find out.
South Coast is a very ambitious build when you've only got one build as Russia. You're being very light on armies in the center. There's already an army in Norway, so how much do you actually want to move out of St. Petersburg? Hopefully Mike has got a plan with that, because that's a build that can backfire.
Yeah, hopefully she's got a plan, particularly with Fleet Inc. build, which does not have to, but very frequently is a sign that there could be early conflict between Turkey and Russia. Spring 1902, Patrick.
All right, so we see England investing pretty heavily into Scandinavia here, walking into Sweden. Germany takes Baltic Sea, so it's pretty clear that those two at least are on the same page. We also see Russia going into Galicia, which is pretty interesting, as Mike also helps Peter take Greece, so this is just standard RT stuff. I feel for Cody right now. Italy, I think Darcy has a decent reason to go west here, suspecting a triple, but it always sucks when Italy is leaving to do something else and you're left on your own as Austria to defend against an RT. It can be really crushing.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time the best defense is an offense. Micah was short on armies. If you suspect that you don't have anything good going for you, go for Romania, do something to try and catch them while they're still at a disadvantage. The thing is that with Germany and Silesia, Galicia may be busy covering Warsaw, so Cody's not doomed yet, but it's not the best of positions.
All right, in the fall, I did notice that Norway was left open by Jamal in the spring, so maybe an olive branch between E and R, but no, Jamal convoys straight into Norway this time. And meanwhile, in the south, if this was some kind of weird, janky Western triple before, it definitely is not now. England tries to support Italy into Spain and fails. Italy tries to support Germany into Marseille and succeeds. And Liam sneaks back into Brest while all this is going on. So I don't think Jamal will be super happy with how this turned out, although he did get Sweden, so he's at least even. Meanwhile, in the east, we see more failed guesses we see a failed guess on Serbia, that Fleet Ionian coming in very handy to cut that support, making sure that Serbia and Greece could not both fall this turn. And Germany goes into Galicia, which is really, really fun and shows a lot of confidence that Jason has Jamal with him right now.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Jason could have been under some pressure given how many units were around Denmark, but the EG has kept going by the looks of things. And Jason's actually getting two builds this year, it's really nice for him that the East hasn't reacted by going towards Munich, which is what can often happen when there's a fast-moving Western alliance. So Jason, if he can keep Austria and Italy away from Tyrolia, Bohemia, has a huge amount of flexibility on this board now.
I'm biting my tongue a little bit just because we've got a lot of games to get through. But I was going to ask last turn, hey, what would you do to try and break up this Western triple if you were in the East? And I think that this particular set of moves was not on my bingo card, but I'm here for it. I really, this is a lot of fun. Can't wait to see how this plays out. I also want to just call out Jason Gray. Really impressed me in the DBN Invitational this season and
Same.
in the VDC. Definitely, if you're not familiar with Jason, he's a player to keep your eye on. So, McAuliffe, winner of 1902.
Winter of 1902. Germany puts 2 armies down, which will make Jamal very happy. Liam gets to rebuild in Paris, and Peter puts another army down in Smyrna, which Micah probably shouldn't like very much. If this is just a juggernaut, you'd want another fleet there to go and take Ionian Sea, and it doesn't look like that's what Peter's intending to do.
Yeah, if I were Micah right now, I'd be demanding a bounce in Black Sea and asking some real questions for sure. I want to point out the Vienna disband from Cody, actually, because that suggests that he thinks that German army in Galicia is there to help, I think, against RT.
Which I think is a reasonable assumption. Looking into 1903, so Jamal gets a walk into St. Petersburg with the army, which is really good for Jamal and pretty bad for Micah that it's happened in spring, because now Moscow is at risk as well. Germany is being invaded by a Russian fleet down to Prussia, which I guess it's a cool use of a unit, but I'm not sure it's going to succeed in taking Berlin. The rest of the East, Peter, for the moment, he's playing nice. He's just shifting the fleets out. Does look like he's going to try for Ionian, but wants another army in the Balkans. Maybe he's decided that because Micah's not got enough armies down there, he needs another army in the Balkans for the Juggernaut. Meanwhile, Darcy is supported into Spain by both Germany and England, which is delightful for them. And Jamal is now sending some more fleets towards the west, which should ease some of Jason's concerns as Denmark's a bit less under pressure.
Yeah, I think Micah's might have overstretched her fleets a little bit here. Being trapped in Prussia while there's an English army in St. Pete just feels like a slight misallocation of resources, I think. Yeah,
so Micah loses Moscow and Warsaw in full here. This is what happens when you're short of armies and someone manages to get in behind you. Unfortunately, Russia can collapse very quickly, and it looks like she did what she thought would be a hostile support into Berlin in case Germany self-bounced it, but Germany wasn't too worried about that, as they didn't try to bounce it anyway. The East, meanwhile, you see Peter convoy into Greece, so he is still going on this army push into the Balkans. And the nice thing for Peter is that now that his major ally is in a much weaker position, but also Austria is in a weaker position, it's just all coming up Peter in bottom corner of the board, whilst Jamal gets a walk into Portugal. So yeah, the two witches are both doing delightfully well, and Jason, he's got a couple of units in annoying places for him, but he has got a build out of Warsaw.
Yeah, could we see what Serbia did real quick? It's had 2 failed supports this year. Supports Galicia to Romania. Okay, so Cody and Jason don't seem to be on the same page. I also want to point out Bothnia to Finland, bouncing Sweden. That prevents Jason from getting into Sweden and possibly getting the build that Jamal maybe let him have otherwise.
Whether that was yeah. Well, it may well have been that Jamal said, "Hey, if you just go bounce Finland, can that happen?" That's the sort of thing that can happen on a board.
All right. Adjustments. Fleet roam from Italy, not surprising. Turanian comes off. Zev comes off. I am interested to see the English builds. This is not what I would want to see right now as Germany. Of course, you can say Fleet London, it's to go to the Channel, but why isn't Jamal leaving North Sea to go to the Channel? It seems like the EG play. And also Army Eddie, that can be convoyed into anywhere that's open. This suggests, maybe Liam's made an offer to Jamal to become a junior partner and help him stab. That's entirely possible from this position. I'd be slightly worried if I was Jason.
So
Jason is very overstretched here.
I'm going to use host privilege here. We're going to go a little out of order. Normally we do Who Do You Like at the end of 1904, but I really want to know this question. Do we know who the good witch is yet? Jamal, I don't know yet, but what I will ask both of our analysts, which witch would you like to be?
I'll let Patrick go first, as he's the newbie.
Oh, how nice of you. Honestly, we've been talking about Jamal a lot and how he's really run the West, and that is impressive. But I honestly really like Peter's position here, especially with Fleet Sev coming off for Micah. Turkey really tends to like it when one of their eastern neighbors collapses to a Western power that can't hold on to those gains. And right now, Jason fits that description perfectly. I think if Peter were able to get a build from Serbia here, maybe, and put down a fleet for the Black Sea, he could very easily sweep up and take Romania, take Sev, just completely solidify his position and really become the dominant presence in the East, while Darcy might be distracted by Jamal potentially.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I will pick Jamal. I think that, yes, I like Peter's position, but I actually think Fleet Sev coming off is quite bad for him. I think that it's going to mean that there's an EG army in Sev very soon, which means he has to worry about Armenia. And when Turkey has to worry about Armenia, it really constricts their growth if they can't immediately block it. Peter doesn't have anything in position to block it. So if something gets down there quickly, Peter's going to have a tougher time defensively. Jamal has a lot of centers in front of him that are quite easy to take. You've got Spain, you've got Brest, you've got St. Petersburg, all essentially in pocket. So yeah, I really like Jamal's position, especially as his main ally is horrendously overstretched and can't really afford a stab.
Yeah. Well, it depends on whether Peter can take Serbia here for sure. Go ahead.
If you see me making laughing faces while the analysts are talking, I promise it's not what they're saying. Dip chat is hilarious right now. If you're watching this on replay, definitely turn on the live chat and entertain yourself as we go into Spring 04. Patrick.
Okay, so we see that actually this might be a Janissary deal between EF, as France takes Belgium and England attempts to convoy into Holland, but unsuccessfully. Germany supports itself into Ruhr, seemingly expecting French shenanigans, goes up to Burgundy as well. Italy sneaks into Marseille, which is interesting. I think Jamal is likely to take Spain here because he went into Western Med. That suggests he sees Italy as a future growth path. But Jamal also walks out of Sweden and lets Jason walk into that. So I guess maybe it was an arranged bounce in Holland to protect against the French. Like it's a bit of a confusing position, but I think it could really go either way here. Meanwhile, in the East, we've got Darcy moving armies back into the Balkans now, taking Trieste. I don't know if that's with Cody's consent. Sometimes Cody does like to make sure his dots go to whoever hasn't wronged him this game, and that is definitely Darcy. So maybe that's agreed. We also see Sevastopol falling. Russia fails to take Budapest, which is really bad for Micah right now. Even if she can't use it, she needs a build desperately just to keep her existing armies on the board. Like, it's crazy how this has collapsed for her. And we also see Peter moving Aegean to Khan, which is very significant for where he might want to go after Serbia.
I think Peter had to move there. Like, this is what I worried about with Armenia being open. If you're not in Black Sea and these units are coming down here.
Yeah, McCallus is quite good at reading boards as usual. Who would have thunk it? It's almost like his diplomat of the year. But yeah, Germany going down to Armenia here. Moscow and Sev get backfilled, so it's still nice and even between EG. And Jamal takes St. Pete, finally. So it looks like Micah's going to be trying to establish government in exile in the Balkans. And it looks like that's going to be possible since Peter's still friendly. Darcy's taking Vienna, not really doing anything hostile to RT. And we say goodbye to Cody. Gosh, this is a brutal Austrian collapse. Sometimes this just happens to you as Austria more than any other power. Like that. And Spain doesn't fall, by the way. It's interesting.
I want to give a real shout out here to Darcy Morris, actually. Like, this year, Darcy's gone from a sort of minor player in this game. Darcy's building free. They've got Marseille, kept hold of Spain in the process, and got Trieste and Vienna. Yeah. Darcy is now a significant player on this board. Yes, they have Peter in Ionian Sea, but that's the only Mediterranean fleet that Peter has, and Peter's got problems at home. So Darcy's actually in a really nice position. Looks like they've got some sort of agreement with Germany and with England so far, but maybe they can make a deal with Peter as well. Like, I really like Darcy's position now.
Yeah, I think we underestimated him. And who do you like?
Not only that, but Darcy's growth will directly slow the growth of those two witches that we were discussing earlier. So really, really good position. Completely agree with you. And Darcy, another player who's come on really strong last season. Definitely somebody to keep your eye out on. Real quick, I will say, hey, let's welcome. Glad to see you on the stream. Yeah, what we're seeing tonight, we've got two separate leagues we're going to be covering. The first one is the Virtual Diplomacy League, which is basically a traditionally face-to-face style game as far as rule set. We've got 15-minute negotiations, and then everyone's negotiating using primarily Discord, put in the orders in a online adjudicator, and then for Virtual Diplomacy League, they use Backstabber, resolve everything, and play the game that way. In a few minutes, after a couple of these Virtual Diplomacy League games, we're going to switch over to the Nexus Speedboat League. With Nexus Speedboat, correct me if I'm wrong here, Patrick, it's like Gunboat, but unlike Gunboat, there is negotiation and it's 5-minute turns. Is that correct?
No, there's still no negotiation.
No negotiation.
Okay. Yeah, it's very much just Gunboat, but faster, but it makes a pretty meaningful difference, as we'll discuss later.
Got it. So sorry about that. Didn't mean to cause confusion. I'm thinking of Blitz, but yes, Speedboat is the rapid gunboat. So we'll be watching that in a little bit. Looking forward to covering that. Those are always fun. All right, with that, let's move on to Winter of 1904. Get back to this game. It just got interesting.
Yes, we see 2 more army builds from Jason Gray, who has also solved a lot of his sort of overstretched issues with the French units going away from him. He's not in quite as bad a position as he was a year ago, so nice for him. Darcy puts down 2 armies and a fleet. I like that. I think that the armies are actually what you need at this point. The fleet is sort of obligatory because there's a hostile fleet in Ionian Sea, but beyond that, you want armies to go take those Balkan dots. And yeah, Jamal takes another army down, which is... Not sure Jason should like that, actually. I think that if this is an EG that's continuing, there's a lot of argument for another fleet in, say, Liverpool, and just keep sending all the fleets down through the mid-Atlantic.
Yeah, if I'm Germany, I never want this many English armies in an EG, even if one's in Sevastopol. It's so stressful. Yeah, especially with English Channel and North Sea.
It's telling that we've not ever given Jason a who do you like once, and he's been in the lead this entire game. So yeah, Germany can be hard.
Jason's got the opportunity to stab though. Like, this is what he's gained from a year ago. And yeah, maybe this is the first time that he's thinking of that. Maybe not. Maybe he's just covering it. So we see a big failed daisy chain from EG as Russia bounces in Ukraine, and they don't support the move to Ukraine because they're trying to get somewhere with Armenia, which I think is very optimistic that they thought that would work. Elsewhere in the West, they blow up France's last army, which is nice for Germany, who now has a guarantee on Paris, and Darcy pushes up to Tyrolia, whilst Germany comes to Bohemia and Silesia. So Germany potentially looking to start a war with Italy, maybe, which I don't think is in either of their interests, actually. I think that both Jason and Darcy have a good position if they're not fighting each other. I think fighting each other would be pretty bad for both of them. But Peter's kicked back out of Ionian, whether it was there to be hostile or not.
Yeah, I think Germany and Italy have a lot to gain from staying at peace here, but at the same time, Jamal might have to pick one of them next, so best to put your opponent in a position. We'll see.
Yep. So what we have here is, it looks like EGI are getting the band back together. Bohemia was not there to be hostile. It goes to Galicia and looks to surround Russia and Turkey. Italy slides down to Albania, gets into Trieste, and gets to Eastern Med. So Peter's lack of fleets is really coming back to haunt him now. Armenia is kicked down to Syria, which is not always the ideal place to be, but it's in the keep annoying Peter's position for sure. And Jamal is daisy chaining more and more armies into the sort of Russia area, which I still don't think is very good news for Jason. But I guess they've got to do something, because he can't go into the Med if you're working with Italy.
Anytime you see a German army in Syria, they're having a fun game. This looks amazing.
This looks weirdly like a very advanced Western triple.
It's a Western triple, but France is green.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, you cut out a little, Brian. Okay.
I was great.
Okay. Yeah. Army Berlin suggests Jason maybe isn't interested in stabbing, at least not in the build phase. Let's move on. We see a lot of bounces in Greece. That's going to make this board quite interesting to read. We see, actually, Germany didn't like being in Syria very much. I'd rather be in Armenia. I'd say the weather's better there anyway. That's fine. We also see Galicia trying to support Italy into Budapest, it looks like, but Micah's on the ball with the tactics and stops that. Also stops an attack into Greece, but does not stop Darcy from walking into Smyrna. Although Khan wasn't going there to cover anything, so I wonder if this is somehow agreed to maybe force a draw sooner. I'm not entirely sure. We'll see. Either way, Jason's armies, again, clearly no stab on England happening here. He's going to go east. He's going to consolidate his gains, his existing centers at least, and maybe go for a little more. But he's already got the top, so I'm sure he'd love to draw any moment now.
It's interesting that actually you say this game is maybe thinking about a draw. This game is looking a lot like a game that can turn into one of our despised Fogels of the 11-11-11s, because this is sort of how you organize your way to one of them. And they're terrible in VDL in open tribute scoring. So it would be a very weird decision for some of these players to be taking that.
Yeah, early season leagues are defined by alliance play, though. So if it's going to happen, it's probably going to happen in March.
I will just say Jamal's headed to Greece, WDC 26. Dip Chat continuing to deliver. And yeah, you should sign up. You should do that too.
All right. In the fall, we see more bounces in Greece. Thank you very much, Jamal. Very appreciated. I guess Smyrna was not arranged as Peter kicks Darcy out of there promptly. We also see Turkey supporting Germany into Sevastopol. I guess that's one way to solve the issue of a raider in Armenia. And I wonder what that'll mean for the EG relationship. It's probably agreed. I got to say, it might be agreed since Jamal is also taking Spain off of Darcy here, so he's not actually pulling anything. And Germany also takes Vienna. It's very interesting. So maybe Darcy's the odd man out here who's not getting to 11. I mean, Peter's still got a pretty stable position, so I'd imagine he could hold off and avoid getting consumed.
Yeah, the EGI is definitely no longer with Italy losing centres to both England and Germany at the same time. It'd be interesting to see if Jason has stabbed both and is going for the board top or not.
Makes sense, Jamal.
Yeah, this is a big moment in this game, actually. Like, Jason's just taken a big lead. Is there going to be a reaction? 1906 is not particularly early in VDL. Like, this is a board state that if this was 1909, you'd say, Jason can hold on and top this board quite easily with the VDL 6.5 hour cutoff. But 1906, there is more than enough time for people to coordinate and reverse this if they so choose.
But yet again, Jason Gray finding a way. That gray line has never, ever been anywhere but on top since 1901. This is fun. This is fun.
Double fleets from Germany. That's a statement.
Yeah, I think we can say that was a stab for Sevastopol there. That build is a pretty big clue that things are not all copacetic between EG anymore. All right, so what we see are a really nice set of orders here, actually, from Jason. Blowing up Livonia is really clever. I like that a lot. Defends Moscow and sort of alleviates all pressure on that Russian front. So gotta give a shout out for a really nice tactical find there. Fleets sort of go around. Berlin to Prussia is there to make sure Livonia is blown up. So again, yep, I like that. They have lost Vienna back to Italy, but taken Budapest, as it looks like time is up for Micah. Peter convoys into Romania as well. Elsewhere in the east, Peter walks out of Greece, which lets Darcy walk in. This could all be arranged. Darcy is pulling back, and Darcy has also gone Venice to Piedmont, which means that because Jamal didn't walk to Marseille in spring, Jamal doesn't have an easy way to take Marseille anymore.
Yeah, this is the one instance where Fleet Prussia might actually be a decent unit, in contrast to Micah's placement from earlier.
Yeah, and again, more good tactics from Jason. Taps Finland in a way which makes sure that St. Petersburg will fall. Yeah, I've got to give big props to Jason's tactics this year. Jamal does get Marseille because Piedmont doesn't actually cover it. So whether that's agreed or not, I'm not sure. This hasn't been a great year for Darcy, who walks out of Greece but loses Tunis in the process. Also loses Trieste to this sort of GT cooperation that we're seeing. And yeah, Jamal has kept hold of North Sea, and I think that this, given that Jamal, I believe, will be building, St. Petersburg was blown up, but he's taken Marseille. That'll put another fleet down, which I think means that the chance of taking North Sea has faded for the time being for Germany, but the chance of losing stuff is still not particularly high. So, yeah, I like this position for Germany, and I begin to like it for Peter as well.
Yeah, I love how this German army in the Balkans seems to be getting batted back and forth by Italy and Turkey right now in their incoming war, and as a result of that, Micah actually survives, so that's quite fun.
Yeah, that's quite funny, actually.
Adjustments. No fleet going to Black Sea, it looks like. Well, maybe Khan will, but no fleet anchor at least. So it seems like GT are still on very, very good terms here. Bohemia Vienna come off for Darcy. I wonder if he's okay with Germany potentially just taking a 17 at this point. Like, he can't be happy with Peter after everything that's happened in the last year or so. And then standard builds in the West.
Yeah, I mean, this is the point where Peter has to start looking at the clock. And if Peter wants to top this board, I don't think this relationship with Germany can last much longer. It doesn't really get you anything anymore. All of the units in the Balkans have basically been cleared off, so it's opened the path for you there. I think this is when Peter, you walk into Black Sea from Con, and this is time to hit the accelerator and go and take as much as you can.
Got to agree.
Yeah, I also agree, but I do want to shout out that the coordination between Germany and Turkey, like, this definitely paid off for both of them. A little bit of risk reward there for Jason in particular, but I could see it going either way. I like this game. This is good.
Oh, I can't see the orders. I think you skipped that,
you
Brian.
skipped a turn.
Yeah. Here we go. All right. Spring 1908. Sure enough, we don't see a move to Black Sea, but we do see a move to Sevastopol with support. So it seems like Peter has decided that he would very much like that center, but because of the German retreat to Budapest, he's not actually guaranteed to keep it in the fall if Jason isn't okay with him being there. So something to watch for the fall, certainly. Meanwhile, we've just got England trying to convoy those freshly built armies to defend Brest and presumably attack Paris. We have Italy, as I mentioned before, taking Trieste, so it looks like maybe that relationship is coming to a close as well. And Micah could live in Vienna here. What else do we see? Oh, we also see England supporting Italy into Tunis. That is not insignificant. Good on Jamal for sure for recognizing that Peter is a genuine threat to either his or Jason's top prospects at this point. Well, Jamal isn't really a candidate to top, but he is at least a rival for second place. So good on him for dedicating that unit that wasn't doing much else on the German front.
Yeah, I mean, Jamal's problem is that Norway is about to fall and there's no way to hold on to it. I'm not sure I'd have convoyed London to Brest so much as just convoy Norway straight there. Maybe it saves you a unit. Maybe you could have put another fleet down rather than having to have the sort of three armies there with one sat around in Wales. The idea of going after Paris is nice, but Jason has seen it coming.
All right, on to the fall. Germany's Balkan presence is no more. That very fun, adventurous army is piffed in Budapest, so well done to Peter for getting that, even if he does lose Sevastopol. Not a great year, not a terrible year for him. Is he pulling one? He is pulling one. Never mind, that is kind of a poor year for him. That might be the end of his top chances with the time limit in play, honestly. Germany takes Norway, as McCallus alluded to before. And there is some good news for Jamal, though, because he does have position on Paris now, as well as Belgium. So seems like there is still some play left in this game, especially with Germany now losing their footholds in the East.
Yeah, I don't think Peter is bullying. He should be even, right? He's lost Tunis, game Budapest. So
Sevastopol wasn't his. My bad. Yeah, he's even.
Yeah. But the thing is, Jason, this was a really nice year for him getting Sevastopol back. The one issue I'd have is if you went to Burgundy instead of Tyrolia right now, Paris wouldn't fall. I don't know what Tyrolia realistically gets him at this stage of the game. I definitely have been looking to sort of secure that.
Maybe Vienna, possibly?
Maybe, but if Peter wants it, there's enough years that Peter should get Vienna and Trieste by the end of this game.
All right, winner of 1908. We've got 2 game years left to play. We're going to play Who Do You Like? Patrick, you went first last time, so McCallus, I'll let you pick. Who tops this board?
Do I think Jason is going to lose enough centers to lose the top? He'll lose Paris. Just put him to 12. I don't necessarily think he's going to lose anything else. Belgium, maybe. Can Peter get more than that? I can see 11 for Peter. I'll stick with Jason. I think Jason's going to have it diplomatically. I think Darcy is going to be more annoyed at Peter than at Jason.
Yeah, normally this would be the part where I play devil's advocate, but I really think after the kind of tempo-killing year for Peter, I don't see any way that Jason does not top this board unless there's some serious throwing happening in the East. And after Darcy and Peter had a checkered relationship in the last few years, I don't think Darcy is enthusiastic about letting Peter top.
All right, so time limited. This game will end. Usually, the average Virtual Diplomacy League game will end 1910. If they play really slow, 1909. If they play fast, 1911. I've seen it go all the way to 1912, typically 1910. So we're assuming there's probably 2 game years left to play here. It is going to be close, I think. But our number 1 pick by both analysts, Jason Gray, number 1 in my heart, Micah Blom. Will she survive? Come on,
She's such
Micah.
a nice person. You got to root for her whenever she's on the board a little bit.
All right, so going
Part
into
B.
spring 1909, and Peter loses Romania, probably temporarily, but still a bit of a problem. Jason is really going for all the dots he can as quickly as he can, which I like. Moves the fleet to Norway and goes up to Barents Sea, which is a really clever way to get 2 units on Norwegian Sea that can't be cut. So again, Jason's tactics this game have been absolutely spot on. More kudos to him. And Jamal risked North Sea this turn, and that risk has not paid off. That's a gamble that's backfired in a huge way. It's a big, big problem for Jamal's position. Yes, he's got into Belgium, but he can't take Paris as a result. I think this is a really, really nice turn for Jason. And Peter just can't afford Jason to be having nice turns. Whether Peter's turns are good or not, Jason has to have bad turns for Peter to win this game. Going into full, we see Romania couldn't be held, so he moves back. Does lose Galicia, which is not insignificant. Looks like Peter cut some sort of deal with Darcy, who's let back into Trieste. So maybe Peter can still swing it diplomatically. But the West, we now see Norwegian Sea falls as well. Those fleets have now gone to complete German advantage, and Jamal has not even been able to keep Belgium because of the fall of North Sea. So yeah, this has gone pretty badly for Jamal, and this is still, I think, pretty good for Jason Gray. It's hard to see Peter taking enough in the final year. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes total sense for the game to draw here. Jamal's completely lost in position.
Yeah. So well done, Jason Gray. Like tactically, this is probably the best game I've ever seen from him. This was some absolute top tier tactics, and these are against some really good players as well. Like Jamal, Peter, these are not bad players. These are world champion caliber players, and Jason has managed to win the tactical battle. So great job, Jason Gray.
Not world champion caliber, world champion. Like we've got a DVN, a 2-time DVN Invitational champion, and a face-to-face world champion on opposite sides of the board. And
and I just want to say,
one which is melted.
I think this game is a really good example for those trying to learn of how Germany can win in an EG. Usually they don't have the cushy defensive position that England often has in the corner, so they have to make up for that with their sheer growth potential. And usually you do that either by demolishing the East and outracing that way, or by stabbing. And I think Jason sort of did a little bit of both here, and it really worked out amazingly well for him. Great game from him.
Yeah, Karthik. Hope you had a chance to catch that one. It was a really good one, and you came in a mute. You're already keeping up tradition. Thank you.
Some things never die. Brian kicking me off podcast early, me coming on mute, like tradition must reign. No, so I was actually really, really impressed by Jason's game that time. The ability for him to perfectly time the stab on Jamal, where he would have stability in the south. There wouldn't be the ability for the south to encroach in no man's land. That's really the thing that you have to fear the most when you're playing Germany, is the east being able to send armies into Tyrolia, Bohemia, Silesia, Prussia. If you can prevent that from happening, you actually have a lot more power against England than most people appreciate. And because Jason did the right things diplomatically and timed things correctly, strategically, and tactically, he was able to beat Jamal, former world champion Jamal Bukhari, in a thrilling battle. So very, very fun to watch. Very impressive.
All right. Well, with that, Patrick, excellent debut. We're going to give you a break because we're going to cover your game next.
SpaghettiOs. I'm excited already.
Let's switch.
Excellent. Time to start slating him. Yeah.
Exactly correct.
All right. I think I've there. So little inside baseball here. We use some streaming software. It just came out with some cool new features. I'm really loving it. But one thing that I think is going to happen is when I click this button, I think it's going to bring Patrick back on. So let's see. Yes, it did. All right. So remove Patrick. I just wanted to kick Karthik again. And for that, Karthik, I'm going to have you take the lead on this one. Introduce our players.
Absolutely. Coming to us from Philadelphia, we have Teague Epright, longtime player. Good to see them playing virtually. We have Carson Bratt Fodenhauer from Rockville, Maryland. We have Justin Lohr, Los Angeles' own, head of the LA Legionnaires. Ben Kellman, who's been playing, I feel like, virtual diplomacy since its very beginning. Probably the most active virtual player in terms of matches played. coming to us from the University of Michigan. Go Blue. How's the brackets going for everyone? Would love to hear in the comments. Please post, please like everything that we ask you to do, and subscribe as always. Super wordy, longtime Italian player, I believe, from Nexus online play. Funnily enough, in Italy. We love when that happens. We have Patrick Jacobson, Bay Area local, going to be at Worlds, as should you. And finally, we have the astronaut in Turkey. I wonder if that means we're going to see an AT. Fingers crossed.
McCallus, any storylines you want to help set up here?
Well, Justin was the leader on VDL last season. Number 1 seed going into the VDL top board. Good to see him back. Let's see if he's going to make a quick approach to do that again.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's get to it.
Perfect. So looking at spring 1901, in the West, we see very, very traditional openings circa like 2005, like, back when the Maginot opening was probably at its most popular. Maginot opening being Marseille supporting Paris to Burgundy. People, I think, overhype how anti-German it is. It's a very, very powerful move for France, basically say, Burgundy is mine, nothing to do about it. Whether or not I'm going to be anti-you, another matter altogether. In the South, that we see much more chaos and more intrigue. We see the Armenian fist bump with Sebastopol and Smyrna bouncing in Armenia, freeing up Ankara to slide into Constantinople and likely Aegean in the fall. And we also see the loan of Trieste potentially to the Italians by the Austrians, potentially setting us up for a stalled slog of a RT in the East. Let's go to the fall. In the fall, we see a convoy into Belgium, while also taking Norway, giving Karsten early +2. Very, very fun when that works out. And I think we're going to be seeing an EF, because this seems like a classic coordination tactic where you go into Burgundy, bait the Germans into going back to Munich, and then slide into Ruhr behind them, filling up that empty space. Very, very powerful opening, can crush the Germans in Holland, can then allow for supportive convoys into Kiel, topping supports everywhere. Fantastic move. Now, in the South, we see that there is the bounce in the Aegean, freezing the fleet in Constantinople, and Trieste holding. One thing that is interesting is we see Apulia go to Venice. Not a huge deal per se, especially if it goes back in the spring of next year. But curious to see what happens there. As expected, we see Ukraine getting supported into Romania. But what is interesting, I really want to call attention to, is that Galicia is DMZ'd and Sebastopol slips into Black Sea. So if I had to guess, Patrick looked at the board and said, I could either do the RT slog that I mentioned last season, or I can hop on board for an air. And I think that's what we're about to see right here.
Yeah, this is a pretty nice turn, I'd say, for Patrick. And the fact that there's looking likely to be an EF, that's a pretty good alliance for Russia. They don't mind an EF on a board. So Patrick's got a lot of opportunities at the moment. Just in a bed, obviously I played the VDL top board with the two of them when they were in France and England. There was a lot of fighting between the two of them on that. It's interesting that this appears to have carried over here.
Indeed, it has.
All right, so we look at our winter 1901 builds, and perhaps England is not on board with an EF. This doesn't look like the EF builds to me with Fleet Liverpool and Fleet London. This looks like Karsten has actually sort of pulled one over on Justin and is about to jump down there. Justin puts 2 armies down, having gone full trust in this EF, and will probably be regretting that instantly. Ben puts down what you'd sort of expect in this position. The army Kiel is the way to kick Ruhr out, even though Fleet Berlin looks hostile to Russia. Doesn't have to be. It's just you need a fleet down. And Turkey puts down Fleet Ankara, which suggests the Black Sea was definitely not agreed. Which does make it interesting, actually, that Russia hasn't built in Sev. If you're going to stab for Black Sea, you'd think you'd build Sev to do a follow-up. So Moscow is a bit of a passive build from Patrick there. All right, so going into spring, Ben blows up the army in Ruhr, as is the correct thing to do in this position. Pretty passive play for this big bounce in Baltic between all of them, but I guess if you're trying to do an EG but not annoy Russia, this is the way to do it. Justin is sort of getting units back into position. Justin will actually be probably quite happy that Ruhr got blown up, because it gives him the ability to rebuild it as that missing fleet. Meanwhile, in the east, Romania convoys to Armenia. So perhaps not building in Sev, Patrick went, yeah, I know it's in Black Sea, but it's defensive. You don't need to worry about it. And unfortunately, Astronaut maybe believed that, tries to shuffle the fleets out instead. And yep, this is looking very much like an air is going to rapidly crush Turkey, unfortunately.
The unfortunate reality for Astronaut, though, was heads he loses, tails the other guys win. Like, there's really nothing he could do there.
Yeah, it's just 3 versus 1 is not something the 1 is going to win. 2 versus 1, you can make the correct guesses. 3 versus 1, and it's just we've seen this game before. Air crushes Turkey. So Austria gets into Bulgaria. Russia gets into Ankara via convoy, which is quite nice. This is a dangerous moment actually for Italy, who's now going to be hoping that they get Smyrna, but this could easily turn into an AR where they don't need Italy. Meanwhile, in the west, Burgundy falls to the continual push of the armies from EG, and Brest is kept open by Justin, which is quite nice, as it means he can build Fleet Brest. The problem is he's losing Mid-Atlantic and is going to have to worry about Spain as well. So Justin's got some big issues, and we've got some fast-moving alliances on both sides of the board.
Yep. And this is actually a really, really good setup for Patrick right here. They should have the dominant position in the east, and they have an EG where there's not complete trust between Ben and England. So I'm really, really curious to see like why things end up going wrong for Patrick based on his oh no. So let's go see it. Oh, okay, fair enough. This is probably how it happens. Let's the fleet build there when it's an EG and France has no ability to really prop themselves up might be a little jumping the gun a little too fast, and I'm curious to see what happens.
Yeah, that's an ambitious build again, unless you believe Germany is going to want to stab England. And
right,
what we've heard about the relationship between Ben and Justin, that seems fairly unlikely. That fleet's not going to go anywhere. Like, you could just build armies in Petersburg, keep yourself flexible. The fleet sort of forces England to fight you now.
So the other one I wanted to call out was Justin's rebuild. I was expecting a fleet, and we get another army build. How do we feel about that?
I think it just comes back to their inability to resolve tensions from DB and I. Like, you know, if you are more angry at Ben than you are at Karsten, you are going to build in this way so that Karsten probably gets a majority of your dots. And like, this is really unfortunate for Patrick, because had it been a fleet build in Brest, I do think there's a chance for this build in St. Petersburg, North Coast to be like salvation for Justin. To force the EG to have to defend in a lot of positions where they can't easily get an attack on France, and France can make some winning guesses. Unfortunately, it does not seem like that's going to be meant to be in this game.
The flip side is it could convince Ben that the attack on France isn't going anywhere for him, and maybe you can get him to stab as a result. But
I think the personal matter is going to make that not happen. You know what I mean?
What Karsten should be doing really is just offering Belgium straight up. Like, you just head off that stab in advance, say, Ben, you can have Belgium, and then there's no stab because it's a center he's getting anyway, and he's happy. Right.
So now instead in the north, we see the supported attack against Karsten being made. Presumably he expected Ben to tap North Sea. That's not happening. Worse, we have Denmark supporting Berlin to the Baltic Sea, and we now start to see why they may have been jumping the gun a little bit. In the south, we see the complete takeover of Turkey basically by Russia. Austria or Italy may get one out of the Smyrna dot, but everything else seems to be going very, very strong for Patrick. At the same time, Austria stabs Italy for Trieste, it seems. Oh, no. There's... Yeah, because Aegean was presumably supposed to support Tunis into Smyrna. So now it seems that is going to be RA versus EF. I think this is a smart choice because if they had stayed air, I think they lose the race against the West because there simply are not enough dots to go around. Now, that being said, if I was Patrick, I'd probably go wintergreen over RA here personally, but that's dealer's choice, dealer's preference, you know.
It does look like that's what Patrick is setting up to do with Armenia going back didn't support Austria into Smyrna, goes down to Ukraine. This suggests that Patrick's about to go in on Austria. I'd actually have gone the other way around. I think if you're expecting a fight in the north, you don't want a big fight with Austria. You want a copacetic border with Austria. So I'd have been looking to work with Austria, because it's very easy to be the sort of backside junior to that, while Austria focuses everything on Italy. You need to do 1 or 2 units. You've got more units free to go and fight with Germany or England if you need to.
That's fair. I think you have more access to dots, though, by the same token on Austria. You have the ability to plunge more of your units against them. But I definitely see the argument you're making. Here in the fall, we see Sweden falling to Germany, and I think this is the beginning of the end of any of Patrick's northern ambitions. Worse yet, instead of having the fleet being in the southern area, in like the Bothnian area, it's pinned in St. Petersburg north coast. It's never going to do anything from that position ever that's useful. So it's another wasted unit that can't be deployed literally anywhere else. So it's really, really unfortunate. And here we see some really good moves, though, by T. Upright, taking Trieste, sliding into Tyrolia, putting themselves in a position where soon they'll be able to try and make some plays around Venice. They'll need to slide into Piedmont first, obviously, but at least there's some foresight being shown here. I think it's really, really good. By the same token, in the West, we see sort of these attempts to make winning guesses around France, but I think Justin is showing why France is so strong. Even 2 versus 1, doing some decent job with tactical guesses to ensure that Germany does not get into Paris. The one issue I do have with this, though, is that somehow, despite what the English have in position against the French with having 2 fleets to their 1, Mid-Atlantic Ocean is still unoccupied by the English. That is the death knell that you need to secure as quickly as possible if you want to be able to move into Italy and do some damage before things start to unravel against you. So we'll see what happens if it's too slow.
Yeah, this is an interesting turn. So it doesn't look like Patrick's going in on Austria. It does look like he was just there to defend Romania. But the problem with that is that Patrick's got a big problem in the north, and those are 2 armies that could have gone to Galicia, Warsaw, and started shifting for a fight with Germany. Sure, you leave Romania in the air, but you're gaining at least 1 in Turkey, and if Austria and Italy are fighting each other, I don't think you have to worry about Teak stabbing both of you at the same time. So I'd prefer to just leave Romania behind, shift all of those armies in the other direction. The fight is not in that southeast corner. The southeast corner is done. Turkey's out. You don't want all your units stuck down there.
I mean, even theoretically, with the build that they had, they could have sent 1 army to Galicia, supported Romania to hold, and had a unit in Warsaw and Galicia by the end of winter. So I think this is why we're going to see what we talked about.
Yeah, but we saw it on the DBNI top board, actually. There was me in England and Doug in France, and for a time there was an AR in the East. And I believe David Hood at the time said, do you know how often EF wins against AR when they're racing each other? 9.5 times out of 10. This is how that happens. AR's units are going in the wrong direction to fight against a sort of Western alliance, and it's good news for England.
Yeah, and part of me wonders, how much that is structural and how much of that is decisions that people make due to infamiliarity with the systems.
So what we see here, England finally does get into mid-Atlantic Ocean. Paris is sort of bypassed for now, as they realise the armies aren't very easy to deal with, and EG are just getting into position to deal with everything that's coming at them. So Germany's in Silesia, Germany goes to Baltic Sea, England puts the 2 units up towards St. Petersburg, goes to Norwegian as well. Sooner or later Russia is going to lose St. Petersburg now, and they're hoping that they can gain enough in the south to make up for it. So for the moment, they've got into Con, probably by agreement. I'm not entirely sure why Austria wants the army to go to Con rather than Fleet Sev going through it, which does make some sense. And Italy, blocks Piedmont and is in quite a nice position to slow Austria down a bit further. All right. So the East, they swap Romania and Constantinople, which is sensible. That's the right thing to be doing here. Keeps them even. And the thing about AR is that Romania being Russian is actually really unnatural and is always there as a stab. So just give it up. If it's not there as a stab, the stab's not on as well. So I like that. Sensible stuff. Beyond that, there's a lot of units holding in the center of the board, which doesn't make an awful lot of sense to me. Warsaw, Lycia, Silesia all doing nothing. Okay, I guess. Germany finally gets into Paris as Justin is outguessed on what England and Germany would be going for, and that's good news for Ben.
Could the holds be there? We've got Germany and Russia kind of feeling each other out diplomatically. See if maybe they can change the script a little bit.
I guess, but like Germany's still supporting England to Finland, so it didn't look like that. Maybe Patrick was trying to make a late pitch and ran out of time. I don't know.
But yeah, I will say I have one disagreement with you there, McCallus. I think there's a reason to have Romania as Russia, in that if Austria tries to stab you for it, it takes 3 units to make that effective stab, given how many retreat options that you have for it. Giving Austria Romania allows for easy moves into Ukraine and then Romania, and then plays be made from there. But in general, yeah, makes sense.
Well, I'd have brought Ankara back last turn so that it could go up to Stev, and then you'd have an army that wouldn't be as vulnerable, right?
Right. And well, speaking of stabs and positions and moves to Ukraine, some choices were made for sure here. We now have the retreat to Romania. Trieste can drop back to Serbia if it needs to later. But I think the choice to abandon the assault on Italy is one made by poor tactics earlier rather than one out of strategic foresight. And I think that's why you'll have some dangers, and chances are EG will win this game, because you have these really, really responsive, but not like, preemptive or like pre-planned strategic, moves, which will always give the ones on the front foot rather than the back foot the advantage. So with the moves to Ukraine and Galicia, we give the Galician unit a free retreat into Rum, which then allows them a retreat to Serbia if they're dislodged, unless Trieste comes back. We see the Italian unit moving into Eastern, which will keep, I think, some of the Russian units honest. We have the fleet in Brest finally getting blown up, though, at least, which is good. It does suggest there's actually going to be some level of cooperation between England and Russia, and maybe the stab on Austria was foreseen to some degree as a possibility, even if Russia didn't outright prepare for it. So yeah, interesting stuff.
Yeah, that's a very interesting stab to leave Romania open for the retreat, and I don't get it. I don't really understand that. It looked like 2 different sets of orders that Teague had there, and half of each. So
right, and I think this is where we see some of the inexperience on Patrick's part. This is why you don't order Rum to move anywhere. He basically did a unit's worth of work for the Austrian by bouncing Budapest out of Serbia. Had it just held in place, either Galicia would have had to drop down to Bud, which would have dropped down to Sur, or something would have had to move from Trieste. All of these things would have been, I think, a positive choice. Apparently, this is actually a reconciliation effort in the fall between Russia and Austria. Fair enough. I mean, diplomatically, you need to do what you need to do here. And if you can get Ukraine to pull back, worth it. But one thing I want to call out, though, is the fact that despite the negotiations in the north, whatever they may have been, instead of a fleet being put in St. Petersburg North Coast, which I think you would have been very, very happy to see, Patrick, you see an army there. And with the Germans moving to Prussia, I don't see much hope from the Russian northern position ever recovering. In the west,
I was just like, the big outcome of this sort of fight, not fight between Austria and Russia is that Italy's back into the game, takes Trieste, has a build. Yes, Tunis is gone because they've lost Ionian Sea, but AR, they're behind in the first place, and now they're so far behind on this.
Correct. And this also means that England and Germany have so much time to take France. Like normally this is like why like when EGs lose, it's because France tactically outguesses them. And by the time like they've lost the guesses and they've finally got an army into Burgundy, an army into Picardy, and the ability to try and make guesses around Paris that they still end up losing, you have Austria or Turkey or Italy, what have you, suddenly having fleets in Lyon and Western and wherever to prop them up, right? So when you give them this time, it's a clear losing mistake by both Russia and Austria.
And once again, we're seeing a strong Germany who's sort of picking up the pieces. That retreat to Belgium, because it had to be retreated into, means that Ben's got 2 builds. And yes, it probably wasn't a stab. Like Norway was probably agreed as well, but Ben has done really well diplomatically to get England to agree to that in the first place. This has been a really, really nice year for Ben Kelman.
Yeah, definitely. And on that note, since I skipped it last turn, let's play Who Do You Like? Karthik, go to you first.
I like Ben. I think Ben's going to be really easily able to say to England's like, hey, I need the space. I need the freedom. I need the 2-dot lead to deal with Austria and Russia. I'm on the front lines against them. But in reality, Austria and Russia are not a coordinated threat. They're being pinned down by Italy. And I think eventually this will lead to Germany getting things like Warsaw and Moscow when they probably should not be, and eventually give themselves the builds necessary to pin an otherwise very, very strong England in place.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, I don't like the position of any of those Eastern powers, so it's got to be England as the other option. I think England, if they can head off a stab, like there's enough pressure around Ben's units in sort of Bohemia, Warsaw, Galicia, Burgundy, that Ben can be a bit tied up. Norway's going to be an easy recapture. Marseille is probably going to go English with the fleets coming into the bed. And Italy is probably going to be more annoyed at AR than at England. Maybe even invite England to come in and prop them up, sort of play for a janissary role towards England. I think that England's the only player on this board I can see getting a janissary as a result. So I think Carsten, if he plays it well diplomatically, has a good shot at this.
So is Italy the pivot point, kingmaker here? Whichever power ends up getting Italy on side is the one most likely to win?
Can be. Like, I don't think that Ben necessarily needs Italy on side to win, but I think that for Carsten to win, Carsten needs Italy on side. Like, Carsten, I don't think, has a win path without a friendly Italy helping them.
I'd agree with that.
That's my build, isn't it?
Yep.
So we see England putting down another fleet and 2 armies from Germany. I think that makes sense in this position. I don't know why England would put another army down at this stage when you're not sure what's happening in Russia. I think go and secure the Med. There's a real vacancy of power in the Med right now because AR is struggling fleet-wise to get domination of it, which means Italy is still viable. This is the time to be shoving all your fleets in there as hard as you can as England. All right, so what we see at the start of 06, Norway is given back to England. Good negotiation by Carsten. Marseille has gone to Germany for now, but I think that's still fine for Carsten. Marseille is an easy dot for England to take later if they so choose. Italy, meanwhile, has gone up to Tyrolia, which is an interesting decision. Maybe there is actually some sort of peace happening between the East, and this is turning into a late-forming AIR again. Russia goes back to Constantinople, sends the armies back. And yeah, this looks like the East have got together and have gone, oh crap, the EG are beating us by miles. We need to sort of get everything together. That can turn the board into a very static position, and the person that benefits most will be England. So I think this is actually good news for Carsten.
Yeah, this is huge for Carsten, as you said, for all those reasons.
What I will say is that if this is how you get the bandwagon back together in as an AIR, these are not the moves to make it successful. Unfortunately, they are outguessed and lose Warsaw and Moscow here, which is pretty brutal. And yeah, I think I'd have just been support holding Warsaw and accepting that Moscow might fall for now. England gets into Western Med, gets more fleets down, takes Paris, which That's quite interesting, actually. They are supporting Germany to Moscow, so it's probably agreed. But that means that after a year in which Ben had the big diplomatic advantage over England, it's flipped the other way entirely, and England gets 2 dots out of Ben, probably by agreement. Yeah, this is a huge year for Carsten, actually, and I'd say he's now in the driver's seat of this game.
Absolutely. Normally, I feel like in this place, you never let England get Paris for free. And then giving them Moscow and Warsaw is what I called Ben getting, but it comes at such a high cost. And positionality wise, his fleets are now pinned in Sweden and Baltic rather than being the much more interesting places of Norway. So now I don't see much of a stab opportunity for Germany on England. And with AOR getting back together ineffectually, but still together, I think that the German units will be very, very heavily pinned. There's something I want to draw attention to really, really quickly, like 10 seconds on, is that a lot of times, very late, AIR gets back together because they're like, oh, we need to stop the EG, when EG will guaranteed win the game. That just cements that one of those two wins the game. It doesn't help you. So either, in my opinion, you get together much earlier and work together very efficiently to ensure that you beat the EG, or you work with one of E or G to imbalance them while trying to get your own gains off of your former Austrian or Russian allies, because that's the only way that you have any chance to win or get a good score. So that's just a general piece of advice and thought. Anyways.
Yeah, the big difference in this game from Ben's position compared to Jason's in the previous game that we saw for Germany is that Jason did an excellent job keeping Tyrolia, Bohemia, Silesia free diplomatically. Correct. Made the difference for him. It gave him flexibility. Ben has no flexibility on this board right now. Like, he's got a build and he can't place it. This is the German problem when all of those armies come into the center. So yeah, this is why Carsten has a much stronger position in this game than Jamal did in the previous one.
Right, and then this is why you have Germany +1, no builds. You have Russia -1 pulling Constantinople, so the armies stay and the front line against Ben, and then you have England +2. Such a strong position, they choose to waive one of them because presumably at some point that +1 that was waived is going to become an army that gets convoyed down.
Yeah, and you can't even be happy about the wave as Germany at this stage of the game because it's just a building pocket that can be used against you later.
Right, exactly. It's a diplomatic overture, sure, but it's not an ultra-friendly one. It's a one does the other shoe drop kind of one.
We say farewell to our first place for the Virtual Diplomacy League regular season from last year. Justin Lohr ends his debut with an elimination, so perhaps a little early, maybe not early leader syndrome, but last year's leader syndrome as we move on through this really tight game.
Sweet. So now we're in spring 1907, and as McCall pointed out, we're seeing the costs of diplomatic, not failings, but not successes in terms of keeping Silesia, Bohemia, Tyrolia free. As I mentioned at the end of last game, doing so means that Germany has ultimate freedom. Here, they are very constrained. So that means that instead of having their units back in Belgium, Holland, wherever, they are being forced to try and force Silesia out. They're having to deal with Bohemia tapping them, and they're having to deal with Warsaw being under pressure, Moscow getting blown up successfully with no retreat for it. And this is the real peril of the position. And if last turn we saw the tactical mistake with the double self bounce, here we see once again the tactical perils of the self bounce. So these moves have cost to them, and we see what the tactical cost is. Let's go to the fall. And then in the fall, Germany does manage to take back Warsaw because Russia tries to support an attack on Galicia instead for some reason that is unclear to me. Yeah, I'm not seeing why this is happening at all. I'd like to hear your thoughts on it, McCall.
That's a very curious move that it doesn't make an awful lot of sense. Maybe it was some sort of deal with Germany, but like you said, you sort of want to split them apart diplomatically, but I think you want England to stab Germany. I don't think you want Germany to be strong as Russia here. So I don't get it either.
I mean, Russia, you get your home centers back
Korea.
first, and then you imbalance the alliance somehow. Like,
It does make them even. So maybe the players, hey, you two are even. Let's have a draw vote. Hope one of them shoots it down. Try and create some tension that way. So maybe that was actually the play.
maybe.
All right. So our builds, we see. Okay, there we see the end of the game.
Yeah,
That's our build.
was it? That was the play. All right. So, Karthik, you talked about this triple in the East versus strong EG. Would you, just first question, would you offer the same advice if it's an EF, or is it limited to the EG where you're saying, hey, you can't keep up, so imbalance in race, or try to mix up the balance? Like, is that a East versus West philosophy, or is that specific to the EG?
So no, so it's a philosophy when you've already lost.
Right.
And yeah, an ARER can and should beat both an EG and an EF straight up the first place, right? If you're coordinated and working effectively, the triple will beat the double every single time.
2021 VDL is calling.
Exactly, correct. That was a good year for me, good times. But no, we then see though, if you've lost, regardless of whether it's an EF or an EG, you're not going to beat them by freezing the game. Freezing the game just stops the count in the process. And when you're behind, you don't want to stop the count, right? You want to, create this sort of like tactical imbroglio, like where like things can like happen and who knows where it's going to go. I think of the WebDip World Cup game that went until 2020 or whatever it was, as an example of like why you imbalance things to try and force a win. But here, so yeah, basically, if you are losing as the AIR, then yeah, you have to imbalance. You have to stab your own allies if you want to win that particular game.
I was. Do you want to give a shout out to Ben Kelman? I think that was a difficult early game, and did like to see the resilience there. McCallus, your main takeaway from that game?
Yeah, I think again, I was just about to call out Ben. Like diplomatically, he shouldn't have been on joint top in that game. That should have been Carsten's. But Ben has convinced Carsten to allow them to have a joint top, which is just good negotiating work by Ben. But also a really solid game from Carsten as well. Like the two of them played that really nicely, and Carsten got a big win when he pulled the wool over Justin in the first year. Got Justin to build two armies and then sent the two fleets straight at him. So yeah, I really like that from both of them. Good job.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, I'm going to welcome Patrick back to the stage. Patrick, welcome back. And all right, we got it out of the way. So welcome. It's the debut.
There's the initiation. Okay. Yeah, I just didn't feel like taking Warsaw back and then holding a line for 3 more years while waiting for a stab. Didn't feel like that was a good use of my time score-wise or anything else. So
yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I have no problems with the draw in that state, where the board state was.
Yeah, it also allowed me to patch things up with Ben a little bit at the end because I said some things to him during that game that I regret. So it was good to,
absolutely
end on a good note.
All right. Well, on that note, McCallus, we are going to give you a break, and let's go ahead and get to our next game. And
now that McCallus is gone, I'm the only one who can say they had a #1 related to their DBNI season last year.
Absolutely.
Oh gosh.
All right, Patrick, I'm going to put you as lead for this one. We'll let our #1 from DBNI give the color. Why don't you introduce our players?
Ooh, pressure building. All right. VL 215 Vienna. I'm noticing a theme with these names already. In Austria, we have Spiro Stovas, the organizer of 2026 World DipCon. Very exciting. He's pretty new to the hobby, but has already racked up a lot of experience. I think he'll do well here. Darcy Morris in England. We already saw him play in round 1. Interested to see if he's still awake after all this. In France, we have Luke Cronin, and Germany, Aurora Leckmain. I'm not familiar with either of those two, but it's always exciting to see new faces. In Italy, we have Captain Diddy, who I'm not familiar with in virtual, but am in Nexus leagues. They're regular in both the gunboat and press league scenes. They're very good. I think they actually won last season of the Nexus Press League, which is, they're a force to be reckoned with, I'd say. Cody Green in Russia, we saw him play round 1 as well, and also Jamal in Turkey. So Jamal going to be a witch once again. Will he invite the coalition this time? I'm not going to bet against him. I think that's unwise.
All right, so storyline, Patrick's going to be watching Jamal and Captain Bibby. Karthik, what are you keeping your eyes out for this game?
I'm keeping my eye out for Jamal. Where Jamal goes, I think the board will follow. Either Jamal gets ganged up on super hard and perishes, and whoever does that the most wisely will win, or Jamal will be the centralizing influence who dominates the board, and those who are in his way will suffer for it.
Awesome. Yeah, Sonny, first of all, I will explain it to you, not to a dummy. But the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational, back in lockdown, we were all just playing around with this format. We didn't know what we were doing. And myself and Brandon and a couple other folks just started tossing around the idea of, hey, we're playing these online tournaments. Wouldn't it be cool if we could get like a tournament of other tournament winners? And then we kept our ideas going. We're like, wouldn't it be cool if we could have not just like virtual games, but we could invite players from extended deadline and face-to-face and all of the different ways to play this game. And so a Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational was formed. We play for 1 year seasons. Our season starts in February traditionally. At the end of that season, the top 28 players are invited to compete. You get points as you play games. So the more points, the better you do in your various events, the higher your score. So we kind of modeled it off golf, and let's say you come in first place, you're going to get a good chunk of points. Second place will get a little bit less. Third place will get a lot less, and then it starts to taper off. So you play a couple of events, you get a couple scores. That all totals together for your DBNI score. Then we invite the top 28 players to compete in an invitational tournament. Last year, there were over 600 players that played in a qualifying event. Of those 600 players, we had 28 that competed, represented, I think, the top 3% of that group, and then the top 1%, because they play together in winner-take-all elimination format, play 7 games. The winners of those 7 games go on to the DBN Invitational Championship game, and this year that was won by Michalis Camarides. So hopefully that helps, and it's a lot of fun. I definitely recommend, if you haven't gotten the chance to go back and watch that broadcast. We've got sideline coverage, which is fantastic. Then you get a little bit of insight into the negotiations, and we've got 7 players that have, not only are they like top 1% of that season competing against each other, but they've also invested so much time and effort and energy to get there. The stakes are so high. It's unlike any other game that I've ever commented before, and I've been doing this for about 5 years. So really, really great game. Check it out, and hope that you're able to play and maybe participate if you're interested.
That game
All
is
right,
incredible.
with that, let's get to it. Spring 1901.
All right. First of all, I'd like to correct myself. Captain Bibby did not win Nexus Press League last season, but he's very highly ranked. So either way. In the West, we've got fairly standard stuff. Paris going to Burgundy is always noteworthy. Liverpool to Eddie is pretty friendly to France, but nothing super out of the ordinary. In the East, we see something very interesting from Spiros that I've only ever read about in the openings library, which is Budapest supporting Vienna to Galicia, presumably to have a very strong say over Romania. So perhaps this is an aggressive AT opening. Jamal's opening would certainly suggest that he's a bit friendly to Spiros with Armenia. Not friendly to Cody at the very least. And then Captain Bibby, standard stuff, Venice holds. Not much to say there. Let's move on to the fall. All right, in the fall, we see Darcy taking Belgium with a fleet, so doing what Jamal was anticipated to do, but did not in round 1. We also see the bounce in Sweden, supported by France. We also see the bounce in Sweden, so it looks like both players in the West really, try to get Darcy on their side here. Interesting to see who will win out on that. Jamal bounces Romania, gets into Black Sea, so Cody's already really on the back foot. No builds in 01. That's a really massive bummer for him. Spiros manages to take both Serbia and Greece, despite not occupying Serbia in spring, which is pretty darn rare, but when Turkey's committed against Russia like this, it's a pretty good time for it. And Venice goes to Trieste, but with no move to Aegean. And as Austria, that's always suspect to me. Some people tolerate it. I think Spiros is a nice guy, so he might tolerate it, but we'll see how that affects the Eastern dynamics.
Yep, this is very strongly giving AIT versus Western Triple. Very, very curious to see how this plays out. And yep, just as expected with the builds, you see the fleet in Rome, not in Naples, from the Italians, along with an army in Venice. You see the army in Constantinople. Clearly, the side is gearing up for a war against the West. You have with the Germans, you have Fleet Kiel and Army Berlin. I'd be very, very excited to see if Army goes to Prussia and Army Munich goes to Silesia, and then Denmark supports Kiel to Baltic. And then in the north, we see the double fleet builds from the English, and then the double fleets from the French. Very, very fun builds.
I think we can safely say there is no Western Triple based on those English builds, at least. So we'll see how the West goes.
I disagree that we can say that safely. And I think this is why.
Wow.
While I personally would have built an army, I can see the reasons not to. And we see the power that the West has right here. We see Norwegian going to Barents. We see Edinburgh going to Norwegian. We see Norway trying to make a play for St. Petersburg, and it basically essentially freezing the Bothnian fleet in place. If the West so chooses, they can blow up that fleet and either pin it in Finland or force it into Livonia, neither of which are great places for it to be, realistically speaking. Also would be fun and curious to see is if Kiel is convoy to Livonia. That could be a death knell for the Russians in an already precarious position. One thing I want to call note to is Galicia being supported back into Vienna. I would have assumed there's going to be a play on Ukraine or something like that. I'm assuming that Jamal expected Galicia to still stay there in order to tap Ukraine at some point, given the fact that Warsaw went back to Moscow. But we'll see, because what I did not see happening here is the convoy of the Tunisian army to Albania. Somehow Spear saw this coming. I don't know if negotiations broke down with them during the day and that's what caused it, but very, very possible. And with the French fleets coming, Captain Bibi is in a world of pain. I saw talks about an IT happening, and it's possible. I think if it does happen, Jamal will be the grand winner of the entire South.
I'm amazed that France they must have put in some really serious diplomatic legwork to completely catch Italy off guard like that. Like, he's completely invested in Austria now.
Yep, absolutely. And that's why I think, there's severe danger in doing things like this, and moving a little bit too early for a stab when you're Italy, is that now Italy is completely on the back foot. The convoy to Tuscany happens. The move to North Africa happens, which means if Lyon taps Tyrrhenian Sea, Tunis is guaranteed to fall. At least Albania gets blown up and can be rebuilt in Naples, but it's too little, too late. Just Luke Cronin, absolute brilliance. And this is why the Western Triple, much maligned, can be so much fun. When you have this level of absolute trust and do it right, it is truly magnificent to watch the pace it can move at.
I want to call out that Cody is choosing to defend himself against Turkey here rather than the Western Triple, and I think that's going to be a massive asset to them on top of what's happening in the Med.
Absolutely.
Cody is definitely a player who, if an alliance on his side of the board wrongs him early on, he will defend against them to the death instead of giving them any ground. So, not surprised to see this. All right, builds. This is standard Western Triple stuff from England and Germany. We see a fleet con from Turkey. The Med does it need a bit of reinforcing? Not really. You have the Austrian fleet there to complete the stalemate position, so maybe it's just self-defense. And meanwhile, we've got fleet Rome from Italy. No choice there. Probably going to force Tuscany here. Spring 1903. Yep, you see the Western Triple still humming along really nicely. Germany does put a fleet back next to North Sea, but honestly, that's pretty fair given that England is still in North Sea. We see more Russian cooperation with the Western Triple as Warsaw supports Ukraine into Galicia. So Austria really getting on the back foot here as Spiros now has to deal with a potential supported attack on Vienna, although he still has the tools to defend from it for now. Meanwhile, in the Med, we do see some nice tactics from Italy, blowing up that army in Tuscany, but Tunis was indefensible. So he is probably going to have to pull here. And Austria takes Trieste back as well. So perhaps Spiros and Jamal have gotten together and thinking, this explains the fleet con build as well, because maybe they're getting together and thinking we should just cut out Italy and try to hold a different line without him. All right. In the fall, it looks like Cody walks out of Moscow for the EG. Maybe he just did that because he knew it was happening or because he's just tired of the game. I certainly would be. There's nothing worse as Russia than being jumped on by 2 triples. It's just horrendous. Meanwhile, Spiros does defend Vienna, and Italy gets to keep Trieste and retreats into it as Germany forces Tyrolia. So he's not completely out of this game, but with AT supporting each other into Ionian, his time in this game is clearly rather limited. We see a nice convoy into St. Pete. So Turkey and England looks like they're going to lock each other up in the Russian area. And then we'll see if the alliance structures change after that.
Absolutely. So now we're into the builds, and we are seeing just once again more of the force of the Western Triple rolling with just dramatic, just like honestly shock and awe. There'll be a 4th French fleet coming down. It will be interesting to see if Jamal can get the fleets in position quickly enough. I don't think he can with Marseille being able to potentially make it into Piedmont. There are just too many units pressuring too many southern units, and the southern units are basically going to have to do double duty in order to make things work, and there's just simply no way for them to hold it all back. So let's go into spring. And
before we do that,
sure.
I'm gonna pause for a minute. First of all, no feeling that maybe that Brest slips into English Channel and we start.
I certainly would have liked to see a wave if I was England, but it makes sense where it's going. Like, you want a 4th fleet down there.
Yeah, I mean, Marseille was blocked, so it has to go there. And it could go to the English Channel. It could threaten Belgium potentially. It could get a free convoy into Wales, but chances are England will be getting a build. And if England is getting a build, the stab is a little harder unless you have Germany on side. If you have Germany on side, then the world is your oyster. But that is the big question. And with how well the Western Triple is rolling, I just don't see a need for the stab just yet.
I will say, I think there is a chance that Belgium could go to France by agreement this year because it's very unnatural in Western Triple for England to be even with Germany as the highest center count power, at least in a stable Western Triple. So,
right.
And of course, getting an army into Belgium could help EF stab Germany later, so that's a benefit as well.
Yep. Oh, now that I did not see coming. That is
just stab now.
Darcy. Darcy takes the free convoy into Holland instead. We were talking about the potential for England to be stabbed by France. No siree. England stabs Germany here with lethal efficiency. With the help of the Turks and some very, very good diplomacy by Jamal. Jamal is able to basically reroute his Sebastopol army to Constantinople, move Austria up against the line against the England position in Warsaw, while also being embroiled against the Germans. And then we have the fleets dropping down so that Sweden will be guaranteed, actually, because Baltic drops into Berlin. Wow, that is shocking. So this solves the entire problem that we were talking about there being a potential freeze in the French versus IT war. There is no freeze now. The EF has so much room to move. I'm curious to see what Now and Mao do for the rest of the game if they just run into each other and bulls butting horns. I think that'd be a good use of their time, actually.
I gotta say, Norwegian to Now is the one move that seems out of place in the English move set here. It suggests that maybe France, he wasn't sure if France was on board for this, and none of the French moves are explicitly anti-German. Paris to Burgundy could have been, hey, Luke, you can have Belgium and just come take it. So we'll see how that unfolds in the fall.
David Hood's not here, so I'm going to put my old man hat on, and I'm going to agree with McCallus here. Germany, stop agreeing to Western triples. Come on, this is ridiculous. What we are seeing is a Western triple. If you are Germany and you don't like this result, don't play Western triple. Every once in a while, it can happen. Any power can choose to restrain. Any power can work with anyone else, but this is the natural outcome of a Western triple. It's really just an EF in disguise. Stop it.
Right. And that's why as Germany, you need to negotiate your way into Belgium, and you need to be ahead of both the English and the French materially, so that if both try to stab you, you can actually put up a decent defense for a while you wait for your Eastern, once enemies now allies, to respond to EF. And yeah, we see the danger of not doing so now. Jamal did a perfect job here, basically putting Germany and Austria in a position where they're almost certainly going to work together to disentangle and punish what would otherwise be a runaway England. This gives Turkey the chance to move their units such that Ukraine is now in Galicia, Romania is surrounded. There's a convoy into Naples. Like everything that Jamal needs to eventually put the screws to Austria. Not saying that he's going to do so right now, but he can do so basically whenever he wants to. And Austria has good reason to just take this because they can't really say anything about it. Yeah, so I mean, it's a beautiful position for them, and also because France and Italy are locked up like this for so long, there's no reason why the convoy to Naples won't happen either. Jamal just has absolute control of the entire board right now, and yeah, that's why I was basically called out at the beginning of the game. Jamal will either run this game or be destroyed from the outset, but this game will run through Jamal no matter what happens.
Given his diplomatic gifts, like that Turkish army in Galicia is obviously arranged, but even so, I, as Austria, am terrified by the prospect of Turkish armies in Galicia and Romania, even if I'm building. So I really hope, for Spiros' sake, he makes sure that army leaves ASAP. Otherwise, we're going to see a massive Jamal top. We could either way, but still. Sorry, could we go back to adjustments? I blanked out there for a second. Never mind. These are nothing to say here. Let's go. Spring 1905. We see some more German-Austrian cooperation here, but really to no avail around Livonia. Galicia does leave, so that is amazing news for Spiros, and I think it shows that Jamal is still committed to this alliance right now. Instead, Jamal convoys an army to Apulia, so it looks like he's going to be fighting against France for control of the boot. And given that Italy is actively using units to disrupt the West right now, it seems like Captain Bibi's okay with that, so it's just going to be an FT battle over those centers, which I find very interesting. I wonder if Austria will get into that action by taking Venice. I hope he does. Meanwhile, in the West, usual England stab Germany stuff. Sweden falls. He's in Helgoland. He walks into Kiel, although Germany doesn't really offer any resistance, which is interesting. And now he has a free walk into Paris by going to Burgundy, seemingly arranged with Italy. Like, I'm not sure. Maybe Italy made a deal with Germany and said, hey, can I survive in Munich and I'll help you get Paris? Like, it's a little weird, but it does work out for both of them if that's what they meant. So I'm not sure.
Paris is guaranteed now.
Yeah.
Or
In the fall, we see that because France is now making, first of all, because we see France is now making progress in the Med without that North African fleet, he can make NAO do something instead of trusting it to hold. So that's very nice. But English Channel alert. So I think Darcy's deciding that Luke is already next on the chopping block. Although the current specimen on the chopping block isn't quite dead, because as we see, Aurora gets into Belgium, Aurora retakes Sweden, and Aurora still on 3 centers, I believe. So they'll be able to keep the army in Belgium and both fleets, which is incredibly annoying for Darcy. And I think he might have picked this fight with France a little too early, if that's his intent. Meanwhile, in the Med, we see Turkey take Rome over French objections. Lyon tries to support hold Rome. That's a common. I feel like that's a common adjacency thing that people mistake. Like Lyon could be adjacent to Rome to someone who's playing their first game. So maybe Luke's new enough to do that. But at the same time, it's really unfortunate that they deal with that, especially now that Turkey's in Tyrrhenian Sea. So holding on to Naples is basically impossible.
Patrick, I've played for over 30 years and I still make that mistake sometimes.
My big Achilles heel, I believe, is Piedmont to Tyrolia being next to each other, which is weird because you send units between those all the time.
Yep. And now I just want to call attention to one thing. I disagree with you, Patrick. I think the stab on France was perfectly timed. I think that if you're Darcy, your only hope is a race. Jamal is getting every single center in the South. That should just be an assumption because Jamal did the really smart thing that I think very few people do. Jamal has a large number of armies for Turkey at this stage of the game, right? Naturally, most Turkeys would choose to go after Austria here because that's what your units are built to do. But Jamal wisely saw that there was a massive hole in the Italian defense that you would normally need a bunch of fleets to go after and chose instead, let me convoy my armies into Italy to deal with this. Get as many centers as I can from this. And when the time comes, Jamal already has the armies necessary to take down Austria. That stab will be easy for him. He doesn't need to justify to Austria why these armies are getting built. He could build all fleets for the rest of the game, keep his Austrian ally happy, move Austria all the way out of position as they are right now, and the stab will be ready to be done because Jamal had the foresight to choose the right target to stab first and have the units to stab the other one later without having to tip his hand at any point. So
Okay. About England, I would agree with you if Burgundy went to Paris and France wasn't building. That's the only hiccup.
Yes.
So maybe Aurora told Darcy that she was doing that and then snookered him.
Right.
That's possible.
So this is an interesting game state. We will play Who Do You Like after this, but just an observation. It's been interesting going through like commenting game after game after game. It's caused me to think of the game a little bit differently. And one of the things that I've started to pay attention to, and it's partially just because we're staring at this digital screen, and when you're playing face to face, you don't notice it as much. But it's the directionality of the arrows. And in general, if you are a growing power and you've got people, all the other arrows are moving in a direction away from you, that is a very, very telling and positive situation to be in. So in this particular board, just as an example, you've got this directionality in force going this direction. I feel like a weather person right now. But in this side of the board, everything is going in the opposite direction, which is going to create space. And this is what you were talking about, Karthik. That space, David says this all the time, it will be filled, and whose units will be in position to do that? It will be Jamal, most likely, unless something changes. But I say all of that to say, let's say that you're Jamal or you're any power that's not necessarily directly adjacent to your neighbor. Yes, you do need to worry about moving your neighbor that way. But the real power comes if you can get these people in the opposite theaters, just little hints, questions, seeds of doubt, anything you can do to move their directionality in the opposite direction, that's what's going to create that space that you need for later on in the game, because diplomacy is also a game of momentum. Once you start moving in a direction, it's very difficult and slow to turn around.
Right. And for as you said, like, if you're England, if you're Turkey, you want England to be keeping Austria busy in Germany, keeping Italy, all the units that are not going to be dealing with you in Italy busy. So you can basically accomplish all your goals. And if you can do that well, as world champion Jamal Bukhali can, you're going to be bearing the fruits of it later in the game. Absolutely.
All right. With all that rambling aside, and I'm the one who's saying, hey, guys, we need to speed up. Then let's play a quick game of Who Do You Like? Karthik, we'll go to you first.
Sure. I have to take the obvious tricky here. The position is just so strong that Jamal can, as I mentioned earlier, take all of Italy for free because of the Anglo-French War. They will have the units they need to stab Austria in the future from like 3 different angles, from the west coming from Venice, from the east/north coming from Galicia, and then from the south/east coming from Bulgaria when those units eventually get built. And there's only when the stab first happens, it'll be from Venice and from Galicia coming in and pincering there. And there will be no need to tip the hand when that happens. Then you have the built in Constantinople coming through, getting convoyed into Romania. Building Ankara, getting convoyed to Romania, building Constantinople, walking into Bulgaria, Aegean walking into Greece. Like, Austria will, by necessity, need to send all their units to the line, and they'll have a gaping hole in their backside just waiting to be taken advantage of by the Turks. And had England kept Sweden here, which they could have with Denmark supports Sweden, maybe Darcy keeps up in the race, but with that mistake, I just cannot see them keeping up.
I will say, Karthik, now that you mentioned the importance of convoy routes with all of Jamal's fleets to get into the Austrian centers quickly, it makes me think that the fact that Black and Aegean are both empty right now, it's a really big signal that either Jamal really isn't stabbing, at least not right now, or he really doesn't want Spiros to think that he's thinking about a stab.
Right.
Yes.
Like, if I'm Spiros, I'm negotiating that fleet movement 100 times out of 100.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, Patrick, if not Jamal, who do you like?
I mean, this is a witch's night so far. I think the other obvious choice for a contender is Darcy still. As much as I disagree with how he's prosecuted this war in the West this year, he is still in an advantage position that Germany is almost dead, so it's only a matter of time before they collapse. And France, as much as I complained about the stab, England's not going to lose dots to France anytime soon. They're just going to be slowed down by certain decisions they made. But they're still going to get those dots. And I still think, especially if Spiros gets wise to the threat by Jamal, then there is a world where Darcy can outrace, especially with the head start he's got by 2 dots. You know, Sweden is his, Belgium is his, Brest is his, Berlin's his, and that might be enough.
Yeah, will this be another game where, like Jason, we talk about the lesser powers for the whole game, and then the person who's on top is the one who pulls it out at the end? As we go into 1905, take a quick look at those adjustments. And Karthik, why don't you lead us into 06?
Perfect. And in 06, we have the convoy into Picardy. We have the fleet moving back from North Atlantic to Norwegian. And it seems that the stab of France is off for now. I think they've decided that they need the French fleets there to deal with Turkey. Not a horrible decision. But if I have to say, I think it may be a little too little, a little too late. And at that point, you may as well kind of go for the dots. But Germany is working very, very effectively to punish the English for their stab now at this point. Sweden obviously does finally fall back to the English, but by the same token, there's able to use Munich to dislodge Kiel. Tyrolia follows up behind to take Munich. Silesia takes Berlin from behind, meaning that Berlin, Kiel, and Munich will be locked out for the foreseeable future. And the only thing they're going to be getting back from it is Belgium, which is kind of a big loss. By the same token, Jamal takes Moscow. And once Spiros hands over Sevastopol to Moscow, Spiros both needs to be very, very fearful and wary, but also at the same time has little capacity to do anything about it. So it's a very, very precarious position. They are going to be building 2, though. So if Jamal is too confident, Jamal could also get punished for the decision as well. I don't see that happening personally, but it could happen.
I think this EF detente completely upends our predictions from winter, because seeing that the French fleets are still going to be committed to the Med now instead of defending their homeland, clearly they've worked something out, and clearly that's going to upset things once again in England's favor. Chris Kelly pointing out the convoy to Picardy, just there to help. Yeah, I think so. I think it's just going to take Belgium. Brest is whenever he wants it, so why take it now?
100%.
And I'm going to, again, not follow my advice, not bite my tongue. What I love right now about this relationship between Austria and Turkey, it's my favorite thing in all alliance play. A lot of people are like, it's boring when a couple people just decide, hey, we're going to work together. I disagree. In one condition, is that there should be some kind of reward for somebody actually choosing to make that choice, because what happens is you build tension. Like, this is a situation where there is so much opportunity, so much potential if they stick together, but there's this constant pressure, this constant tension that's building and building, and the bigger you get, the higher the stakes, the more that tension builds. And I cannot wait to see what decisions Spiros makes right
Absolutely.
now.
And
I handling it really well so far.
Yeah, I think a lot of people talk about the tension and the dynamics and the back and forth nature of balance of power as being so interesting. It is very interesting. Don't get me wrong. But to me, the most interesting is when you have a high stakes match where you have 2 loyal alliance partners going at it all the way. And the question is, do they stab? Do they stick together? The amount of tension and time that you see this relationship going for makes the final decision of whether they stab or not just so interesting to watch. So I love seeing a good alliance game happen.
And I think we might see that decision right now, Karthik, because Jamal could go +3 here. Moscow, Warsaw, Greece, if he wants it, on top of Naples. So will he take it? Because that means Spiros doesn't build at all. Otherwise, he builds 2 or 3 with Venice. So we'll see.
So, Karthik, you're saying romantic comedies had it all along.
Absolutely.
Will they?
2000s romantic comedies were one of America's best movie genres, and I will die on that hill.
All right.
And oh wow, Berlin just walks out. I did not see that one coming.
And Turkey gets Venice.
But the Italians lose Venice, and they are left basically alone in Kiel now. That is their only center, and it's a rough position to be in. So Yeah, I think those are the main highlights because otherwise it's just repositioning with the take of Belgium, the fleet take coming into Norway to solidify that position, and turning in sea following to the French, but not before they get into Tuscany. They take Naples, take Rome, take Tuscany, and I think they're now at a point where if Austria and Turkey stay together and they resolve the army in Tyrrhenian Sea, there's very, very little that AT can do. Sorry, very little that France can do against the AT.
This is an insane diplomatic turn for Jamal. The fact that he's +3 while Spiros is +1, and he's already a dot ahead, and Venice should be Austria in an AT the vast majority of the time. Like, I don't know what he's pulled here, but it's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
The game, Carthage, your prediction is spot on.
Yeah.
And he waves one in classic Australian fashion. Fleet conflict, Smyrna. Okay, so Jamal's still signaling that, nope, I'm not stabbing. I'm way ahead of my ally anyway, and he seems fine with that, so why stab?
Yep.
Right? That makes sense. Army Vienna from Spiros, so still very friendly there. And Tyrolia comes off from Italy. Italian Kiel is such a fun dot. I love it. Let's go to spring.
And the tension grows again.
Yep. Spring 1907. Jamal brutally stabs by taking Greece from Ukraine. I'm just heartbroken for Spiros. In actual terms, the AI cooperation still continues as Austria gets the support into Holland. Sadly, doesn't quite work, but fun to see anyway. English Channel to Mid-Atlantic is an interesting move because actually Luke kind of does need that help to hold the line in the Med if Jamal is putting a fourth fleet on Tyrrhenian. So he has that excuse to open up France's dots even more. You know, Darcy's still in this because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, the German fleet still being somewhat ineffective, and there's a positioning turn. I'm spending too much time on it. Let's move along. All right, in the fall, still fairly static up north. A lot of holding, a lot of support holding. No stab still from Jamal for Greece or Warsaw or anything like that. Turkey does get into Piedmont. That is a very fun unit to have. And he is lining up 4 fleets on Tyrrhenian now. And England takes Spain instead of going to Western Med to defend Tyrrhenian Sea. Okay. So that's either, I think, a miscalculation on Darcy's part or some kind of deal with Jamal. Because otherwise, like, you don't want Turkey to bust through and potentially get Tunis here. That is quite bad. And I think it is a stab based on the French armies moving back. Clearly, he got some kind of tip-off about this. Maybe from Jamal. Who knows? Jamal's a tricky guy. Meanwhile, Italy offers another ineffective support. I got to be honest, as much as I love Italian Kiel, I'm not sure why Austria hasn't cannibalized that dot yet. Like, he does need it to stay somewhat even. But kudos to Captain Bibby for convincing people that he's worth keeping around.
The reason behind that is, I think, one, it gives the Germans something to do. It basically makes it so that Sweden has to support Denmark to hold, and in doing so, keeps the Germans alive. It also pins those 2 units in place, which means that England can't go fully onto France, which ensures that Turkey will win the race against France, which is good for Spiros, because if Turkey is going to beat England without needing to stab Austria, then Jamal probably doesn't stab Austria. And we have a great alliance play dynamic. I think a lot is being done to ensure that everyone in the alliance gets what they want. Jamal gets the top that they want, and Spiros gets a really, really good result they can be happy with.
I should say that Jamal has said in the chat that Spain was agreed between England and France, and I just don't get that. I just don't.
Then why did Burgundy leave? Because now you let Austria in, and it
Austrian
can
Burgundy,
things and causing chaos, and not great.
Another wave from Jamal too.
As Jamal says, who am I to argue against it? Very fair.
All right, y'all talk through this. I've got a phone call I'm going to take. I'll be right back.
Sure. Your turn, Patrick.
I think you're doing the even years, aren't you?
Oh, yes, I am doing the even years. Correct. Sorry, I was talking for so long, I got tired of hearing my own voice. Spain goes to Portugal. Picardy goes to Brest. France is getting completely dismembered now. Even if it was agreed on earlier, the decision to let Burgundy fall basically means that France is no longer worth much more than a dot farm. And you have to just race Austria and Turkey to get as much of it as you can, and then solidify your position. Turkey and Austria have the friendship run to Greece, where, once again, site of Worlds in 2026. Highly encourage all that can make it to make it. And therefore, we will be having this very, very powerful AT continue to roll without much opposition.
Yeah. Now I remember most of Jamal's joke orders in virtual games recently have been moves to Greece. Specifically, they advertise that. So very fun to see with Spiros as his ally. I also want to say this Austrian army in Burgundy is such a lifesaver for Spiros because getting into Marseille like this in a way that Jamal cannot easily kick him out of in the fall it's so good for stabilizing his position, getting him that much needed build.
Yep.
Do we have a way to move it forward with that, Brian?
No, we don't. So we can just talk about whatever we want to right now.
Yeah, let's do some gabbing.
Exactly.
Karthik, what's your favorite place to randomly move to as a joke order while we're on the topic?
I've normally gone to Albania. I don't know why, but I think let's talk about Greece a little bit, as Jamal did tell us to.
Oh yeah.
WDC is always a great tournament. San Francisco is the one that's coming up most recently. And for anyone that can make it, once again, you should make it. Oh, we have all orders now coming back.
Welcome back, Brian.
All right, I agree, though. If you can make it, do it. Also, while we're on that topic, I will plug, we've got the DipCon, North American DipCon in Chicago this year. So that's in October, I think, and I'll double check that. But yeah, definitely come. I will be one of the organizers for that, and hope we get a good crowd there. So, all right, let's get in the fall.
I was going to say one more thing before we go. Like, local hobbies are definitely the lifeblood of how everything diplomacy functions, but DipCons and then Worlds are the celebrations of the hobby. And if you can make those, they're a truly special thing. So please do so.
Yeah,
let's get into it.
Great call out, Karthik.
Okay, fall 1908. So we now see that France does come back, is able to kick the English out of Brest, but not able to do anything more than that, really. They're going to be losing 1, 2, 3 centers. They'll be left on 2. They'll just have Paris and Brest. So it's just a matter of time before those fall as well. Germany does finally, unfortunately, fall. Aurora, it was a pleasure watching your game here. Fantastically done to hold on as long as you did, given the immense pressure you were under. I suspect Italy will soon be meeting a similar fate as Austria and Turkey just basically solidify and cement their gains.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, with France fully committed now to punishing Darcy, like, I gotta think this game probably draws now. I don't think there's any way for Darcy to outrace Jamal from this position. It's a checkmate. Oh, they're still at 11 each. Never mind. So he needs one more. But we see the double armies from Jamal. Ooh, okay. Is he finally dropping the hammer? Let's go. No, he's self-bouncing in Greece. Classic Jamal. Classic Jamal. But yeah, as I said, the Turkish fleets have gotten close enough to Iberia to properly contest it and take it from England with French support. Marseille has a nice little purpose there to let West bounce Mao rather than supporting into Spain. So a really nice tactical efficiency still from the AT. Austria gets back into Burgundy. Let's heck and go. And do we have to do that for time? All right.
No, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So it looks like with that army in Burgundy, they will now be able to properly threaten the lowlands with Italian help. So maybe Captain BB isn't as screwed as we think. But at the same time, Darcy expected that and moved his fleets to Helgoland and North Sea. So he does have defensive options still. And he also sneaks into both Brest and Paris, which is interesting. That looks like a coordinated walkout from Luke, actually. So I wonder if he's just done with the game and wants nothing more to do with this mess.
Yep.
In the fall, we see a massive bounce in the Atlantic Ocean. Always fun to see those big support arrows. Yeah, it looks like, what do those armies in France do? It looks like England and France support France to Burgundy to pip the Austrian army. Okay, yeah, so it is France using his last gas to help his former ally Darcy. So that's a nice healing of wounds right at the end. We also see Khan to Bulgaria, Smyrna to Khan. So once again, maybe Jamal's just doing it to force a draw. He likes doing these aggressive moves to make sure that the game draws when he wants it to. But we shall see. And no less than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units bounce in Greece. So that is amazing. Go to World.
As if the draw does come now, Jamal will have 120 points. Oh, sorry.
They're still tied.
Still
Darcy,
tied. Wow.
Darcy picked up Brest and Paris.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, we keep on keeping on. This is great.
He's gonna go right down to time. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll pause. We've got this 12-12, witches on either side. Who's got the advantage? Who tops this thing?
Oh, Turkey. So long as we get orders, Turkey does. Best case scenario for Darcy, we tie right now. The game ends. But if 1910 begins, Jamal will have access to, if he wants to force it, Warsaw, Serbia, Greece, and not Portugal, but Marseille.
Yeah. Darcy. Go ahead. Sorry.
4. That's 4 centers that guaranteed. Austria, if they're like, oh, Turkey attacking me, I don't care about Italy anymore, they can get Kiel, and that's about it.
Yeah, it's worth noting that it's actually 4-on-3 in mid. Oh, sorry, it's not 4-on-3 in Mid-Atlantic. I missed that up. But yeah, Jamal Spiros, based on how he's played this alliance so far, Jamal only needs to ask Spiros to consent to 1 dot, probably Greece, to secure the sole top. And I think that probably happens if he pushes for it. Darcy's growth is completely tied down by these Austrian units and Turkish fleets. But I will say, Jamal, he's a guy who passes up solos, but he could absolutely get them. Like, he is not always after the absolute best results. Sometimes he just does something else to preserve his relationship with somebody. And I can totally see that happen too. Like, we've been thinking from our cold, unsympathetic, minds. But at the end of the day, diplomacy is mostly about relationships. And if he thinks his relationship with Darcy is significantly improved by drawing now, he'll draw now.
All right, let's see.
And there we go.
Marseille.
Yep.
And Serbia.
So Marseille gets taken. Serbia gets taken. Greece is guaranteed. And yeah, no, it's a brutal place to be if you're Spiros, but also such is life, I guess. Let's go see the fall.
All right, I think
Does Warsaw get taken?
What's the over under? How many dots is Jamal going to walk out of here?
Over under is set at 3.5.
He'll walk out of 3.5.
No. Oh no. I'm not saying walk out. How many he'll leave with at the end of the year?
Okay.
Oh.
So Patrick, your argument is he's just going to take what he absolutely the minimum that he needs, and he's going to walk out of the rest.
I think that's the most Jamal outcome. Yes.
All
See,
right.
I don't think so. I think Spiros has reason to accept it. I think Jamal has reason to go for it. Like, what is 4 points to Spiros here? Whereas each one is 10 points each to Jamal. May as well get as many centers as you can right here.
My big predictions: Captain Bibby survives this game in Kiel.
I agree. Well done. Nice job, Italy, surviving in Kiel.
Serbia walks out. Classic Jamal. I love to see it.
Told you
I
walk
did
out
not
one.
think it was going to happen. I thought Jamal had good reason to take the dots, get the points, but not just 13. It's enough.
All right.
This is how Jamal Blakarli plays. It's a party, and you're invited.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Okay, awesome. This is a great game. This is so much fun. Patrick, your lead on this one, so go to you first. What's your takeaway for this game?
It's a good question. I think it's easy to think of these boards as a race to the board top, right? You want to grow as quickly as possible. You want to get out ahead. You want to, especially when you're in a corner position like England, where that's hard to punish. But I think Darcy's quick pivot from Germany onto France here, picking the wrong times to try and go after those dots, are really what sunk him. Especially the second turn from France, like that was really what sealed his fate. The fact that he took Spain at the time that he did, and I think that shows that again, long-term alliances are pretty good, even if you have to give up some dots in the short term to make them work, right? This is not necessarily a race as much as it is you convincing the rest of the board that you should top. And Jamal's play here with Spiros is very charitable play. Did a lot more to help convince Spiros that he should top than Darcy's more forceful approach did. And I'm not saying that's bad from Darcy. I think he played this board very well. He still got a very good result. But if you want to go from Darcy's very solid level to Jamal's world champion level, you got to think, when do I keep this alliance in my position of power and when do I stop?
Mm-hmm. Very, very true. And I think that's a very, very good thought, strategic insight wise. But I also think that large parts of this game really collapse down due to tactics. If we go back to around when Berlin, Munich, and Kiel were all lost, those were avoidable losses. And if England is able to keep those behind the line, Austria never breaks in. Turkey never really gets into Marseille, Spain proper. And I think that mistake tactically is what really cost Darcy the game. And it was just an unfortunate mistake. I know Darcy knows how to write those orders, but sometimes those unfortunate mistakes, one, can cost you the game.
Oh, once again, the beauty of the game, it is multifaceted. And as David Hood always says, the game is tactics, not diplomacy. Or, no,
That's a jab, Brian.
that's Karthik. All right. Great game. Thank you. And we are going to bring McCallus onto the stage. McCallus, welcome.
Hello again.
And coming out, not on mute, like a true professional. And
I know what I'm doing.
What's your takeaway from that game?
Yeah, it was a really nice game where I think Jamal managed the alliance really well, and I wasn't too surprised that Spiros was happy to give him the top at the end. I think that's sort of the way Spiros plays as well. So I think both of them will be pretty satisfied with that game. And yeah, Darcy just couple turns that could have gone a bit better. Might have been able to win the race, but the way that the takedown on France was managed, it invited too much AT pressure to come through.
All right. Well, with that, we are going to transition now over to something I'm really excited about. We're going to watch some Speedboat. Patrick, I'm going to have you kind of explain this. But before we do that, one of the reasons that we're covering this is because the Nexus leagues and just Nexus has undergone kind of a renaissance of late. For those that may be joining us more recently in the hobby, back in the lockdown era, is what I'll call it, Nexus was one of the largest hubs for diplomacy play. It was one of the first groups to kind of start bringing together players from multiple sites. So it brought in communities from WebDip and PlayDip and Backstabber and Conspiracy, and just instead of saying, hey, we're going to play with our preferred platforms, it found a way to bring people together. And it built very large, and as many diplomacy hobbies do, once it reached a certain size, kind of fragmented. And it's been active. We've been covering it ever since. We had, I think it was like 160 players in Nexus Leagues last year. So it's not like it's been struggling or anything, but it is undergoing a renaissance. So Keith Worsel as one of the big leaders behind it right now. Keith is a dear friend of the show, member of the Diplomats YouTube channel, along with Ed Sullivan. Give them a plug and shout out if you want to get some really good insight into especially press diplomacy is kind of the niche they've found, because we don't do that quite as much on DBN, not as much as I'd like at least. But yeah, check out the Diplomats, and let's hear from Ed and Keith right now.
All right, we got Keith Worstel here. We are the Diplomats, but look, they got us on a real show now. We're on DBN. We've got production value. We've hit the big time. But you, my friend, have re-hit the big time because you have essentially reinvigorated, resuscitated, some other R word. You brought back Nexus from its near death. What's going on with the Nexus Discord server?
At the moment, I've taken over the primary server. I was in charge of the auxiliary servers for a while, and they were doing fine. But right now we're in the process of remerging the servers. So it's been a lot of work, but it's going pretty well.
Okay, so it used to there was a schism. There's no longer a schism. It's all going to the primary. But tell people what Nexus is and how they can reach it and what its purpose is in the diplomacy community.
The purpose of Nexus was to unite the diplomacy community. We do that by doing cross-platform tournaments. That's how it started. Not a lot of platforms left anymore, so we still do our tournament. But after that, to engage people, we ended up doing more league activity. That way, there's always something to do. So we do Gunboat, we have Press League, we have Speedboat, and then we have some variant tournaments as well.
All right. One thing I like about Nexus is you can always get a game going, and if you want a diplomacy fix right away, I think you know this. DBN tonight is featuring the Speedboat League. This thing has taken off. I mean, yesterday there were 8 games of Speedboat. They are
2 games at once.
continuous. It's unbelievable the amount of people. If people want to go out there and play what's called Speedboat, first of all, explain what Speedboat is. And then
Speedboat is
explain
a
kind of how it works.
5 minute deadline gunboat game. 2.5 minute for adjustments and retreats. Game usually lasts an hour to 2 hours. So it just depends on how long they're taking. But they're very fast gunboat games. It's very good if you're a face-to-face player and you just want to refine your tactics and be able to read a board immediately. But they're very fun, and it gets you your fix right away. Our games are going nonstop. They go out through the night because the Australian players are playing. So anytime you can almost get a game.
It's sort of crazy, but the thing I love about it is there's so many new players. This sort of reminds me of Nexus in 2020, 2019. You have attracted a ton of new players. You see a ton of new things. People are working out their game, and even though there is a league where I think scores are getting countered, it's pretty low stress. People get eliminated all the time. Jordan Connors is soloing all the time.
He's getting eliminated too. So you have really big names, and it goes back and forth. So
Someone is a doorbell.
Well, you're not going to get that doorbell, Keith.
Nope.
What you're gonna do is talk to us. I mean, you're also. I mean, sorry. Talk to us about like the main event. Nexus is famous for its main event.
Mm-hmm.
I say that as a season 2 finalist and 7 winner.
So
you got season 9 off the ground. I didn't even know season 9 started, but tell us what's going on with the main event.
Yeah, season 9 was advertised in the briefing and on DBNI or DBN. But yeah, it's a preliminary round, and then you get seeding based on your rank, and then after that you go into a semifinals and then a finals. But right now we're going into the semifinal round, and hopefully we'll be covering that soon. But Nexus kind of started the launch back with the Cold War tournament, and then after that soft launch and we got more people active, then we started the press tournament. Once the press tournament invigorated more people, we became discoverable on Discord again, and that's the reason I think we decided to merge, because we could attract a larger community. Speedboat had already been getting a few games on the Nexus leagues, but once it came over to the original server, it's just taken off. It's been great.
Okay, and I know that you are a lover of diplomacy variants. You talked about Cold War. I know Nexus used to throw a France versus Austria variant. Talk to us about what Nexus is doing variants. I hate variants, but I know that I'm in the minority of that. People love them, like you. So what are you doing for those people who love variants?
I had my own separate server for Nexus variants. It has my guide. I believe that guide is good to learn the original game too, to understand the mathematics and the design philosophy and how openings work and why they work. But you can use all those principles to make good variants. So I have a whole guide of how to make variants, and there's a section on, asking for help and posting it and looking for players. In addition to that, there is the 1v1s where it's Cold War and France versus Austria as well. So there's tons for variant players as well.
All right. So thank you for, you were out in the wilderness like Churchill for a bit. We had some issues with the server, but you're back. Superstition is back. Nexus is back. Just tell everybody, I should have probably led with this, if they want to find Nexus on Discord for dinosaurs like myself. I don't even know how I found it, but how does one find it? We'll post an invite link in the show notes, but tell us if that's expired.
There's invite links everywhere on all the major diplomacy servers, and they'll probably be linked on this one too. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Keith, for doing this, and I look forward to eliminating you in another Speedboat game soon.
Another. Good luck. I haven't been eliminated yet.
All right, Nexus, truly one of the assets to this hobby. Really, really glad to see that it's growing again. Glad to see it. Keith's a great person, and really happy to see his leadership and all the volunteers involved with bringing that together. And man, 8 games of diplomacy being played at the same time, that is fantastic. So, all right, let's get to it. I believe that Karthik, we're going to give you a break.
Yep.
Thank you. And let's pull up our first games. Patrick, you have played some of these. Why don't you tell us what it's like as a player?
Well, I've been through a lot of random extended deadline games in my time, and I encounter a lot of people in those games who say they only play about 1 or 2 press games at a time, but they play a lot of gunboat. And the reason they give for that is it just doesn't take nearly as much time as press. And you would think that, right? But speedboat being 5-minute turns is kind of the counterpoint to that. It really makes you appreciate just how valuable that 24 hours a turn can be, even in a gunboat game. It gives you so much more time to really mull over the details of the board, try and read the intentions behind a certain move, or work out every little tactical detail, do a little sandboxing if you're into that. It's really a lot of stuff that you don't notice until you miss it in terms of what that extra time enables you to do. And as a result, I think it's a lot harder to adapt to changing circumstances on the fly in a speedboat board. And I think the cream really rises to the top in the league right now, even more than it does in standard Nexus Gunboat League, which already has an excellent field.
Yeah, I mean, I've often credited the fact that when I started playing this game, I played blitz games. It's how I got into diplomacy, and I've credited that for how quickly I can read a board. It's one of my strengths as a player, one of my strengths as a commentator, and it's because I came into this. And you're reading 5-minute boards, so yeah, blitz, gunboat, not quite the same, but it's the same sort of thing. You've got to read a board really quickly so that you have the maximum amount of time possible to plan your moves for that turn. And even in a 5-minute game, that's not 5 minutes to read a board. That's 1 minute really to read a board, and then 4 minutes to make what you need to happen.
Yeah, and the last thing I'll say about this, I think it's Malcolm Gladwell's got the 10,000 hours of practice to become a master, which is, even Malcolm Gladwell will say, is not any kind of scientific fact. But the point is, you just need reps. It doesn't matter what you do, you need reps. And what better way to get yourselves in tactical situations than by playing really, really fast, quick games. So what we're going to see tonight, these games have no press, no communication, no signaling or no communication outside of any signaling that is taking place within the board. 5 minutes turns, super quick decisions. Here's our players. Patrick, why don't you lead us off?
Sure. In Austria, we've got Johnny Gillum, a really prolific virtual and face-to-face player, but I haven't really seen him do much gunboat. I will say I was in a game with him the other day. He is very good. He is still very good. In England is Ed Sullivan. He plays a bit more gunboat, but what does he know? Luke Hoban is a newer player, it looks like, in France. I haven't seen him. In Germany, some guy named Brandon Fogel. I don't think he's been Diplomat of the Year ever, so at least we can feel good about that, McCalls. Jacob HPB in Italy, I think he's a new player as well. I've seen him around a little bit on the Nexus server. Cody Green in Russia, of course, he shows up for these because he shows up to everything, and we love that. And a certain sombrero individual from Mars named David Miletsky. He has been a huge force in the Speedboat League recently. He GMs a ton of games, and he brings a lot of energy to it, as you would expect from him.
Yeah, Dave Miletsky, one of the organizers, longtime organizers in the North American hobby, runs the Carnage, or one of the people that helps bring the Carnage tournament together in Vermont each year. Famous for wearing a giant sombrero. So obviously,
guys, there's a speedboat game starting up on the Nexus server right now, and Karthik is joining it. So we got a 2-timer on this stream.
that will be entertaining.
I get it, Karthik. I get it, but
we know the quality of his commentary will not decrease. So, okay, start us out, Patrick.
All right, Spring 1901. London to English Channel. It's of course very notable in any press game, but in Gunboat, it's arguably the standard opening. I would say right now, especially in the current Gunboat meta, we're seeing it be a bit more in right now. France goes to Burgundy, presumably as a defensive move, though, if it's unsupported. And the East is just super standard. Nothing really to see. Bounces English and Black Sea. All right. In the fall, we see Spain hoping that England will take Belgium instead, which of course it happens sometimes. And he tries to snipe Munich, but Germany bounces Munich and England walks into Brest. So not a great turn for Luke right off the bat. Ed, on the other hand, is grinning ear to ear seeing that bounce in Sweden, which means Norway will not be under threat all that much. So great turn for Ed. Looks like we'll see an EG. Of course, EGs are always quite popular in Gunboat because of the defensive advantages of France that make it so threatening. Again, the East looks a bit more boring. I gotta be honest about that. Warsaw does get into Galicia this time. Johnny decided he's a little more suspicious of Jacob than he is of Cody, which in this case is sadly incorrect. And Cody does not secure Sweden, but he at least secures Romania at the cost of Black Sea, so that's something.
This is the third game we've seen tonight, I believe, that we've seen a bounce in Sweden in 1901. It's been a long time since we've seen that as a common move. Like, Russia getting Sweden has been the default position in the meta for quite a prolonged period, even in Gunboat games that I've seen. So this is turning into a reason why Russia used to be a hated country to play in Gunboat, because if Sweden is always getting bounced, Russia is a miserable experience, and it can very, very quickly turn into a very, very difficult game for them.
I will say we've been talking about letting Russia into Sweden recently as a more common thing than usual on Nexus Gunboat League, but it's still less than 50% of the time, I'd argue. It's quite a yeah, it's quite different from normal games.
So while I bring up Karthik's advertisement for going to play this game right
Ban
now,
him, self-promotion.
yes, I will ask Patrick. You've mentioned twice now the Gunboat meta. How does that differ? No, you don't need to go into details, but just it's not the same game from a meta standpoint as a face-to-face meta. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it really isn't. I would say generally, RT is a lot more common and desirable as an alliance because for all of its faults that McCallus loves to bang on about in normal games, it is a very easy to set up alliance with very clear tactical lines that can be very solid to pull off. And on top of that, sometimes Turkey, to avoid getting crushed because AIs are so common as well, they do often need you to move that fleet straight out. So they'll give Russia the Black Sea a fair bit of the time. And of course, there's a lot of anti-France play, as you've seen here. France, of course, everyone knows is the best country, but in Gunboat, I think that's accounted for a bit more just inherently because without communication in Gunboat, it's harder to break down France in the precise way that you want. So you really want to be aggressive and get the jump on them from the start. So you'll see that a lot.
What this sounds like to me is that I need to stop pontificating on the benefits of ITs in Gunboat games now.
They've been getting more popular.
McCallus, so I think we could say while this we're talking about the virtues of playing Gunboat for getting in reps and things like that, that's going to be more about just tactical situations. You wouldn't necessarily carry the strategies direct from one to the other. Is that your experience?
I mean, Gunboat has strategies. They're not necessarily the same strategies as Impress, but they are still... there are still things you can do. There are things you can try out. That's the other benefit of these like shorthand games. You're not investing months into a game. You can try something different and see how it works. And that's something I used to do a lot when I played Blitz games. And you can still do it in Speedboat as well.
Yep. And Cody Green being a little optimistic there. I too would have loved that build if I were in that situation. We'll just push on through spring 1902.
All right, spring 1902, what we see is Austria forcing Galicia from Budapest, which is quite nice. Some pretty standard-looking AI moves, but here, this is where Gunboat shows that it's Gunboat, as both of them are supporting each other into things which aren't taken. It's always the pitfalls of a Gunboat game where you don't know what your allies can do, even when you're trying to work with them. Meanwhile, the West is very strong EG moves. Yeah. And it looks like Cody's going to be left alone in St. Petersburg for now, judging by Ed's move, which is quite nice for him.
Yeah. I mentioned earlier that there's a lot of anti-France playing Gunboat, of course, but this is not the norm with this level of aggression. Like, this is really EG trusting each other a lot.
Well, the outcome of, even though Ed now goes up to Norway via convoy, the outcome is that Cody's been given a sort of stay of execution to try and make something happen in the south before EG kill him. And he's got back into Galicia and has the ability to maybe do something. RT's still seemingly working together ineffectually, and AI haven't made the progress against Turkey either, though, so... Yeah, the signal that Italy has been signaling Austria to go up and attack Germany is an interesting one as well. That's the second turn in a row they've signaled that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best ways to counter a strong EG is often that kind of rush to the line, so I'm not surprised that that's what Jacob's thinking of here.
McCallus, you said signal. What do you mean by that?
So Venice is, for the second turn in a row, is supporting a move for an Austrian army to go and push on Munich, and that's Italy is signalling that they want Austria to do that whilst working with them. In spring, Austria also supported Italy to Aegean. That was a hint that that's what they wanted. Didn't actually follow through on giving the support again in autumn when Italy followed that signal, but yeah, it's what you do in gunboat games. When you can't talk to other people, your supports become your signals, your way to communicate. So you basically never just hold a unit in a gunboat game. It's always offering a support of something to try and signal somewhere what you want to happen.
Yeah, I should also note, if we can just go back to fall for 2 more seconds, you don't have to do an invalid order to send a clear signal to somebody. I think Ruhr supports Belgium is very important here for Germany because it sends this clear signal. England wasn't going to take Belgium here. I think that's pretty obvious, but it sends a clear signal from Germany saying, hey, Ed, I know you're in a good position right now. I'm on to you. Don't take my stuff. Don't do it. I'll know. Okay? Yeah.
Do you know if these games are anonymous?
They are partially anonymous. You see the player list, but you don't see the power assignments.
Got it.
So Ed knew Brandon was in this game, but he did not know that Brandon was Germany.
Got it.
We see a wave build from Germany, which can only be a mistake, honestly. I think that just running out of time or not realizing that you had a second build, like there's no reason to not put another army down in Munich here, unless you're planning to stab England soon. But like if there's even the slightest threat of a rush to the line, you don't stab England. So we'll see how that unfolds in the spring.
Maybe you think that if you're putting Army Munich down, you force Austria to bring more armies that way, though. Like there are reasons why you might want to do this. Berlin can easily still cover it.
He can't get anything from it anyway. So
yeah,
we'll see. Actually, Russia's not hostile. Russia's moving Galicia to Silesia. I should know another thing from Follow 2 that was a clear signal was Galicia to Bohemia from Austria. That was a peace offering to Russia saying, hey, let's go for Germany. And Russia's taken it. So as it turns out, Germany will regret that wave. Shocker. It's almost like waving as Central Powers is very difficult and situational. We also see Russia tapping Black Sea here. So maybe not necessarily stabbing Turkey. This isn't really hostile. It's not going to take a dot. But it is slowing Turkey down, so Austria has the room to maneuver towards Germany in the way that the board needs right now. We also see Venice to Tyrolia as well, so Munich could fall here if they can agree on who supports who into Munich, which is a big question mark, I think. Logically, probably Italy should get it, but people are greedy. I would like to see what could we see what Tunis supports here, real quick. It supports.
Do you want to pull the move up?
Marseille to Burgundy. Oh, okay. That doesn't really tell us much.
It's basically saying they want France to tap it so that Munich's easier to take.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that's true. All right. In the fall, France doesn't just tap Burgundy; they force Burgundy. So Germany is in even more trouble positionally, although they don't lose a dot because Austria wanted Italy, or Italy wanted Austria in Munich. Austria wanted Russia in Munich, and Russia wanted to be in Berlin. So this is the kind of Three Stooges syndrome that you can sometimes see in gunboat. And it doesn't mean that any of them are bad players. It just means they're trying to get on the same page. Cody loses St. Pete here. It's really unfortunate that he has to sort of default to turning on Turkey now just to avoid getting run over by Turkey because he's so distracted by that army in St. Pete. It is insane. This is one of the struggles of playing Russia. Turkey clearly didn't like that tap on Black Sea as judged by the convoy to Armenia. So Maletsky, he doesn't care about Bulgaria. He cares about getting his own house in order with his erstwhile ally. Everything else is pretty cagey in the east. And in the west, England gets into Mao. So that is very significant. And there's nothing to stop him from going to Western Med and flanking Iberia.
So the big thing here is that Italy has had to do some not ideal moves, like going Aegean to Eastern Med instead of Ionian to Eastern Med. But the reason they've had to do that is because their army's still stranded on Tunis. If they got that army back at some point, you could have had the fleets in Aegean and Eastern Med and just gone for the actual quick attack to kill Turkey.
Although I don't think that's a huge issue with Turkey disbanding and Russia saying they're against them. So.
It's an issue for Italy. Like Turkey will probably die either way, but Italy has to be the one who's getting the builds first for that to actually be really beneficial. We already saw a game tonight where there was an air against Turkey and Italy was the last one to get anything out of it, and Italy got nothing out of it as a result. So if Italy is the one lagging behind in the air, things can go very badly for them. And they're nicely lined up for a Lepanto convoy, but now Armenia's there and can block that. So there's Jacob's not in a great position as Italy here, and that's really good news for Johnny, who gets all the power in the alliance as a result.
Question for both of you. If you think everyone's still hostile, what do you pull as Turkey?
Aegean.
I agree.
If you, I just something that just struck me. My two favorite powers to play in diplomacy are Russia and Italy. It does seem like in gunboat, those would be a little bit disadvantaged because part of their strength is their ability to go make mischief in one theater or the other theater, and kind of balance the board, get in people's business, suss out information, etc. You don't get that with Gunboat. Is Italy also disadvantaged, or is that a Russia unique problem?
I think that's a Russia unique problem because Russia and Italy both share the issue of sort of being stretched across both sides of the board. But Russia's forced to be stretched across both sides of the board, which kind of makes them two small countries rather than one big country like they feel like in press. Italy can just commit to the east if they want to. They can put in all that effort to get that fifth dot from one place. And as soon as they have that fifth dot, they're really online and have a lot more flexibility. I encourage anyone who's new to Gunboat to read Brotherboard's blog articles in general. He's a great Gunboat player, but particularly the article on why Italy is his favorite country to play in Gunboat. I think it's very illuminating.
I think when you play Italy in Gunboat, you have to. The old way of playing Italy in full press was Italy's a very patient country, and it's not something I agree with at all in the modern meta of playing Italy in a normal game. But in Gunboat, you kind of have to fall back to that, where you sit around, you're happy to sit on 4 centers for a while, then you get the 5th, then you get the 6th, and then you start to grow. But Italy has time on their side in a way that Russia absolutely does not. Like Russia either has a good start to a Gunboat game or dies. There's pretty much no in between for Russia.
Yeah, it's also worth noting the anti-France meta, which advantages Italy and disadvantages Russia on its own. Because
well, this is one way for Italy to not do so badly out of an air, is get the convoy to Smyrna and it succeeds. So Turkey choosing to be most annoyed at Russia is great news for Jacob, who gets that 5th center now. Austria sort of shuffles some armies around in a big circle, which doesn't really signal anything except the fact that they're kind of putting more units next to Romania. So it's generally good news for Italy. Meanwhile, Italy has gone back to Venice, was worried that Austria might be coming for them. Austria is probably going to get Constantinople, and this can now turn into a very solid AI with Russia being sort of superfluous to the conversation.
Yeah.
Germany is freed up a bit by Tyrolia going back, and the fact that Russia's likely to become superfluous and can probably go and try and finish France off. But it's going to be interesting to see whether England permits that, or whether England goes, you know what, I'm probably not getting anything more out of France. They haven't pushed the fleets forward into the Med when they could have done. So maybe England's going to start looking at Germany now.
I will say, I think the move to only do 2 supports into Burgundy and doing all 3 on Munich by Brandon, I think that was a little conservative, given the lack of coordination we've seen from Air so far, and now they're attacking each other. Putting 3 on Burgundy would have let them take Paris in the fall, whereas now they're not building, and it's just worse for them.
Yeah, I mean, this was sort of what I expected to happen in spring when you saw the Austrian army shift down to Serbia. It looked like they'd walked away from Budapest. They're not attacking Russia. No, they were covering Serbia. It was a disguise, and this is what I expected the follow-up to be. So Con falls, Rum falls, Sev also falls to Turkey, who is going to probably outlive Russia at this rate. But beyond that, this is looking pretty dire for Cody and very good still for Johnny. And the West, the EG hasn't broken up. England's gone back out of North Sea, but the only real move that they've achieved this year is getting London into Gascony. So it's not been a great year for momentum for EG.
Can we just shout out that convoy? Because convoys are an art form, in my opinion, and this is a Van Gogh. I love getting an English army into France like this, where it's just...
As someone who won a fairly significant tournament recently by convoying into Gascony in the final year, I like that move for sure, yeah.
Yeah. All right. We see an army roam from Italy. I don't think that's anti-Austrian. It's just showing that Italy is more scared of Austria growing this quickly than England coming into the Med. So I think that's fair. Ankara comes off for Turkey. Makes sense. You're kind of pitching that you'll survive in Russia as a Janissary. So no reason to defend a homeland that is indefensible. And then Austria does not build Fleet Trieste, which makes Brian sad, but is probably the right choice for now. All right, Spring 05, Austria walks into Venice, so it doesn't matter. They could stab Italy without the fleet. Who cares? And without, apparently even with the army Rome build, which was specifically built to deter an Austrian stab, but apparently it wasn't enough because Johnny does pretty good stabs in Speedboat. He actually stabbed me in a game recently as Germany. I was very sad about that. Italy takes Ankara, though, with Austrian support, so...
It may be that Johnny was expecting a bounce in Venice. That was what he intended there.
Maybe. But now this is the thing about Gunboat. If someone does something different that they thought was for security, but you think is a stab, even if nobody meant any harm, it can still lead to a war. Like that's the level of misunderstandings that can happen.
Now that Johnny's in Venice, I expect it to turn into a stab. Yes, because It's quite hard to walk this one back, but
Exactly.
I imagine that what his intent here was for it to be a bounce.
Yeah, meanwhile, we see in the West, Germany finally gets into Burgundy, probably a year too late, but Brandon is going to get Paris here, it looks like, so at least it's something, but Ed is really getting a nice position here. He's back in North Sea. He's in Moscow now with Turkish help because Turkey's punishing the AI all of a sudden, and he's in Western Med, which is just a world of possibilities. I love being there with an English fleet in gunboat. It's wonderful. And then in the fall, yep, Paris does fall. Ed makes sure that's guaranteed, so once again, Mr. Sullivan is kind of a good ally, in case anyone hasn't played with him before. And Italy does think that there is an AI war now, but he retakes Venice, but Johnny retreats off the board. So clearly passing up the retreat to Rome, that's a massive peace offering. And I think it shows that Johnny really values his relationship with Italy and doesn't want to give it up over a simple misunderstanding, which is a shame because now that Johnny's done that, Austria has kind of irrevocably given up their advantage in the AI relationship because Italy now has all of Turkey, which is such a stable position. Black Sea is going to open up because Turkey will have to disband it unless he disbands Sev. And gosh, I don't think England can go into the Med now for sure. So really good turn for Jacob.
Yeah, I don't think Johnny will be too upset losing Con here because I think Johnny will want Italy putting more fleets down, and with England being in the Med, Italy kind of has to put another fleet down. So Italy getting a build out of Con, I think, is good for Johnny. Yeah. He doesn't necessarily need all of those armies at this stage. So yeah,
don't get me wrong. I like the play from Johnny. It's just it gives up some leverage that you might otherwise have.
Italy's building 2. Was there a PIF? Oh no, they got Anchor as well, right?
Yeah, I took Anchor.
Yep. So Italy puts 2 fleets down, which is again what Johnny would have wanted to see. And France is probably about to collapse now. So EG finally, in 1906, so halfway into this game, having been attacking France since the start, they finally made the probable final breakthrough to actually kill France off, get into Spain, get into Burgundy. France is getting carved up.
Can we see what Venice and Trieste
do? Trieste supported up to Tyrolia, yeah, and Venice wanted
they both say, you go away first. You go away first.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, all of that makes sense, and they did well to work out who should be taking the Black Sea, so that was smart on their part. Sev has fallen. Good news for Johnny in that regard. Putting some pressure up towards Warsaw too. Follow up is England takes Gascony with German support, gets kicked back out of Spain. That's a wildly ambitious moves around Iberia from Ed there. I'm not too sure I like that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just if you're going to go for Portugal, you go for it from mid-Atlantic. You must have known Spain was going to get hit. So
to be fair to Ed, I feel like he might have thought that North Africa would have hit Mao here to make Portugal not guaranteed, but it's still not could have been better. I guess that evens out the EG because Brandon was struggling really in 04 and 05 to make progress, and now this is a bad year for Ed. So he's still in North Sea though, so that's something. Yeah.
All right. We've got a question from one of our viewers in Twitch. How did the Austrian fleet get into black? Went to East Coast. Let's take a.
It did, yeah.
Yeah.
When he was kicked out of Con, he retreated to East Coast. Yeah.
Yeah. So
it was supported by Italy. Yeah. If it was on South Coast, it wouldn't be able to do that because the adjacencies are different. But because it went to East Coast specifically, it opened up this play. And I think that's another good example of a signal with a retreat, no less. Because if Austria retreats to South Coast there, it's just saying, I don't really care. You can have Black Sea. But if it retreats to East Coast, it says, okay, I would like to be involved in this thing to kick Turkey out. And my fleet's not doing anything on the East Coast, so put it in somewhere useful.
Good question.
And that's a good way for Johnny to keep some sort of advantage over Italy. Black Sea's still a really powerful place to be, and I'd far rather be in Black Sea with that Austrian fleet than the Aegean, for example.
Actually, yeah, I think the pendulum is fully swung back to Johnny with that. Spring 07, we see Italy signaled for a convoy to Ankara last fall, convoy to Sev rather from Ankara, and this time Johnny does it, but Jacob doesn't take it out of fear for Bulgaria, which is interesting. So still some distrust there in the AI position. Germany, meanwhile, they get into Silesia, which is quite bad for tempo. The battle for this last Russian dot is going to be very interesting. Both EG and Austria have some decent position to get into it, but the piff on Silesia and the bounce in Ukraine have really made it a lot harder for Johnny to get a foothold that he needs there. I think Rum definitely should have supported Sev to Ukraine. Like that's the obvious move for Moscow in this situation, I think. Meanwhile, Ed leaves North Sea and Italy gets into Mao. So some good things for EG, some bad. But Ed does take Spain finally, which is I don't think he's going to get kicked out this time.
Well, we're right into the mid game here, and we have a sort of AI versus EG, but you have to start questioning whether that's the alliance you want to stick with for the rest of the game, or whether now is the time to move on your alliance partner. And like Germany and Austria were quite entangled. They're still quite entangled, but Silesia being piffed makes it a bit easier for them to disengage if they want. There's a lot of reasons why Germany should want to work with Italy at this stage of the game. Like Italy taking Marseille, great for them. Italy taking Austrian docks, even better for them. If Brandon can find a way to work with Jacob, this is the time to do it.
Yeah, these are the wonderful options opened up by an Italian fleet in Mao, because suddenly now, what's the biggest problem with Germany stabbing England and EG a lot of the time? They don't have the fleets. But now they have fleets coming from 2 directions. So makes things much easier if they want to do that. In the fall, we see England not only keeps Spain, but also supports Germany into Marseille. So it looks like this EG is sticking together. Once again, Ed Sullivan is an alliance player. Who knew?
The EG is, but the AI isn't.
The AI is not. Well, actually, hold on. Oh, yeah, Bulgaria. I was looking at Sev, which is obviously arranged. But yeah, Bulgaria is not. And neither is Ionian, and neither is Trieste. Okay, so this is Jacob just pulling the trigger on Johnny. I think he's clearly seeing now the EG are sticking together. He's not going to get any growth, but he can fall back to his stalemate lines in the med, make sure he doesn't lose anything to the EG while chipping away in the Balkans. And I think if he wants to top this board, that's probably the best play for him. I like this.
This is also the way for him to sort of open up EG towards stabbing as well, because Austria is pulling free, which means Germany will have no pressure on them from other fronts, which means that if EG had done a stab, the door has now been opened.
Yeah, I will say a lot of the time there are deals that are made in press games where 2 people on alliances on opposite sides of the board will come to each other and say, hey, let's stab our allies at the same time. And that can often be a great way to improve both positions. You can't do that in Gunboat, but that means you just have to take the leap of faith as the first guy to stab. And that means judging when to take those leaps of faith, when it's actually worth it, is a massive skill that you need to hone to really get to the top level of Gunboat.
And to answer the chat question on Twitch, but that Italian fleet has gone to South Coast, which makes sense because they're not going to be able to force Black Sea anyway. So
but it helps them
South Coast is the better place. Yeah.
Well, y'all are over here talking about all this cool, like, when's the right time to stab and all of this, and I'm just giggling to myself about all of these little squiggly support lines and the messy horseshoes and all this.
This is peak speedboat. Like
I love
this is the craziness you live for when you play this.
All right, let's play Who Do You Like real quick. It's 1907. I think these games go to 1912, correct?
Yes.
Yep. So probably 2/3 of the way. I don't know. I'm bad at math. We've got a good point in the game. Who do you like, Patrick?
Well, I just praised Italy's stab, so you might expect me to pick them, but I think they're going to really struggle now to follow that up by getting enough armies into the Balkans quickly enough. Getting Bulgaria with a fleet super awkward. Ankara is going to be walked into by Black Sea if Johnny wants it. So following up will be difficult. But in the meantime, those Austrian army disbands, guess who that helps? Guess who just had 2 armies disbanded next to his home center? Brandon Fogel. Like the amount of freedom that Germany now has because of that Italian stab is insane. And this is once again the reason why Germany and Italy are so closely linked in their success. A move made by one so often benefits the other, and this is a perfect example of that. He could take I think he has much more freedom to take Warsaw now, and once he has that, while AI are fighting, I think he could probably take Moscow, maybe try to fight England for the top. He's already ahead and center, so he just has to keep what he has for the most part. Like, what is Ed really getting after Portugal? So, yeah, it's a good position.
Nicholas?
I think that those disbands are actually quite helpful for Italy in that Trieste is not going to be under any threat. Do I think it opens the door enough for Italy? They're going to gain Greece. They're going to lose at least 1, possibly 2 Turkish dots if Austria convoys in. Probably going to lose Sevastopol. So does this then open the door for England? Maybe.
England could help Italy keep Sevastopol to keep the East in a bit more gridlock.
Yeah, I think England's got... If Brandon doesn't stab England now, then I think England's going to get a very, very good position. So yeah. I'm going to say that Ed's got the game in front of him at this stage.
All right, Western picks from both our analysts as we move into spring 1908.
Yeah, so what I expected to happen has happened with Rum being convoy to Ankh. It was the correct move to get 2 dots out of the Turkish centers for Austria. Beyond that, we see Italy gets the walk into Vienna, which because Serbia hasn't gone to Trieste or anything like that, this is the big strength of that Italian stab and those disbands. Germany is sending all the units south, which is really good news for Ed Sullivan. He's got to walk into Portugal in full. He's got into the Med. He's putting more units next to Marseille as well, which means he's got a stab there if he wants it. This is getting really quite good for England, I think. And I would probably be looking at the stab for Marseille this turn. Go to North Sea from the Channel. Maybe try and take Warsaw if you can. Take Portugal, and this is go time for Ed. But Ed has not done that. Ed has just taken Portugal, played it a bit more safely. Germany gets Warsaw, which is great news for Brandon, who's a lot less vulnerable as a result, is getting a build whilst pushing south, because pushing south where you don't get builds is how you open yourself up to the massive stabs. Meanwhile, for Italy, they've gained Vienna and Greece this year whilst losing Ankara and Smyrna. So that's 2 for 2, but it's probably a better 2 than they started out with. They've got armies into better position. So I don't mind this for Jacob either.
I will say,
the bounce in Mid-Atlantic is really nice for him.
I will say, though, notice that Austria and Italy didn't actually gain anything on each other this turn. They traded 2 for 2. So this is even more of a gridlock than I would have expected in the Balkans. And again, this is just playing into Brandon Fogel's hands. And I think this, even more now, gives him the option to just honestly keep going with the EG and outrace England, because he has access to all this growth. There's going to be no united opposition against him, most likely. Like, you could just keep going, and I think that improves his position even more. I'm liking my pick.
Yeah, it's why Ed sort of had to stab sooner rather than later, because Brandon's got 1 build this year from Warsaw. If Brandon gets another build next year, I think he becomes almost impossible to stab, whilst having the stab for Norway for St. Pete with those fleets on the table at any time.
I think it's arguable that he was already impossible to stab this year. It's a difficult position for Ed, I think.
Is this the equivalent of diplomatic tension in Gunboat?
Oh, absolutely. Ed's going to hate that fleet still being there, because, of course, in an EG, an unspoken rule is if England is out of North Sea, Germany should not be next to North Sea with a fleet. Like, that is an obvious sign that I want my stab options open. So I'd be furious about that if I'm Ed.
The flip side is the fact that it's still there gives him justification to now go to North Sea with this fleet he's had to put down. So there are benefits to the fact that Brandon's not walked away. Whereas if Denmark had left, there would be no reason to be able to go to North Sea as England ever again.
Yeah, they could just set up a bounce there impromptu. I will say we're saying goodbye to both Luke and Cody this turn. Unfortunate for them, the alliances just didn't quite pan out in the way that they'd hoped, but I think they still played well. All right, spring of 09. Sure enough, Germany is continuing into Austria. They take Vienna here with a piff, which is amazing for a spring turn, I must say. England and Ukraine as well, positioning on Sevastopol. So these are all pretty solid EG moves. London does go to North Sea, but Denmark does not bounce it, even though Yorkshire invites him to. So clearly, Ed thought the same thing that I did about arranging a bounce, but Brandon decides, actually, I'm just going to be nice to Ed. I'm going to have faith in his Care Bear attitude and say he's going to backfill Channel. But he does not backfill Channel, and now Brandon's stab opportunities are significantly diminished, at least for now. Meanwhile, in the East, also, Austria looks like takes Caen, but retreats to Black Sea, which is not a bad deal. Seems like a bad guess on Armenia from Johnny's part, but it was worth trying. Italy does at least get into Tyrolia, which does give them a little more defense against German attacks in the fall, but I still don't think they're going to be growing that much with this fight.
Black Sea is really useful, though, because Germany is likely to force more Austrian disbands on the table.
Yeah.
Now that you're in Black Sea, you're never going to get kicked out of Black Sea. Italy can still play the sort of long game and come out on top, whilst even if they're not actually gaining from Austria at this stage, sooner or later they will. This was a really good turn for Ed, though. Like, Brandon walking away means the stab for Norway is really, really weak now, and Ed has got a lot more power in that alliance than he had at the start of the year.
Yeah. All right, onto the fall. We see some really a whole lot of nothing in the south. So many red arrows. The only notable thing is Beleaguer garrison on Vienna, which is a fun tactical detail, and England takes Sevastopol and convoys to Norway. So now, if Ed wasn't protected against stab opportunities after the spring, then he definitely is now. And now Brandon might have to be the one to worry about, does Ed have the position on him? The pendulum swings again. But they're both building, so I'd say they're both safe-ish for 1910.
There's only 3 years left. What centers does Ed think he takes to win this game now? Surely all of them are German at this stage.
Yeah, Sweden, Marseille, Denmark are the ones I'd be looking at for the top. Maybe Belgium.
Warsaw's as well. Something to look at.
You can't take that without losing Sev, I don't think, but maybe.
Do you expect to hold Sev?
Yes.
Do you care if Austria takes serve either, or Italy? Both of them are well behind. I think
That's a
you'd
different-
far rather have Warsaw.
Yeah, that's a different question. I don't disagree with that. Yeah. Ooh, that's a peace offering from Italy. What?
There you go. Okay.
Ed Sullivan, you dog.
Ed Sullivan, the Care Bear, strikes again.
Builds fleet Liverpool and draws. Such dominance has been asserted today. I'm surprised Johnny didn't keep going too, to just take Bulgaria as a screw you. Honestly, that was
so. Patrick, you clearly, based off that reaction, do not agree with this decision from Ed to draw here. What is it that you like? Do you think this is really, really good odds of a top? Do you think it's 50-50 and you're like, I'll take it? Like, what's your take?
I think it's worth going for. Like Sweden and Marseille, I'd say, are both flapping in the breeze. They're enough on their own to jumpstart a pretty good bid for the top here, I'd say, if you build Army London. But I expect this. You know, Ed, he's a very nice player. He values his allies. And this one thing that was said before about this league is that not everyone's playing it for the points, right? People don't just play leagues because they want to play the scoring system. They play it sometimes just for a fun game. And I think Ed got that here, regardless of his tactical position at the end. So I'm not angry. I'm just it's different from what I would have done because I'm more cutthroat.
And Patrick, I will shout that particular statement out. Game Day Live, we here on DBN, we love competitive play. Like that's the foundation that this channel was built on. Highlighting competitive play, entertaining ourselves by watching these games and learning from some of the best players in the world. That is what we do here. But League Night, I wanted to start to intentionally have a little bit more of a relaxed atmosphere, especially early on in the season. Let's have fun. Let's experiment a little. And maybe that's what we're seeing here. And I just want to make it clear that is a completely valid way to play diplomacy. It is a game. It should be fun. It does not have to be a cutthroat thing. Towards the end of the season, we will absolutely hype up the competitive nature of it because it's enjoyable. Like stakes are fun, especially for an audience. But I completely agree. Like, have fun, play the game. Michalis, what's your take on this?
First of all, I have a question. What is the scoring system in the Speedboat League?
I forget. It was made by Captain Gaming. I'll look it up real quick for you. Speedboat standings.
Because whether that 10 cent to second place could either be a very solid score or an abysmal score, depending on the scoring system, and that really changes the opinion on whether that draw is like a decent draw or not, based on what the scoring system is.
Brandon got 20. For reference, I can't find the exact details of the system, but Brandon got 23 points for this game. A solo gets you 40 for reference.
And what did Ed get?
Ed got, let me check again. He's a little further down the list. He got a 13 points. So the top, it's a system that rewards the top a lot, for sure.
Yeah, okay. But it's not the worst score, but yeah, if Ed is... But then Ed may not be... This may be like a one-off game, and Ed's just playing for fun, as you say. Some people will play a Speedboat League or any sort of league where there's lots of games hyper competitive because they know they're going for the top and to make the end of the season.
Thank you, Karthik. Yeah.
PPSC +5. Yeah,
I will say, this was not a one-off game for Ed. He's a regular, so... Yeah, and he always makes the games more fun. He has good AAR talk as well. One of the other things that I love about Speedboat is the shorter games being people are talking about it afterwards immediately, whereas in longer games sometimes just people don't want to. They don't care. They're done with it after months. So it's really nice to have that sense of community from that as well.
Also 3 for survival. And Keith, I do just want to say thank you so much for the squiggly lines. I appreciate that. That's a lot of fun. And we're gonna go do another one. Patrick, we're gonna give you a break. Thank you.
Keith knows his audience. See.
And let's pull up our next game. We have... All right, this next one. Hey, what do you know? Patrick and Jeff, Jordan Connors, Cedric Williams, David Miletsky, Andrew Goff, and Source Talk. So we'll get right to it. I don't think storylines are as easy to set up in this particular format, especially if the players don't know who they are adjacent to. So we'll get into the chaos. Michalis.
All right, spring of 1901, we see Jordan charging north as France, whilst Germany walks into Burgundy and Italy walks into Piedmont. So he guessed he was going to be attacked. He just didn't guess correctly which people were going to attack him. We see a very interesting northern opening from Andrew Goff, which is really unusual in Gunboat. But in a normal game, sure. In a gunboat game, it's very unusual, and it's often an invitation for Sweden to be bounced, given that EGs are favoured anyway. We'll see whether that happens here. Austria gets into Galicia as a result of it, which means Romania's at risk as well. This is a high wire act that Andrew is going along with here, and this is about as bad as those higher wire acts. Austria walks into Warsaw in 1901, which is not something you see too often. Does get Romania, but is not building for the year in Russia with Sweden. Does get bounced like that, and there's a convoy to Norway. So pretty tough start for Russia. Pretty tough start for France as well, who is also not building, having incorrectly guessed to cover Marseille. They've been supported back out of it, having walked away from Belgium and London. So neither France nor Russia builds in 1901. You don't get to see that too often. Italy takes Trieste, takes Tunis, doesn't look particularly friendly to Italy by doing it, to Austria rather, by doing it that way.
It's actually even worse than you thought, though, McCullis, because this has a free walk to Moscow as well. So Goth's position is just truly a devastating one to be in. There's no coming back from it. Even world champion Andrew Goff cannot pull himself out of this, situation, especially because he can't talk his way out of it. So,
I think I'm assuming that game is going about as well as the one that you're playing right now.
No comment.
All right.
So I'm good enough to do both things at once. So with the build, we see Germany making it clear that they want an EG. They're going hard against Russia, with Berlin only able to go to the Baltic Sea. We have the English choosing to build in London, though, which is curious. Normally, you'd kind of expect to see a build in Liverpool. So I'm excited to see what the English choose to do here in response to the German successes. In the south, we see the double fleet build, which is exactly what you want to see when you're Italy, and Turkey dropping down one. I'm very, very curious to see where these fleets all go and where the fight begins.
This is your year, Tarfik.
Yes. So in this case, we have all the German units basically streaming towards the French. Given that the declarations earlier with the builds, hardly surprising. With only 3 units and Italy, Germany, and England all putting pressure on France, not even Jordan Connors can survive these guesses. What I find surprising, though, is the choice of what Patrick chooses to focus on. In my mind, Romania was eventually guaranteeable, and yet they choose to put a lot of focus on that instead of going for Moscow right away. This means that England's actually in a decent position to deny Moscow from them. Not the moves that I would have made. But Turkey then slides into Aegean. We'll basically have a free walk into Eastern if they choose to support themselves in and Austria doesn't interfere. But getting Bulgaria piffed is brutal for Source Talk. I'm really, really curious to see how they decide to handle this. And one thing I want to call attention to is what David does, which few Italys do when they get their second build, is that he chooses to prioritize going west over east. And I think this is the right decision for this board.
Yeah, I think that the fact that Iberia wasn't taken in 1901 left a massive great power vacuum there, and Dave Maletzi has gone, I want to be in that vacuum, and is going to go over there and get his share. And it's Germany and Italy are looking much better from this attack on France than England is, but England is getting Russian dots. What I will say for Patrick is I actually prefer doing this. I think Moscow would have been horribly overstretched. You leave yourself really vulnerable. All your armies are way too far away from each other. Securing Romania and the Balkans now, you've got a nice solid core. You can go and expand later. If England takes Moscow as well as St. Pete this year, that's Russian units coming off the board. That's great for you. You want that to happen. If St. Pete and Moscow all fall, that's just good for Austria here, I think.
Perfect. And then we come to follow 2, where, as mentioned, making the moves that Austria did basically guarantee that England is going to be in this supermassive position, which is going to be hard to come back from. Moscow falls to the English instead of the Austrians, where it could have been a guaranteed Austrian dot. They do get Romania for their troubles, but they end up losing. Why do they lose Bulgaria? What is Serbia order? Oh, because Romania cut Serbia. Yeah. So basically, Austria gets punished for their decisions. They lose Greece while they're at it. This was an all bad decision chain, I think, from the Austrians.
Whereas for me, I actually looked at that and think that actually went fine. Yes, the fleet's been blown up, not ideal, but Italy and Turkey are sort of locked into a fight now in the Med that you don't have to do anything about. You're going to get to rebuild. I actually think this year's gone perfectly reasonably for Austria, and with Russia down to 1, Sevastopol will be yours. Yeah, I don't hate this position for Austria at all.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Also, quite funny that France got a build because England and Germany supported each other to Brest, whilst France took Portugal. That's the kind of nonsense benefiting Jordan Connors that isn't all that surprising.
Yeah.
All right, going into 1903, Sevastopol is walked into because why not? And you've got the ability to take Moscow as well. So this is still going pretty well for Austria, I'd say. Goes up to Bohemia, which is an interesting decision to put pressure on Germany at this point. Not so sure I like that so much, and I think this leaves an Italian walk to Vienna very much on the cards. Italy gets into Marseille and Mid-Atlantic Ocean, just delightful for Dave Miletsky. Problem is they're going to lose Tunis because Turkey has successfully managed to get into Ionian Sea. That's quite a big problem. Yes, you'll probably get enough centers elsewhere to balance it out, but it's going to be really hard to put Turkey back in the box when they're in Tunis. Yeah, they're losing Bulgaria, but they're gonna gain elsewhere, and I think this is pretty bad news. I think for Dave, if I was Dave, I would have gone Greece to Ionian. Like if Turkey walks into Greece temporarily, I don't think you care. Whereas I think Turkey getting the other side of you is going to cause you problems for a lot longer.
Mm-hmm.
Or Turkey could just take Greece with it instead. So
why not?
Yeah, brilliant news. I'd far rather lose Greece than Tunis, as I said. So that I think is a win for Dave. Turkey does stop Austria from taking Moscow, but I don't think that's the end of the world. Andropov survives, gets into Kiel with that fleet. It's a good guess there. Terrible news for Cedric as a result.
Mm-hmm.
Whilst England is kicked back out of Brest, and Jordan Connors is actually still alive, still kicking, not giving up on this game in true Jordan Connors style, whilst Dave gets into Spain. And yeah, even though Dave's lost Greece, I think this has been a big win for Dave and a big year for Austria as well. He's putting 2 more units down, having got Bull and Sev. The AI is looking a lot better to me at this stage than the EG is.
This is
they're
probably
having trouble.
This is probably the way the year could have gone for him, all considered, because for Miletsky, that is, because you get Spain, you get Marseille, you're essentially not guaranteed, but essentially guaranteed Portugal, and you didn't lose Tunis. Like, you're in a position where you can keep Ionian for the foreseeable future. You'll be building. Like, this is all gravy, I think, for Miletsky.
Yeah, and with Austria having gone up to Bohemia, it seems unlikely Austria is going to take this opportunity to stab Italy. It certainly isn't what I would do as Austria. I think Austria would far rather deal with the Turk than with the Italian here.
100%. Yep, and now they end up getting Greece back. Austria loses Bulgaria, but Miletsky doesn't care if that happens. And as I mentioned, while almost guaranteed is not guaranteed, Jordan Connors focusing on Miletsky allows the English to sneak into MAO. And it's clear that England doesn't jive with the idea of Miletsky having just uncontested control over Iberia, which is going to be really, really good for Jordan Connors, actually. The lack of ability for EG and Italy to get on the same page actually does suggest that Jordan Connors may have not legs, but like may not be dying for the next couple of years, And so that's fantastic news for him. Austria is moving around Germany, which is... Wait, what?
I'm not dead yet. the Monty
Right.
Python.
Yeah, exactly.
Tis but a flesh wound.
Exactly. The bell has not rung. Yeah. So we have Vienna going to Bohemia, Bohemia going to Silesia. There's some space there to be made plays on Germany. I'm really excited to see where this goes if they can coordinate properly there.
I really like that move to Armenia as well. In terms of containing
huge.
Turkey, forcing them to cover all of their home centers or 2 out of 3 of their home centers is so good at just it wrecks Turkey's defensive position, and they're not in any sort of state to ever kick them back out of Armenia. They've got 3 fleets and an army.
And with Serbia being where it is and the Ionian fleet being where it is, there's no way for Greece to be retaken. So this is just a series of beautiful moves. Tries to go for the clever little unwanted support, but there is no self-bouncing Ankara. Constantinople just goes there. But not a bad series of moves, honestly, because this gets Turkey moving in the direction that Austria wants them to be moving in. It makes it more likely that they can just reclaim most of the Balkans. I think this is probably a good turn for Austria to take back Trieste. And also, given the fact that they're putting Italy in Munich, I think that all things considered, AI is working really, really effectively here. Germany in the north takes back Kiel. So I think that should result in Andrew Goff dying for good. EG, though, is just simply too far behind the 8 ball, I think, at this point to mount a credible threat to AI, barring a stab of one on the other.
Yeah, I mean, Kiel is retaken with a fleet. Not great for EG. Like the pressure on Munich having lost it is now Germany's in a position where they're going to be very, very, very difficult for them to ever build again in this game. They're going to need a big change in circumstances, such as an AI war, for them to have any sort of growth in this game where they actually get to put units down. England is in an okay position, relatively speaking, but they've backed away from France. It's not clear where their next dots come from. As you say, France is very much still viable in this game, and it may be time that England has to look at Germany because they decide they can't get growth anywhere else, which is not good news for Cedric if so. But I really like Austria taking Trieste whilst putting Italy into Munich here. It was a really smart bit of play between the two of them.
Agreed.
In Gunboat, would the retaking of Trieste be considered, like, they understand that's cool, like you're taking your home center back and you're building, like, just in the meta, is that something that would be, because you can't talk about it, I guess is what I'm going at. Is that understood, or is that going to build some tension?
I think that's pretty clearly understood.
Yeah, I think the signals are all good. Like, you're losing Bulgaria, so you have an excuse for why you need to take it, and you've put Italy into Munich, so you have a counterbalance for why it's okay for Italy as well. So,
yep. The army build there is interesting, and I'm really curious to see what Italy does with it.
I feel like the army build was kind of necessary. Like, you can't. Yes, I think you're fine with Trieste, but I think you don't not build an army and invite Austria to do something else.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll use my for those with the League Night bingo card. I always am a big believer Italy needs to build armies. They should build as few fleets as are necessary. That's going to differ depending on the situation of every game, but in my opinion, a successful Italian is one that is able to build armies, and I definitely like that.
All right, what we see here is Austria willingly walking back out of Armenia. I'm not so sure I like that, especially when, given that Turkey left Black Sea, it was an even more powerful place to still be, but so be it. Gets the extra pressure on Moscow, which I guess is what they were going for. Beyond that, there's more disentanglement between AI, with Albania down to Ionian. Aptly timed because England's gone to North Africa, which is now not so good a move. They may be able to force Western Med, but they're sort of having to go around France rather than take centers for themselves in the process. Denmark is now got a fleet in again because it was the only way for Germany to get the extra army on Munich. But England shouldn't be happy to see fleet Denmark when North Sea is empty for reasons we talked about last game. It's not good for England to have foreign fleets next to North Sea when you're not in it. So, yeah, EG is still trying to sort out the messes that they've made for themselves, whilst AI is still progressing and Turkey is getting continually pushed back a bit further. You would expect them to lose Bulgaria next year. Yep, so EG do take Munich back, which was sort of the bare minimum. Italy, interestingly, chooses to retake Trieste and pull Munich off the board, which is an interesting diplomatic play. They've maybe gone, hey, look, this time it's me that's going down if you look at the west side of this map. So maybe you need to give me Trieste back, which I think, again, it will probably be accepted. Like, they've supported Austria to Bulgaria at the same time. It's clearly not a stab. They want to put down another fleet, given that they've lost Spain, which France is building. And Austria takes Moscow in the way that was guaranteed and covers Sevastopol in the process. So good job from Austria. Good year for Austria, even though they've had to give Trieste up again. I think this is still advantage AI, but it's a bit better year for EG, who are at least finally making some progress. Problem is that France building isn't good for England at all, I think, especially if Fleet Brest comes down here.
Welcome, Tanglewood. Yes, we are analyzing Speedboat because I am a lover of chaos on the board, and I am rooting for it. So go to winter of 1905.
So yeah, winter 1905, we see the fleet build in Brest, only real place it could be built. We see that given that how Italy has been kicked out of Iberia, there's a decent chance that France can actually rebuild to their former glory. Austria and Italy are still probably the most powerful duo, I would say. They should be in a position to eliminate Turkey eventually. But that being said, I think some of the choices, like allowing Armenia to exist, will be really harmful and make that a really, really long slog. Italy, unfortunately, will need a lot more units to be able to put pressure there. And I don't know how many units they can spare for that task.
Yeah, that's the thing. The loss of Armenia means that you need the third unit down there to sort of really break this position open. It's going to take a little while to do that. England had to pull a fleet, though, which is pretty catastrophic for them.
Absolutely.
This is why you don't go around France to attack Italy. It's just it's not the move. It's never really the move for England, and they're paying the price for that having been the move they chose.
Because is that a gunboat opinion, or is that a diplomacy opinion?
Well, if it's not a gunboat game, then you should be coordinating so that France is the one fighting in the Med, and it's very hard to argue why England would need two fleets in the Med and an EF. And if it is a gunboat game, I just don't think England has the ability to finance wars in Russia and the Med at the same time without owning any of the lowlands or any of France. It's quite hard to get an overstretched position as England, but that's about as overstretched as you can possibly get, and they're suffering for it here. They've gone to English Channel and North now, which might force a war with Germany, which again I don't think is great for them. I don't think they can expect French help from that. So yeah, they're sort of they're trying to pull out cards, but all of them are jokers.
Well, you can
said better myself.
Ask Chris Kelly. I don't find it too difficult to get an overextended English position.
Now we're in the fall, and Italy kind of expected to get support from the Austrians and then cut Smyrna. Had they done so, it would have been lethal to Turkey, because Turkey would have slid out into Aegean. Italy would have gotten Constantinople and Smyrna. Unfortunately, as a result, this is just completely fine for Turkey. Turkey manages to hold everywhere. And this is why you don't give up Armenia. Armenia is so important for when it comes down to cracking Turkey. But on the plus side for the AI, they do manage to get Warsaw, but it's a little bit late because now with the fleet in the Baltic, Army Berlin, Army Munich, and then Army Kiel, that is enough to hold the line indefinitely around that area. With Burgundy going back to Belgium, it's, I guess, a sign of a little bit of distrust. The attacks on Marseille go nowhere. All in all, I think this game should be probably coming to a draw pretty soon, probably after they destroy Sourstock.
Yeah, it's that was a Bulgaria to Cons a slightly strange move from Austria there in the
Mhm.
Aegean was always going to be cuttable, whereas Bulgaria is the uncuttable support, so should be the one giving the support. But
Right.
maybe they were worried about Italy putting down 2 because they couldn't balance it out by taking Trieste or Greece. So maybe this is Patrick looking at the endgame state, because as you say, this game is getting very, very stalematey, and there's no real path to growth for anyone other than those Turkish dots. Everywhere else is just a complete stalemate.
Yep.
All right, well, let's assume we're not. Well, we can pretend it's heading to a stalemate. You make the call. Who do you like to win this game? Karthik, I'll go to you.
I think at this point I'd probably say so Italy will be getting 2 from Con and Smyrna. Maybe Austria gets 1. I think Austria has some nice stabs on Italy potentially. I'd probably say Austria. It'll be a close one between Austria and Italy, though, regardless.
Yeah, I think that if Austria doesn't play their hand correctly and lets Italy take 2, build 2, secure 2, then Italy should win this game.
Yeah.
A lot's actually going to depend on what Jordan Connors wants to do at this stage, though. If Jordan is happy to try and disengage with Italy, let Italy go fight Austria, then the game could sort of spring back to life. That's the sort of part of the stalemate line that doesn't need to stay as a stalemate. And yeah, if Italy pulls back from France and lets France go and fight England, who's in a very weak position, then this game could come back to life and could really open the doors for either of them for something different to happen in this game. Like, I actually kind of like France more than any other Western power at this stage.
Any love for Germany?
You've got foreign armies in Prussia, Silesia, Bohemia, and Tyrolia, which is not good for Germany doing anything.
Right. And it's not like, in Gunboat, you had the diplomatic ability to talk them out of being there. So,
but what we see in 1907 is more of the same, nothing changing, which I think makes sense. If there's going to be any big changes, it's likely to be in full. This time, Austria does support Italy to con, but they don't do that same set of orders, which I think is not actually too bad for Austria either. Like, they what they really want is for Turkey to go down 1, but not 2. They don't want Turkey to go down 2 because that gives Italy a lot of power. If Italy just takes 1, then Austria, I think, is absolutely fine with that as an outcome.
do you walk into Greece?
I don't think so. I think you want to just keep supporting Italy into con, which they're not doing. That they're not making the correct moves down there, but also nothing is changing as a result. And yeah,
This is so funny to me. If I was Italy, I'd be getting increasingly ticked off right now.
But Italy didn't move to con either, so
Yeah.
both of them are making the wrong guesses. But the thing is, they've got such a good position between them that it doesn't actually matter. Like, the West has done nothing for the entire year.
I'm so surprised that they wrote Aegean supports Eastern to Smyrna instead of Smyrna supports Eastern supports Aegean to Smyrna the other way. Because if they had done that, then in that case, Constantinople falls. And I mean, the double cut is so obvious, and there's so obvious orders read against it. Like, I'm just surprised those orders are not being written.
Well, I think Italy, if Aegean gets out, it can take Greece, and I think that's what Dave is concerned about there. He doesn't want to be losing Greece. Well, yeah, but the problem is if you're losing Greece to Turkey and Austria's building and they take Trieste, that's how Dave's position can go from very good to very bad in the blink of an eye. So I think Dave is playing cautious for good reason.
I mean, I feel like at that point, the comedy varies. I was going to say at that point, I think you keep on writing the order, Eastern to Smyrna, Aegean to Con, and you just demand that Bulgaria support it until it does.
Agreed.
I think blowing up the fleet of the English in North Africa was smart. I'm very, very happy with the Italian choice there. I don't know if it was worth losing Marseille, though. I mean, I guess you're going to lose it no matter what. Yeah, because it's 3, but actually, yeah, no, I take that back. I think, yeah, no, they just made the right choices. This was the right choice.
And again, this is how you can try and create that disengagement with France. Look, Jordan is building again here, almost certainly. Although Germany could walk into Paris and not be able to build it. I feel like that's probably not what Cedric's going to do, which means Jordan can put down another fleet in the north. And Dave's done it in such a way that there's not a lot of pressure in the south now. If France wants to go and attack England, it's going to be on the table here. And I think that is what Dave would want to see and may try and enable.
Right.
And shout out to Source Talk for continuing to hang in there. That's a long time to hang out with 4-4-4-4-4-3-3-3-3 centers. So well done.
Yes, it's an elite Turkish defense, but it's also a very inefficient attack. We should point that out.
Mind games.
Well, what we have, no, this is still Carfix year. It's getting difficult to work out whose year it is.
Right, exactly. So finally, though, Eastern supports Aegean to Khan. Sorry, Eastern supports Aegean to Smyrna. Again to Smyrna, but Bulgaria goes for Greece. Galicia is supported into Vienna. So now I think this is a really rough place for Jordan Connors to be in. Sorry, not for Jordan Connors, for David Molesky to be in, because Jordan Connors has taken back Marseille, have a relatively strong lock on everything. If they can win, I think, one guess, or if Germany helps, then I think Italy's completely locked out of winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, that Bulgaria to Greece is very difficult to justify it as being anything other than a stab. And
You're right.
It's a very weird time to stab. Gets France back into the game. Well, it's Dave was likely to be going down or even anyway. You had the advantage. You have the advantage in a relationship without stabbing your ally. Why do you need to stab? What does Austria get out of this? They get an angry Italy. What does an angry Italy do for them? Probably worse things than a friendly Italy would have done.
Well, winter 1908. I will agree with Gum Blossoms here. I'm imagining the scene from Hocus Pocus, where the guy just comes out and got France's grave, spring 1908, handbursts come out. So Jordan Connors coming back to life, and we've got build for England as well.
Yeah, Zaza hit the nail on the head there. France, like I said in the beginning, if you don't kill France properly, France comes back, and they could not kill France properly. England's mistakes, I think, enabled France to rise while also costing them potential growth. And that's how the cookie crumbles.
It's interesting that France put the army down, though. See, this is kind of what I expect to happen when that army went down. If Jordan really wanted to top this game, believed he had a path to the top, you put Fleet Brest down. You go and attack England, and yes,
pray.
Yeah, like it is like hell for leather. It can go horribly wrong if Germany attacks you, but you just hope Germany doesn't do it.
Right.
The army Paris is that I'm just content to survive build.
I mean, the issue is with the army being in Burgundy, you only have so many choices. Like, it's a brutal position, and I think Germany needed their army out of Burgundy, give France some space if they wanted to fight for a top and fight for the win. But those things are hard to figure out in the the limited seconds that you have to write orders. Because for me, I mean, I'm in 1907 Red Spring right now, and I'm doing decently well, but it's hard to write these orders in the position I am in right now.
So everyone, attack the country that's doing decently well in that game.
Yes. All right. Well, congratulations, Patrick, on the board top.
Hey, I want to give some extra background to this, actually, because in Speedboat and Gunboat in general, at least on Discord-based communities, the one form of verbal communication you're allowed is, or just in Speedboat, the one form of verbal communication you're allowed is that you can say in the webhook channel when your draw vote is in, whether it's true or not. And sometimes you can get a little something from that, right? And in this case, I felt that the stalemating for a few years in the West just kind of made everyone kind of itchy to wrap it up. And I don't think I would take Greece there if I wasn't confident that it would result in the draw because of that fatigue. So just a little extra thing to note.
Good context. All right. Well, Michaelis, I think it is your break. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Excellent,
Sounds
because
like
I
it.
want to continue the stress on Karthik of doing double duty. And we will go ahead and switch over now to back to the Virtual Diplomacy League. I do want to thank Keith for putting together those games. He sent me 5, and there were so many good ones that I could have chosen from. We don't have time to go through all of them, sadly. But they were all lots of fun. So looks like a really fun league. If that's something you're interested in, check it out. And also would encourage you, there's lots and lots of activity over there on the Nexus. Other ways to play, if you like classic diplomacy, classic press, you've got just about anything except face-to-face. So,
Yeah.
and then you can find
Certainly.
plugs to tournaments. So
Yeah,
great.
the league's not dying anytime soon by any means, but it's never going to be more active, I think, than it is now. So you should jump in while the getting's good.
Awesome. All right, let's bring up our next game. So what we just watched previously was our rounds 1 and rounds 2. Virtual Diplomacy League plays games at time zones throughout a 24-hour period, so that the time zones tend to be friendly for, at least one time zone tends to be friendly for most of the major regions that are playing diplomacy. So that being Australia, Europe, and North America. Although many times we'll find people that are playing outside of what would be considered a typical friendly time zone for that region. So really great. That's one of the best aspects of it, is it's global in nature. So now we're switching over to the third round, which just is either wrapping up right now or just finished. So these are either live or near live games that we're moving into. Karthik, you've got the lead for this one in spring of 1901.
Sounds
Are we
good.
going to introduce the players?
Yeah, let's introduce real quick, Karthik.
Sure. So we got Zoe Cameron in England. We got Karsten in France. Karsten was playing earlier today in the VDL. We got Nisha Telva, who I'm unfamiliar with. We got Barbara Zong, who I played with before in LA. We have Jeff Wang once again in Turkey, was England the prior game. We got Justin Lohr, another LA Legionnaire. And we got Cody Miller in Germany.
I wanted to note, first of all, yeah, Barbara and Justin are both LA Legionnaires, so that's an important dynamic to note. And Nisha is another player from the Diplostrat server who's making the jump to league play. So I gotta root for them. I allied with them a lot, and they're really fun to play with.
Oh
Yeah, and I'll do a quick shout out for Diplostrats. Marcus is one of our DBN members here. When we were first starting DBN, he was one of the early diplomacy YouTube channels, helped us get started, and we're really glad to have him as part of our team. Just a great human being. So besides the fact that he's got like great personality and all that, the content on there is fantastic, and they are doing all kinds of experimental, my brain is broken by this 5-dimensional time traveling, I don't know, I'm gonna expect
It's nonsense
on my screen somehow. So if you want to see something that will definitely mess with your mind while still being diplomacy somehow, check it out. Also lots of fun with bots and stuff like that. So really fun channel. Definitely recommend checking out Diplostrats if you haven't yet. All right, let's get to our game. Spring 1901.
Yep. So here we have, once again, France opening to Picardy in Spain, leaving Burgundy open. This time, though, they go unpunished for it. We have England and Germany opening up relatively standard. Russia opens up with an interesting one, though, sending Sev to Armenia. I'm curious to see if this is a plan just to blow it up. Like, classic move. Love that. We have a DMZ of Galicia, which we don't see as often necessarily. We have a hold, though, in Venice and Trieste, which is always fun to see. Showing a little bit of lack of trust there between the two of them. And yeah, so I'm very curious to see where this progresses in fall 1901.
Yeah, it's hard to see how Russia and Turkey got to those two openings, but I feel like Justin probably asked for a bounce in Black Sea and then went to Armenia, because if you're stabbing out of an Armenian fist bump as Turkey, you want that Armenian Ankara. So
Oh, right. This is not gunboat anymore. This is an actual game.
yeah.
So here we have the support to Romania negotiated. I was like, dang, a DMZ in Galicia just like that. Amazing. No, so we have the convoy to Belgium. We have Sweden getting supported in. So all in all, what we're looking at here is, I think, where armies go to die for the English. We have a convoy from Bulgaria to Ankara. Rather than blowing up the fleet by agreement, Justin seems to be wanting to go for Ankara, which I find very, very bizarre. And Greece goes unclaimed because Budapest chooses to support Ukraine into Rum rather than trying to go for it. Ionian goes to Aegean. So like, this is a very, very interesting opening. It's very rare that I see Greece go unclaimed in 1901 by any power. Sometimes it's Italian, sometimes it's Greek, sometimes it's Austrian, but white, never see that.
Never have I seen a Turkish home center sniped by not by consent. So I'm a little, yeah, Justin's choice here is interesting. I will say also, Italy going to Aegean, normally that involves a Trieste loan, but if they were doing a Trieste loan, get this, Austria would have loaned Trieste, but they've not done that. So really high trust play from Italy. Like unusually high trust, but don't they want that second fleet? Anyway, adjustments. We have another South Coast build in 01. We have 2 in the same stream, which is very, very rare as far as I know. We also have double armies from Germany. So clearly something has broken down in those FU negotiations after that initial friendliness around Burgundy. And speaking of French tension with another country, Fleet Brest and Fleet London. So I think the West is very, very up in the air right now, especially with the wildcard Russian build. Fleet Con from Turkey, I think, makes sense here. They have to defend a bit from Russia, a bit from Italy. So sure. Yeah, sounds good. Let's go to spring. We see Germany going east. Interesting. Well, we did see in the last game from Justin that sometimes people just really want to kill him, like Ben Killman, and it seems like Cody Miller has been possessed by the same urge, which I do sympathize with, but it might not be the best move to go for Warsaw when you haven't even seen what ENF are doing yet. But to be fair, he read it correctly. ENF are fighting. Congratulations. Well done, Cody. But France is in Burgundy, so not much to see there. Trieste goes into Venice, which I assume is to set up a piffing of the fleet based on the lack of a follow-up into Trieste. And Russia tries to support Austria into Bulgaria, but this is why I want that fleet in Greece, because that's another support into Bull that Turkey can't cut from here, right? So it seems like an AIR, but a very inefficient one. Let's go to the fall. Sorry, did you have something to say, Karthik? I shouldn't have.
No, you have 02, I think.
Okay, yeah. Sure enough, we do see the piffed fleet in Venice, although Austria does still feel the need to cover Trieste. So Italy giving maximum trust to Austria here is still on 3 dots after 02, which is crazy to me. But Austria not quite giving that 100% trust back. Still some dipsy doodling around the stalemate line between Germany and Russia, and all the fleets are holding in Scandinavia. I'm going to be David Hood here and say, stop holding. Like Denmark tapping Sweden, or Norway tapping Sweden, or Norway asking for a bounce in St. Petersburg. None of those things are unfriendly to Russia. They're just trust but verify moves. So do them. Do stuff with your units. We see another bounce in Ankara. I think that's like the 3rd turn in a row where we've seen that. And I think that's everything. Germany tries to sneak into Burgundy. Fleet Brest to Picardy is a bit strange, but I think they were trying to counter a potential English move, which is fair. Sometimes you make hard reads and it doesn't work.
Right.
Love
you have
that.
usual Greece.
All right, winner of 1902, Karthik.
Yep. So I think people decided after after Jamal went to Greece that many times, they decided he went to Greece enough for the rest of us. No need to claim that. The build of army in Budapest is a forced one. The build of a fleet in Liverpool is one that tips the hand of how anti-French England wants to beat this game. So let's go into spring and see how they decide to play it out. So Liverpool goes to North Atlantic Ocean, creating some pressure there. Picardy makes it into Brest successfully, despite England trying to convoy there. So good call to support it in. We have Austria making a move on the Italians, but the Italians, I think, kind of see through this. The Austrians also make a move in position to take Greece, but leave Budapest open to do so. Curious to see if the Russians try to take advantage. Right now, they're topping Black Sea in order to try and just keep Turkey under control, though.
I gotta say, you say Italy sniffs out the Austrian stab, but what is there to sniff out? Like, what's Austria? Did Austria think they'd realistically get Venice? Like, where was Puglia
I
going?
have no idea. I mean,
was it walking into the ocean? Like,
Yeah,
it's
true.
It's a little strange, but yeah, I think it's interesting to see both sides of the board moving so slowly. You don't see that often in BBL.
Okay, and then we come to fall 1903. Austria supports Romania successfully into Bulgaria. Bulgaria gets supported successfully into Greece. Armenia moves to Sevastopol, while Ankara supports the Black Sea Fleet there. Fun little shenanigans going on. That should leave the Black Sea neutral for the foreseeable future. In the West, we just see a lot of dipsy doodling, but I believe a successful convoy of Holland into Picardy with support from Belgium.
Yeah, can I just say, both in spring and now, I know Zoe's in the chat right now. Zoe, these convoy ideas, I bow to you. They're wonderful.
Agreed. Now we're in the winter.
Yep.
Over to you.
Army Moscow from Russia, very conservative, very much paranoid of Turkey, it looks like, but just a good defensive build. And then Fleet Naples, Italy needs that, so of course. Oh, Carlick's camera went. Spring 04, we see England gets into Mao. Yay! France got into Irish Sea. Oh. It's going to slow them down a little bit. Always annoying to have that raider. We also see Silesia to Galicia, which is a very interesting move, I must say, when Justin is currently seeing Barbara as his best friend. But honestly, because Justin and Barbara, they're from the same club, Justin kind of taught Barbara how to play the game to some extent. Like, they're good. They know each other. I think Barbara's comfortable with this, if I had to guess. No attempt on Venice was made, naturally, because it was never going to fall. Greece is piffed, so I think Turkey is finally in trouble now with Italy getting online and the Balkans fully out of their reach for the moment. And then in the West, we see Picardy piffed, nice tactics from Karsten, and Burgundy being forced. So, yeah, basically France getting some annoying tactical victories, but mostly it's EG still getting position, which is nice.
Learn Picardy is where German armies go to die.
Oh, that was a German army. Yeah.
No, I think this is a really good thing, though, for Germany, because we were asking, McCullough was asking, why does Germany want to be in Picardy? Well, that was resolved. They got into Burgundy, which is a great position for them to be in. The army got piffed. They got to rebuild it later. Zoe's unlikely to stab, and England is now getting into Portugal free of charge.
Yeah.
So,
but now the only way for Germany to do anything with Burgundy was to go back to Picardy this turn. So they're kind of going in circles while England's +2.
Not necessarily. They can also support Belgium into Picardy. So,
oh, that's fair. But also, anyway, let's look at the East because I think that's more interesting. I said that Barbara probably consented to Galicia, but look how much I know, because look at this switch in the alliance structure. Turkey supports Austria out of Greece, so he gets a rebuild, into Bulgaria, so Austria still builds. Complete shakeup of the structure here. And Italy goes to Adriatic as well, so they're not happy about this AT cooperation. They weren't happy with Austria to begin with, but now they're really prepared in case Barbara tries any more funny business. And then more dipsy doodling in the Black Sea, which is just confusing to me. Why didn't they bounce? Because Moscow could have backfilled south. But anyway, on to winter.
So winter of 1904, we've got England perhaps unexpectedly going up +2. We'll pause here. We'll play Who Do You Like? Karthik, I'm going to go to Patrick first.
Well, I'm tempted to say England because of how lucky they were in 04, but I think the game is still early enough that they're going to get reacted to somehow by GR in particular. At least if Justin can find a way to get both of those fleets in play in a way that collaborates with Germany. If I had to pick someone who is not big right now but has the potential to really get big over time, I mean, with the Eastern shakeup, it's hard to tell, but I think there's a fair shout for Turkey here. I think the fact that they managed to get Austria off their backs just for one turn really injected some new life into their game. And now, especially with the AI tension, like they have their pick of the litter between AT versus IT, depending on where their growth prospects are, in their opinion. And now he's in Black Sea. Justin's no threat to him. He's not getting a build anytime soon. So I really like this Turkish position. I think it has a ton of potential.
100%. I'm also really excited to see where Nisha goes here. Actually, we'll be building one, but they are under pressure by both Russia and Turkey.
You mean Barbara?
I'm excited to see what Nisha chooses because Barbara's building one, but is under pressure by both Russia and Turkey. If Nisha chooses correctly, they can either freeze RT in place or they can get their choice of build from Austria. And I'm curious to see which one they choose.
Which one would you choose?
Depends on my diplomatic position with both of them.
Pick one,
Um,
Karthik.
No, yeah, that's a serious answer. Like, it really depends on which one I trust more. So that's the answer. Whichever one I trust more is the one I choose to work with.
All right.
Based on what you have seen in this game, if you're Nisha, which one would you go with?
I would go with Austria.
I think I would too, but I've got McCallus whispering in my ear a little bit.
McCallus' love for the IT. I mean, I share that love, but like, I think in this particular game, you need a way to get rid of that Aegean fleet in order for, I think, you to be really comfortable.
Fun fact, Nisha actually ran an IT with McCallus at VDC, or tried to. It didn't end well for them, but the attempt is there. Like, they're interested
awesome.
in the alliance.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I know.
Spring 1905. So Portugal takes Spain, which is just amazing for Zoe. The position around Mid-Atlantic Ocean and Brest is secured as well. Carson's really focused on denying Cody anything, which when you're going down, may as well make sure that the person you want gets everything and the person you don't want gets nothing. So kudos to making that work. Zoe's Blue Water Navy just grows larger and larger. Britannia rule the waves. Justin's northern ambitions are finally getting some pressure, though, as Denmark supports Kiel out to the Baltic Sea. Barbara kicks Galicia out, but it just retreats forward to Bohemia. Rather than choosing either Turkey or Austria, Nisha decides to defend wisely against France, predicting the move to Piedmont, or maybe it was an arranged bounce, who knows. And then covers up Venice in case Trieste chose to sneak in. There was a convoy to Greece, but with the Aegean bouncing it out, it was not going to go. Finally, Justin decides to blow up the Armenian Sea. The way Justin moved, it does look like an Armenian Sea, but finally blows up the Armenian land fleet, allowing army to get rebuilt and do something useful with.
I think the convoy to Greece was a little ambitious from Nisha. I think Albania, it's more likely to get in, and it gives you more tactical options for the fall, depending on what's open. Little note. Oh, John Jameson. Please, I hope you're watching this.
The convoy of the army to North Africa. Armies don't belong in North Africa to begin with. They doubly do not belong there after a convoy. A long convoy, mind you, at that. But it is cute. It is funny. I like it. It's a BEL game. It's not that serious. So it's March. Why not have some fun with it? Why not build some diplomatic capital with Karsten? Carson's probably going to give you what you want at the.
Did we lose him?
I'm here. Yeah, I think we lost Karthik.
Karthik.
All right. Well, I will put words in Karthik's mouth here. I think I agree with the direction he was saying. Hey, we can win some diplomatic capital here. We can if it ends up in an in-game situation where your ally is gonna have a choice. Are they gonna go against you? Are they gonna work with you? It's likely they'll work with you and might even be willing to give you a dot or two at the end that could make a difference. So
yeah. Can I also
did I summarize that the right way?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Could I point
I
out
don't know
real
what
quick?
happened. I guess I lost internet for a second, but yeah, you hit the nail on the head summary wise.
Could I point out real quick that Sweden falls here? EG finally turns against Russia. I think that's probably not the best option at this stage, because I get why Cody wants Sweden, because he's probably fed up at the lack of progress in France and he's always friendliness towards Karsten. But at the same time, attacking Russia now when AT are attacking Russia, it's just going to solidify the AT and give the East more momentum. So, yeah. Then we see Fleet Smyrna, Army Munich, Army Vienna, all expected. Justin, interestingly, does not disband Skagerrak, which is a choice. Spring 1906, we see Germany dislodges Skagerrak, and Zoe walks out of Norway for Justin to go into it. So I'm not really sure what's happening in Scandinavia. Let's just leave that alone. Check back in the fall. Zoe goes to Spain again this time. The real question is whether she'll stay there. Maybe she will, now that if she doesn't, Karsten might get a build out of Tunis. just walking in. You know, the French Army North Africa walks into Tunis after being convoyed by English fleets. That's a totally normal sentence, guys. This is normal game of diplomacy. All right. Meanwhile, the AT makes more good strategic progress. Austria goes to the line. Italy seems to be on side since they're more worried about the West. And they piff the army in Ukraine, which is just massive. I mean, it means Moscow's guaranteed now for the fall. They just have to decide who gets it. Going to the fall, okay, we see that the thing with Justin's fleet was actually an arranged piff. I think that makes a lot of sense. Justin's going to have 2 rebuilds now, and all of a sudden, okay, good job, EG. You took Sweden while arresting AT's momentum. I was wrong. Well done. In an EG versus AT game, managing Russia like this is very important, so I'm glad they managed to work that out. Meanwhile, yes, Zoe stays in Spain this time, so she's a magnanimous ruler, but not magnanimous enough to let that build slide. And I'm guessing Tunis will probably get piffed in short order here, but again, Zoe's a lot nicer than I am, so what do I know? And then I guess we'll touch on the Med briefly. Turkey gets into Ionian, which is very significant, while Italy's pulling, so I would not want to be Nisha in this situation, even if Turkey still finds me useful right now. Also, actually, wait a minute, Sev to Moscow. That's another move, because were they expecting an Austrian support? I feel like they might have been, especially if they backfill with a convoy. Like, you're dedicating 3 units to that move.
They almost certainly did, yeah.
Surely you expect it to go in. Yeah, that's a little strange. I'm not sure what Barbara's intentions are there.
I think that she thought she had a way to make it into Warsaw. It seemed Moscow was supporting Ukraine in. She decided to go the other way. Bohemia was cutting Silesia. Maybe she thought she could just get in with one. Like she could cut the supports, therefore be 2 on 1. I don't know.
Army Venice comes off. Very trusting.
But yeah, with Justin being able to build 2 now, and it's both harder to get Moscow and harder to get Warsaw. So I assume that Jeff Lang will be very, very frustrated. On the plus side, though, for Barbara, none of that matters too much, as Venice is guaranteeable with Piedmont being there, but no Venice unit anymore. Army built by Zoe can do a lot of things. What will it do? Only time will tell.
If you're Turkey in this position, your growth through Russia has just collapsed.
Mm-hmm.
Are you looking at Romania, Bulgaria? Is this the time to make a move?
It could be. It really depends on a whole slew of factors.
I think this is a good example of Barbara sort of still learning the strategic ins and outs of the game, because again, she's a newer player. So a difficult thing for new diplomacy players to understand sometimes is that sometimes it's good to let your ally get the dot first if it pushes them further forward and keeps them happy,
right.
Especially if it leads to further growth prospects for you, like it would have been with Warsaw. And I think what appeared to be a greedy move trying to get Warsaw before Moscow, I think it's another example of why good alliance play is very powerful, and often more so than just individual greed. I'm not saying Barbara is wrong for trying to take that risk, but I am saying there are much more advantages to I think supporting into Moscow in that situation, just not overthinking it.
And just one final counterpoint, got looking at Italian dots, so that's another perspective. Spring 1907.
Spring 1907, we see Austria taking Venice completely unopposed. This will give them the chance potentially to walk into Rome if Italy deems them worthy of having it. Turkey also walks into Naples unopposed. Italy seems really, really annoyed at the West and is just holding the line against them, letting the East basically take everything from behind. Realizing that she made a mistake in ever letting Justin have any fun, Barbara supports Germany into Warsaw, but does not choose to take the support given to them into Moscow. Wouldn't have gone anyways, but I do expect in the fall for such a move to potentially be made. If it was going to work, though, Cody really needed to put Silesia in there so that Prussia could tap Livonia, and then the other 3 units support themselves into Moscow. C'est la vie, though. Or have a Warsaw be the mover to Moscow and a unit backfill Warsaw. Both were valid options there. Neither are unfortunately possible at this point. Edinburgh gets convoyed into Belgium. And I think this is really, really fun because Zoe is being, I think, very, very magnanimous. But in theory, the units are in a position where they could do a lot of damage to Cody if she wanted to.
In the boot, I imagine that Naples will support Venice to Rome to guarantee all 3 dots, and then Turkey will make up the difference with Romania or something, perhaps. I am mourning the loss of Nisha. I'm biased in this game. I really like them as a player, but they fell into the classic Italy trap of just not growing fast enough, not seeking those opportunities when they were there. So this will be a learning experience, so to speak. Oh, never mind.
And then in the fall, Rome falls to the Turks. Ionian takes Naples from behind. The French get blown up in Tunis by the English who put them there. And then, so Zoe will be going up to 9 with Tunis in pocket. They are helping the French hold Marseille, though, which is very, very diplomatically wise of them, as well as bouncing out of Paris. Great move. So it seems that everything is nice and stable right now. No one wants to do too much to upset it. Germany does not want to help Austria into Moscow just yet. We'll see if they want to do so in 1908.
I will say, I think Barbara listened to me from winter somehow, because I just laid out the tactical case for how to deal with the boot, but clearly she must have put in some great negotiation to convince Turkey that they should take the risk and go to Rome here. And that's what we were talking about, the advantage of pushing your ally into centers ahead of you that get their units further away, right?
Right.
So really good from her.
Well, we say farewell to Nisha. Thank you for playing and for allowing us to broadcast this game. Net result +2 for Jeff Wang, and +1 Cody Miller, +1 Zoe Cameron, +1 Barbara Zong. Is it Zong? Zhang?
Zhang, you would have to ask Justin, I think.
All right.
Maybe he's in chat.
Barbara. And I will just say this game is heating up. I honestly don't know who I will pick when it comes to who do you like, but we'll do that next year.
Yeah. Well, who picked Turkey earlier? This guy. All right, so we see double fleets from Jeff, so clearly he's still on board with the AT. Army Budapest from Barbara, a little hedgy, I will say, but there's really no need for Vienna right now, so it makes sense. Just be a little more secure, protect Romania. And then Army London for England, I think that's probably the correct EG play right now. It's time to take St. Petersburg, so you might as well do it with the more useful unit for that space.
Oh, a draw.
Was not expecting that.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. I don't, but I wasn't expecting it.
I think Zoe could have gotten more out of it, but also at the same time, I know Zoe. I think Zoe is very happy with this result. Very, very diplomatically well played. I think this leaves it a fun game for everyone where France didn't have to die. She didn't have to stab her ally in Cody. And she avoided any potential risk of Austria convincing Germany to give them Moscow or stabbing Turks successfully to go for a board tie. So avoided a lot of risk, got what she wanted in the board top. I think it's a good game.
I'm not super surprised with the draw. Yeah, I am a little crestfallen by Jeff agreeing here because actually I mentioned before, Jeff is also from Diplostrats, by the way. So I played with him a lot. I think he's very good at running an alliance for a while and getting you to trust him and then lining up those stabs and pulling them off. So I'm disappointed that he didn't try to go for it on Austria here. But at the same time, who knows how that unbalances the board. And he's got a good score either way for the start of the season. So yeah, good game. This is a good result. Good job, Zoe.
All right. Well, congratulations, Zoe, on the board top as England. And with that, Karthik, we're going to give you a break. Or actually, not a break. This is our final game. So you are welcome to hang out and join us for the end of the broadcast if you would like. All right. We'll see you then.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure you love the draw, Karsten.
Yeah. And then let's welcome McCallus back. McCallus.
Hello again. I'd rather say about that game, I think it was very clever to have the draw vote when they did, because the only person who had a reason to veto it is Turkey. But if they vetoed it at that point, they're showing their hand about what they're going to do. So
that's a great meta point that I didn't
if this is because it's too early to stab Austria. If Turkey's going to win that game, they're going to have to stab Austria probably another year later to actually go and do it. So if you have the draw vote now, you make it really obvious that that's what they intend to do. So I think that whoever suggested the draw, if it was Zoe, really well done. It's a way to control the game, even when you're just controlling people the other side of the board. And I think Zoe controlled that game beautifully.
Yeah, that is just the right result then. Makes sense.
Yeah, and I completely agree, McCullis. That game was under Zoe's control from the outset. All right, this is our final game of the night. Virtual Diplomacy League 217. Berlin. I think we're going after band names named after cities. It's my
Isaac said earlier that he's naming them after supply centers.
Okay, supply centers. Mine's more.
I thought it was just capital cities, to be fair.
Yeah.
He could go in that direction too. But
Okay, but Patrick, introduce our players.
okay, this looks more like a round 1 board than a round 3 board with all the Australians, but let's go through them. We got Michael Saxton in Austria, fresh off his win at Snake Pit. It'll be interesting to see if that puts a target on his back amongst the other Australians. Although one of his erstwhile allies from December, that general time, was Jason Gray, who's here in England. Not going to be able to help Austria much, but hey, it's at least not an enemy. Alan Thompson in France, another prominent Australian player, a regular in virtual. I've played with him before. He's very fun. Astronauts returning from round 2. So happy to see that, despite getting coalition to Turkey. He's getting off the mat. Ian Rudnick in Italy. Ian Rudnick, I think he hasn't been as active lately, has he? But he's been coming back a little bit, right?
He's been more active over the past 6-month stretch, I would say.
Yeah, I got the pleasure of playing with him at 7 Years War in January. He was quite fun as well. Jaden, we've seen him a few times. I know he's in chat right now in Russia. Interested to see how he plays. And then Robert Hillier in Turkey, who's another solid Australian player who I've had some contact with.
Awesome. Well, let's get right to it.
Interesting to see Jason, having already had one very good top today, is back for another round of it. Trying to get the.
Well, that put a target on his back. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. And that is, I will pause for a moment and shout that out. That's a really good comment, McCullis. One thing that I have noticed in watching the Virtual Diplomacy League from a league standpoint, not on a per game standpoint, it is not unusual to find somebody that kind of breaks out to early leader and then to have someone else overtake them towards the back half of the season. So would Jason Gray perhaps be one of those early candidates? We'll have to watch and see. Spring 1901. Here we go.
Just real quick, Zoe's been saying in the chat she used Speedboat to hone her tactics for these games. So if you want to top boards like Zoe, play Speedboat. All right. Now on to Spring 01. Thankfully, I didn't waste too much time because these openings are super standard. In fact, they're putting me to sleep. There's a DMZ in Burgundy, but I won't really say anything else.
They are standard for a reason, though.
Yeah. Won't deny that.
You had Liverpool to Edinburgh, which was slightly unusual, and it opens up the door to do exactly this.
I think that should be more common, that move to Eddie. And yeah, convoy through the Norwegian Sea. Very nice. England tries to bounce Holland, but actually Astronaut really sniffs it out here, supports himself to Holland. So Jason's got some egg on his face to start out. I think it's safe to say. Russia's let into Sweden, loses Black Sea, but keeps Austria at arm's length. So pretty good turn for him. Ian takes both Trieste and Tunis. Second time we've seen that tonight. It'll be interesting to see how Michael reacts. Michael, in my experience, can be a fairly loyal and tolerant ally in terms of center count disparities, especially. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is agreed, honestly. And then we see the fleet in Spain South Coast from Alan. And so even if Trieste wasn't agreed before, Ian can still argue to Michael, I need the fleet build now because France is coming into the Med. So
this is a curious turn from Jason Gray. Like the convoy to Norway and going to Holland, provoking both Russia and Germany at the same time. Which makes you think maybe this is some subterfuge. I note mid-Atlantic to Spain, South Coast. I note that there's an Australian in the West. And I note this is a very easy way to start a Western triple. You've got the army in Norway. You've got the fleet in Spain, South Coast. This stinks of Western triple to me. And the only thing that says it isn't right now is North Sea to Holland, which didn't work.
Yeah, I don't expect a triple here. I think you would have seen the Barents move for sure from England. Maybe Germany could be tricked into not demanding Belgium, but I think you'd need different English moves.
Are you sure? do you want to revise your opinion having seen the builds?
No, England should have built an army.
All right.
Yep.
Fair enough.
GG.
Well, it looks like France expected it to be a Western triple either way. So France, having built Fleet Marseille, has gone to Lyon and Western Med and declared war on Italy. England, on the other hand, has gone Yes, down to English Channel for a walk to Brest, which is delightful for them. They are going to lose Norway for their troubles, though. So this is the problem with convoying to Norway: is you provoke Russia into doing something like this, and if you don't follow up with an attack on Russia, you leave yourself incredibly vulnerable in the north. Of course, what you can now do is, because you're losing Norway either way, just convoy it straight into Brest, which is what I'd be looking at. On the other hand, Germany's in Heldel and Bite, so it looks like Jason has actually provoked all three of his neighbours one after another. This isn't quite how he played the first game tonight. This is an interesting strategy. We'll see how it goes for him. In the East, meanwhile, we see solid, normal AI moves, forcing a GNC, and Turkey, it looks like, is trying to do something against Russia, maybe saying, "Hey, look, you don't need to air me. I'm anti-Russia. Don't kill me."
I'm really excited to see. I'm really excited to see what Italy does with this position now that France kind of has to pull out, because seeing now that Trieste was either agreed or forgiven based on the AI moves, like he's in the catbird seat now if the French pressure is gone. So I'm really excited for that.
I suspect agreed. All right. Well, we've got Jason Gray perhaps trying to do his best to avoid leader syndrome.
Well, Jason Gray has somehow convinced Russia not to take Norway, which is a feat of negotiation I can only applaud. All right, he's done the convoy to Brest, like I said, which makes good sense, and he's also got Germany to attack Belgium. So far, provoking all your neighbours is working brilliantly. Maybe all of us should just attack everyone constantly. Great turn for Jason, and great news for him that Germany's taken Belgium. Meanwhile, France has not actually tried to pull back with very many units, which is also quite a bold decision. It's not worked so far for Alan. The East is bounces and nothing really happening, but good decision by Ian, I think, to get the army back home. You don't want it stuck in Tunis forever, and you had a reasonable expectation France is going away, so take the opportunity while you can. But yeah, the real highlight on this board is Russia not taking Norway, which means Jason has a build and Russia is going to go and do something. It's questionable whether anyone in the East, whether anyone on this board that isn't England is going to be happy that they didn't take Norway, though. And those are the sort of indirect effects you have to consider when you don't make a really obvious taking of a center. What are other people going to think about it? And for me, if I'm Austria, if I'm Turkey, if I'm Italy, I'm not happy about that for anyone. None of them wants England to get big. And if Russia's not going to fight England and let England get big, what's Russia doing for you?
They're going to have to pressure him. Yeah, I also got to know all of the best convoys we've seen tonight have been through English fleets. So play England. It's fun.
There are lots of them. A couple things I'll say here. Dip Chat tonight has just been on fire. Y'all been cracking me up all night. Please keep it coming. So much fun. My current favorite right now is we've got a little bit of an exchange where we've got Trieste was not agreed, but indeed forgiven. Like, okay, well, I was wrong. But then a little bit later, we've got Trieste was agreed. But then we get they feigned annoyance, and then we've got Eliar. So truths being dropped in chat, and then that's one group. Second quick segue. We try really hard to be both entertaining and educational here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. Chris Kelly asking if you annoy... Oh, nope, not that one. Chris Kelly asking, wondering about the phrase catbird seat. Did a quick little Google search. Apparently it's a baseball term. Came out of the 1940s. There was a baseball broadcaster who read a book about the catbird seat and used that to popularize it. So the more you know.
I will say, Dip Chat, I will admit, I don't want to be a negative, Nick, but they are falling short in one critical area. There are 33 people watching the stream right now and only 11 likes. So please make sure to like the stream, folks, if you want to get this content to more people, because our goal is to expand the hobby.
Patrick pulling out the pro move right there. All right. Winner of 1902.
It looks like even if Russia's not responding to England, someone is, and his name is Astronaut. We saw earlier that, sure, it looked like England got Germany on side because he took Belgium and all that, but he stayed in Helgoland, and now he's built the Third Fleet. So I think it's pretty clear that he's taken advantage of England for one turn and now said, actually, you're a little too scary. I need to do something. which I think is
Is it?
a really good play.
Or is he just going to Baltic Sea and taking Sweden?
I mean, he could do that too, but even if he's not hostile right now, just getting the permission to stay in Helgoland is such a great stab enabler later. It's amazing. Yeah. All right, spring. We see a rush to the line as response to Drew. Not going to be a negative, Nick. I don't think going to Bohemia and Tyrolia is the best thing right now when Germany is the only one with pretty much the means to check England, let alone the opportunity, especially with Russia still not taking Norway and now with the move to Finland seemingly signaling that they won't, at least for the time being. So maybe a little bit of a balance of power miscalculation from AI there. They will get Munich out of it. That's guaranteed. So it's not entirely downsides. Like there is a reason to do this, but it's not the reason I would have gone with as more of a balance of power player myself. And then in the East, elsewhere, Russia loses Romania and Italy piffs the Austrian fleet. So they're all working together. Is this an AIT now in response to the fast-moving England? Interesting.
It looks like it. It looks like basically what I said about Russia is playing a dangerous game, not taking Norway. It looks like all of them have gone, well, what are you doing? And they've all decided to kill Russia like I thought might happen. What I will say about, maybe going after Germany is not the best way to pressure England because Germany has means and opportunity, but Germany has to have desire, and Helgoland to Holland, Kiel staying in Kiel is not desire to go and do something about England. Germany is attacking France, which is about as unhelpful to the goal of containing England as you can get. So at the moment, I don't really fault that. I will say that if it's an AYT, Turkey actually following into a GNC is a bit dangerous. It looks like maybe Turkey is on board with the AT part of that and not so much the I. And there's going to be a lot of tension in this AIT going forward from here.
Oh, but I just wanted to make sure he didn't stay in Aegean. I'm just protecting my territorial waters. I also want to just give a brief tip to Jaden before we move on to the fall. Because playing as Russia, it's the power known for collapsing when they grow too quickly. And because of that, it's often seen as wise to react by just not taking the growth opportunities when you have them all the time. But at the same time, if you don't grow as Russia, especially in the situations where it helps balance the board, like you're not being useful to anyone, including yourself, and that's going to get you killed on its own. So it's possible to overcorrect when you hear a piece of good advice. Moving to the fall, we see Turkey convoying to Armenia, so they're going whole hog anti-Russian. Austria's in Galicia. Austria's also in Munich, so it looks like that's how they're making up for the loss of Greece to Italy, which makes a lot of sense. And England gets Paris with German support, which really cuts off the potential for German growth here, I must say, from almost all angles, especially because they went to Skagerrak for some reason without backfilling Denmark, which lets Russia walk into that, and Norway. And, well, that's one way to respond to the issue of not growing as Russia, I suppose. That's a disastrous trend for Germany.
Skagerrak is such an odd move that the only way I can really imagine it is that they thought it was a bounce, that someone had arranged, whether it was Russia or England, to bounce in Skagerrak and then had broken it and walked to Denmark instead.
Yeah.
If it's England, then you can tell who England's next target will be. But England has left the channel, so probably not England. Maybe Russia was the one that they were supposed to be bouncing with there, and Jaden just taking advantage. Taking Norway, I think, is just good for Jaden. Like they're losing rum. They need relevance on this board, and they've just given themselves relevance on this board. Now they can say to Austria, to Turkey, "Look, I'm doing something.
Hold on.
Kill me."
We've got Robert in the chat saying Germany said to me, "At least they agreed to give Denmark to Russia." Why?
Okay,
you're already losing Munich.
That's also a thing you can do. I mean, this kind of looks like an EGR triple. It had looked like that anyway. This isn't necessarily how I'd run an EGR triple, but it is EGR
I'm not
versus
asking you, Robert.
AIT.
I'm just asking the void, pretty much. Like I know you're gobsmacked by this.
It's EGR versus AIT. They say that this is a response to AIT, but I'd argue that it's the fast-moving EG that triggered the AIT. So, I don't know. These sort of games where you end up triple on triple tend to stalemate very quickly, and we'll see whether that's what happens from here. What we see are builds for Austria in the centres that they can build in. Germany pulls 2 of those fleets off the board, which is nice for England. Russia puts 2 more armies down to resecure the south. They will lose Sev because that's guaranteed, but they can at least hold the Warsaw, Ukraine, Moscow line for a while. And yeah, France is
Can they?
clearly more interested in fighting England than fighting Italy.
Because Austria is already in Munich. There's no armies to contest an entry into Silesia, which is the key to breaking that line from Russia. So I feel like it might be too little too late from EGR.
Well, the flip side is that if you're going to Silesia and Germany has this units where they are, actually, maybe you go for Berlin instead.
Possible. Yeah, I wouldn't hate that.
But Russia has taken Galicia, which is good forward-thinking defense. You got to like that. Sev fell because it was guaranteed. Fine. Turkey has pulled back out of Aegean Sea, which gives Italy a bit of relief that Turkey is definitely on board the AIT at this stage. And in the West, Germany gets into Paris as England walks down to Gascony, and Italy moves across to North Africa to help prop up the French. There's a small hole in this FI defensive line, which is that Spain is currently empty, and to cover it, you need to put Western Med into it, which is why Italy really would have wanted one of those fleets to have gone across, and then you wouldn't have that hole anymore. But the fact they felt the need to defend Greece has cost AIT some significant momentum as a result. But for now, AIT continues. Italy gets Marseille with English support, which is clearly a ploy to try and break FI up from working together. I'm not sure it's really going to work because France is still in Spain and Portugal, and Italy can prop them up or do what they want from there anyway. And other than that, this is still just progressing towards a stalemate line. Although England takes Denmark, which I guess is to balance out Paris, but pretty bad year for Jaden to be losing that as well. I guess they could argue that Sweden is superfluous, but the problem with Sweden being superfluous is it means that Norway and Sweden are indefensible.
Yeah, so Michaelis, you just said we're heading towards a stalemate. Karthik's got something similar in chat. What is the difference between this scenario and, say, a balance of power type play that we've seen, like in our recent DBN coverage, for example?
When it's triple on triple and everyone's rushing towards a stalemate line, the game loses a lot of its dynamics. Like, who is going to be able to realistically break this in some sort of balance of power, or I want the power myself method? It's usually the corner powers. It's England and Turkey. In this case, both of them are already stuck on a line themselves. England's line is around Iberia, and Turkey's line is like propping up the centers around Russia, which is the downside of Russia being in this EGR. If Turkey is actually an important part of the line, then Turkey can't stab either because they have their own worries.
Do you think Turkey wins here, Michaelis?
Probably. It's what I would be demanding if I was Italy, for sure. Probably if I'm Austria. Yes, Turkey has the ability to stab for Sev. They have the ability to stab for Greece. But these are very ineffectual stabs that invite the other side to cross the board in way more force than you can do. And they're all on low center counts, so you can't just race ahead. If this was a 2-on-2, then stabbing your ally gives you a sort of 3-4 center advantage, which if you do late enough in the game, you can hold on to. When you're stabbing to take a lead on 7 or 8 centers, it's so easy to be pegged back by the other side of the board crossing the line. And if 3 powers cross the line, 8 centers is not going to be you winning this game. This is going to be you getting punished by your people on your side of the board whilst the other side of the board wins. It's basically whoever moves first loses in that scenario, which is why it tends to lead to games locking up.
So Patrick, if I were Turkey, I came to you, and you were Austria. I came to you and I said, hey, it's going to lock up. This is going to be our result. This is a garbage result for all of us. Let's take a risk here. Let's go attack Italy. Yeah, it might result in England coming across, because they can't hold Iberia anymore or whatever. But is that, it might give you a shot also? Would you go for something like that?
Not from here. No, I think the Italian position is too strong. Austria has a dot that they can get instantly out of that deal, and that's Trieste. Turkey can't even guarantee Greece from here if they build, especially if they telegraph with a fleet build. And yeah, Italy just has too many resources to defend against something like that from this position. I think a bad shot is arguably worse than no shot at all here when the stakes are the entire rest of the board is aligned against you. And yeah, I think it's just a frustrating game because sometimes, yes, when you're Turkey and you're in a coalition like this, you just have to sit back and do nothing. And I think that is genuinely the best thing for Robert here. And I think he's a patient enough player to recognize that and act accordingly.
And Michalis, if I pitched a Kraken here, let's go after Austria, would you have any interest in that?
We already know what he's saying to that.
No, I wouldn't actually.
Oh.
What armies are putting the power into the Balkans to actually take the dots? Turkey has an army in Rum and an army in Armenia. You just invite more pressure from the other side of the board. Germany and Russia come down and kick you out of those centers. I don't think they have the armies on the board to actually take and hold those centers. And I mean, Italy is already topping. If the game locks up at the moment, it's actually really good for Ian. Ian's the one who gets the top out of it. So why would Ian be the one to upset the apple cart? That's the complete opposite of what Ian should be doing. Ian should love this game to draw right now.
Yeah, I'm pausing here just because I think it's an interesting game state. I think there's a lot going on, even though it is kind of heading apparent, like unless something changes, it's heading for a stalemate position. But with that, we've got to pick somebody that we like to win this. Patrick, I'm going to go to you first.
That's hard. This is such a messy board. Can we do Michalis first? I don't like any of these.
Sure. Michalis.
I mean, Italy is in the best position at the moment. If I'm trying to make a case for the game not locking up and drawing right now, then I guess England is the one who has an extra unit. Like Irish Sea is a unit that can do something. You can go to English Channel, you can go off to Germany. Theoretically, England has some flexibility. The fact France has 2 fleets means it's dangerous, but England has more flexibility, I think, than anyone else in this.
Yeah. I think I'm going to say I think Turkey still has the best strategic and diplomatic options if the game doesn't lock up. Just there's hamstrung as long as it is locked up, right? So if they can find some way, or they can wait it out until things are a bit more dynamic, then I think they have the most growth potential by a significant amount. I don't think anyone here benefits from drawing and just giving Italy a free top. I think there's enough counterplay that we should keep going.
Well, we will find out. I mean, I think technically they can't until the end of this year anyway. But
so
my rule.
IT alarm's not going off. Oh, sorry.
Sweden has come off the board, which is why England has the flexibility, and that the Russian disband was always going to be good news for England there.
Yeah, that's something I wouldn't really account for. I didn't, rather. All right, Spring 05. Let's see. In the east, Galicia's force. That's just good tactics from Austria. That's an important part of the line to break. Downs in Greece looks arranged. Ankh to Khan is not really a threat to anyone yet. England takes Spain with Italian support. So it looks like Jason and Ian are trying to come to some kind of mutually beneficial deal here. And if I had to guess, this will involve Italy forcing Spain in the fall while England takes Portugal. Which I think makes sense for both of them. Like, what's Alan doing for either of you at this point? Just take his dots and improve both your scores. So I quite like that. Germany takes Munich back. AI doesn't even try to defend it, which makes sense because Russia's there to cut Silesia, so it's a bit of a futile exercise. Baltic naturally goes back to Sweden to cover its own centers now that Berlin's not under threat anymore. So Jaden just making sure he's not too vulnerable in case Jason wants to be a bit more risky with his boats. Let's move to the fall.
I just want to pitch an idea here, and it's probably harebrained and idiotic, but the direction you were going, Patrick, let's say we're doing this exchange. It would require... Oh, I don't think it works. I was going to pitch, could England blow up the army while taking Portugal and then have a rebuild that they could use against Germany? Because that could be juicy, but I don't see the tactics for that.
I think if Germany backfilled Gascony here, they'd have a lot more options like that, but they didn't. So not much more to say about it. I think it's going to be a solid deal.
I think the person who should be worried is Austria at this point.
Sev falls. Yeah. Sev falls.
Yeah.
I think Vienna was an attempted snipe here based on the backfill with Piedmont. This looks like IT energy. Sev. Well, I mean, he's losing
Con
Munich.
to bull is not, and a bull to Aegean is not IT energy.
Well,
It's
where
some
else is
kind of
where else
energy.
is Bull going if you want to get that army into the Balkans, right? It's another situation of, yeah, I don't want you in Aegean Sea, but you have a decent excuse, so I'll just tolerate it for now. Like, he has 3 fleets next to Aegean. Greece is not under threat, so it's fine for now. He'll get it out later, but it's fine for now. This is a fine IT position, I think. And then the Spain-Portugal thing that I mentioned before is going through, and we see 2 very interesting moves from Jason. It's mostly gridlock in the West, but we specifically see Brest to Channel and Irish to Now. What that enables him to do is go to North Sea and Norwegian Sea next spring. And that is very bad news for Russia now that the AIT is broken down. So I am a little nervous for Jaden, and I would like to see... Oh, there's also a support from Kiel to Baltic, as if there wasn't enough evidence already. So I'm not stoked about Jaden's future at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like basically the 2 weakest powers on each side are being cut out. So Austria and Russia on each side of the alliance are going to get cut.
And that's a good way to free up a game state when everyone's left alive. So go on that.
It's going to be interesting whether Italy and Turkey are really going to stick together, or whether they're going to fight, though. Because this is a very easy position for Turkey to just put a fleet down and decide to fight Italy instead.
Yeah. I will say also, one more detail that might be strategically important is England taking Portugal with an army is so inconvenient for them, because oftentimes when you're making a deal with Italy over Iberia, where they get Spain and you get Portugal, what deters them from pushing further and breaking into Mao is often that uncuttable support in Portugal that can defend Mao. But he doesn't have that, so if Ian wants to punish Jason for going after Russia here, he has the tools for it, and I'm going to be watching for that as well. Look at this beautiful Turkish position. He's closed the ring around the Black Sea. What more do you want? Anyway.
Army Con, it's definitely saying I want the Balkans. Not sure it's the part of the Balkans that Italy should be too happy with Turkey getting. I think Italy would have been much happier seeing an army in one of the other centers to go defend Sev, go to Armenia. Turkey is putting themselves in the best position to take as much as possible, but Italy is going to be playing with fire if they permit Turkey to take Serbia from here.
They have no choice.
Yeah, I mean, for the moment, yes. It's whether they can just keep the free around Greece and all of this stuff. Elsewhere, Russia pushes down into Galicia, which is interesting. England supports them to Baltic Sea, which is funny. Italy is actually going up to Gascony, so maybe there's an English-Italian attack on Paris about to happen. Norway is now open for Jason to walk into, so Jason has a lot of flexibility again in this game. That's why I said England's position earlier was one that I quite liked. Yeah, this is looking quite good for Jason. Ian's on a bit of a tightrope here because Robert could very easily actually decide to work with Russia and just go anti-Italy at this
I was
stage.
about to ask, do you think Greece is next right now? Then we'd see the late breaking lowercase r, uppercase t.
It's definitely doable, and it also depends what Austria wants to do. It looks like Austria is more annoyed at Turkey than at Italy. So
yeah, I also want to take this moment to grandstand for a bit. Not a bit, but a little bit. One of my big hot takes about this game is that I think the England-Italy relationship is criminally underrated, and I think they can work together in a very, very real way. Like, a lot of people view Italy and England and EGs as like a rival for the same dots, especially Iberia. But if you could work out an agreement around that, and Italy has enough armies, like Brian loves so much, to stab for those important landlocked German centers like Paris and Munich that England struggles to get to, you can have a really effective Germany squeeze, similar to how France and Russia squeezed Germany in that alliance. And I think we're seeing here some really dynamic play from Jason and Ian that I am really interested to see how far it goes, because I think it's a solid decision for both of them to stay together.
it is.
Go ahead, McCullough.
To say it's a hard alliance to balance without, like, there's a hole in Western Med that England can slip into right now. If you cover that hole, you're putting 2 on Mao. It's very difficult to manage that alliance for a prolonged period of time, but it's not impossible.
If they are working together around Paris here, who do you imagine gets it?
Italy's ahead, so England probably, but Italy is the one sending more armies in that direction. So
Italy can do some stab fear mongering, though. Perhaps we'll see.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to say that what I like about this is going back to my keyword of the night. This broadcast brought to you by the letter T, T for tension. Is this, if I were sitting in Ian Rednick's position right now, like I can feel the anxiety of this position sitting from my chair. I love this. Like it could go so well. Like it really could, but it could break apart so easily. It's so much fun. Thank you for not making this a boring stalemate game.
Watch Greece. Yep.
Yep. So Turkey takes Greece and supports Russia to Budapest. So this is an RT in the south now, which is what I kind of thought might happen. England takes Norway and Sweden, walks into both. Does have a Germany problem, but doesn't necessarily care. Bounces North Sea, and that's that problem dealt with for now. And England negotiates it. They're the one to get Paris. So Jason Gray is building 3, whereas Italy is losing 1. Yeah, not a great turn for Ian. Great turn for Jason.
Your pick's looking good, McCallus. I gotta say, I'm perplexed by Baltic to Kiel. Even if England is offering support into that, like, is there any world where Germany doesn't try to cover it with something? You really should have bounced Sweden here. Like, I don't think there's much else you should be doing with that fleet. So, hindsight, it's easy to say.
Unless you don't care.
Well, maybe.
Maybe
Jaden,
you don't care, or
Jaden
maybe
has a lifeline now through the Balkans. Like, he has growth. I don't think he should be giving up.
Yeah, I mean, the spring looked like an EG war, and maybe that was all a bit of
Jaden said in chat that it was a mistake, not a throw. So
yeah. So yeah, it looks like smoke and mirrors from England in spring to make it look like they were fighting Germany is the real recipe that allowed them to do that.
Yeah,
I think the hoodism for that is kabuki.
Yeah, kabuki theater. This is about the builds I'd expect from England in this situation. If you're going after Germany, I think you need that fleet in North Sea. I think your other fleets had better places to be. Sweden should go to Baltic, Norway should go to Norwegian, et cetera, et cetera. I would have liked maybe a second army here just because I like armies in general as England, but this is a fine build set for them. Turkey, double fleets. So IT war, if it wasn't on before, it certainly is on now. And that's going to make any Italian counterattack really difficult. And I don't see any world where Robert just doesn't just lock up the East here. Even if Russia becomes hostile again, like he's out of the box, period.
What I would say is if I'm Germany, I just strongly considered waving there because I really just want a fleet. I don't want another army.
Yeah. That's fair. AI are still right there, though. Anyway. All right. Italy gets into Vienna with Russian support, so that suggests maybe there is some potential for a wintergreen. You know, Russia's trying to stay friendly with Italy for sure. I'm not sure what happens around Paris and Burgundy. It looks like they both try to support each other to Burgundy, and Germany gets in as a result. So a bit of the first real tactical chink in the EI's armor here. We also see very smartly. This is why Jason's better at the game than me. He built the double fleets for a specific reason. Norwegian is going to convoy, and North Sea gets to hold Denmark because Holland was going to Helgoland. Excellent stuff. And then down in the east, we see Italy trying to be annoying, trying to get into Eastern Med, but they're going to be forced onto a defensive posture before too long. They can stop Robert from getting much more, especially if Russia's not actively helping them, but they're not going to get anything back. And I think their chances at the top are pretty shot at this point, even if they get Paris.
Yeah, this is still looking like a bit of an E versus T race.
Jaden saying draw politics in the chat, and Robert says this East was all arranged to get a draw state. Okay, that makes sense. Just finish Michael off to increase some scores and draw. All right. Well, let's see if it draws after this. We do see some more positioning as if the game won't draw. England does convoy to Norway, so Russia has even more incentive than they already did to take this draw, which is quite good. We see Turkey moving their fleet out of Black Sea, so they're trying to force Ionian, right? There's still movement here, right? We're not just assuming the game's going to draw. We're preparing for if it doesn't, I would assume. It looks like England has also turned on Italy fully now because they have gone into Gascony and they have a guarantee on Spain in spring. So I'm interested to see if they can take advantage of Italy's weakness in the east to take that dot. If anyone has a reason to veto right now, it might genuinely be Jason, just so we can get more stuff because Turkey's not getting another build next year.
You don't see Turkey getting a build?
No, I don't. I think Italy and Russia are friendly enough that they won't let Budapest fall. Trieste is not realistic. Yeah, I just don't see it. Unless Jaden is really mad about what England's doing right now with positioning on St. Pete and just throws to Turkey. But I don't see that as likely based on what we've seen.
The thing with not taking draws when you're leading in video is that an unopened tribute, it's almost never the correct decision because you're always risking about half of your points to get about 20 points. it's a scoring system which does not encourage vetoing draws when you're a lone topper. It's one of the weaknesses of that scoring system, in my opinion.
You know what does
it's-
encourage vetoing draws, McCallus? The spirit of fun.
Who plays diplomacy for fun? I'm just here for strong, hard competition, dominate people, and crush their spirits.
That's why he's Diplomat of the Year, folks. That's a secret.
I will say, as a contributor to that particular scoring system, I can tell you that was intentional.
All right, Army Venice from Italy. Nothing to see there.
All right. So what happens here is England takes Spain.
Is that a full NMR?
Yeah, Turkey has entered no moves, which is an interesting way and a difficult way for Turkey to advance. Yeah, England takes Spain. And this is always a problem. Like, if Italy goes down, England benefits just as much as Turkey does. So Turkey, even the dots that they can take are not actually good dots for them to take. So yeah, Russia takes Vienna. Italy is going to collapse a bit more. And England is going to take lots of free dots as a result. So,
yeah,
okay.
The weirdest move to me on this board is Belgium holds. Once again, I'm going to be like Hood. Like, why isn't that unit doing something? It could have beleaguered Burgundy. It could have gone to Picardy. It could have self-bounced in Holland so that Kiel can stay in place or move to Berlin. Right? It's a little too passive.
Well, we're also what to say is that self bounces are not great defensive moves for a reason, and this is the pitfall of a self bounce. Is it's all it's done is allow England to blow out Helgoland. Do you know what wouldn't have done that? Is if Helgoland had just got into Holland, then you can defend Kiel as well.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes, McCallus. Self bounces are good sometimes,
but rarely.
Ooh, EI's back on.
EI is back on as Italy gets Munich, because why wouldn't Jason throw Italy a bone? Italy is holding back the only other rival for the top. Actually, the more interesting thing is Jason pulling back from St. Petersburg, going to Norway, going to Sweden, and just prioritizing on the German dots at this stage, which is... Yeah, I don't hate it. Like, if Jason can make sure he only has one enemy at a time, that's just good for Jason.
How does this get you more position on the German dots, though? Because that's an army in Sweden. It's not going to drop down to Baltic, so it's going to take a while. I feel like this is just a diplomatic play because maybe Jaden made a threat to throw to Turkey if England did this. Like, that's entirely possible.
Denmark
and then
to Baltic, Sweden to Denmark.
Maybe.
There's nothing that can bounce Baltic.
That's true. Okay, I'm coming around to that then. Also, Turkey still didn't get a build, so my prediction was correct, even though Budapest was his if he wanted it, which is interesting.
Anybody have a pick other than Jason to top this board?
I think Robert's still in with a shout. Like, if this game keeps going, there's probably 2 years left based on the time limit. Like, that's enough for him to pick up Budapest, and then once that's done, if Russia's especially if Russia's like okay with him topping, then he could take Budapest and Trieste, and maybe Vienna too. It just all depends on the diplomatic attitudes down there.
If there's an aggressive throw, then numerous people can still top this board. But on the assumption that there's not an aggressive throw, then England will top this board.
Well, just bring this aggressive throw up because it seems more likely than zero, right?
I guess.
Yeah.
Army Warsaw, it looks to me like Jaden has been playing to maximize his center count, not to...
Piedmont comes off, so Italy wants England to top over Turkey to the surprise of nobody, and Army London is what you need right now. Get those armies on the continent.
And as I said, this was always the pitfall of attacking Italy as Turkey, in that Italy can just help England.
We see possibly, if it stays in the fall, we see our second Italian Kiel of the night. So well done to Ian and Jason. EI wins once again. Run this alliance, please. Jason also lines back up on St. Petersburg, but Jaden expects it and goes to Finland again. So it's more awkward tactical situations. Russia also goes to the line, seemingly to bail out Italy, which is interesting, or Germany. Can't quite tell which, but based on the moves I'm seeing, probably Italy, just to keep the West in disarray. Turkey takes Budapest this time, which I'm not surprised at all. And good tactics by Ian to piff that fleet in Albania. That's going to make his naval defense unbreakable for pretty much the rest of the game, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Turkey is, again, unless Russia throws them the top, the centers they can take just keep reducing rather than increasing. Meanwhile, England's in position to take Belgium now, Holland, Kiel.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a bit of a stalemate in Scandinavia at the moment, but when you get more builds, that stops being a stalemate. So if the game continues to 1910, England probably gets St. Petersburg as well. Yeah.
All right. On to the fall. How many centers will England get? Let's find out. He forces Belgium, so that's another one. St. Petersburg does not fall, but Russia moves back down, which is interesting. That's the second year in a row where we've seen, they're going for St. Pete. Oh, nope, they figured something out. Nope, they're back. Meanwhile, Turkey...
The thing for Russia there is they don't want to be in Finland because it makes it harder to defend St. Pete. Like, Finland can be cut really easily, whereas Moscow can't. So that's why they keep going back.
That's true. Turkey was also using Budapest as a springboard for an attack into Trieste that was never going to work. Like, come on. So I guess surely Jade must have been okay with Budapest falling if that was what was happening, especially because he's now in Tyrolia. Oh, he got into Munich. Oh, so great diplomatic skill with Astronaut to make sure to get in there. I really like that play. So Russia getting another build. So maybe they're a dark horse pick. Who knows? Probably not. We only have 1 year left, but their position's a lot better than it was anyway. Years ago.
They lost Budapest. When
of course, they lost Budapest. What am I saying? Yeah, they're even. Okay, so this is presumably a promise from Italy and Turkey that they won't go down from Budapest. Makes sense. And then Western Med, I assume, is to prop up Italy just in case it was needed, based on Marseille not being taken.
Prop them up, walk into Rome.
Maybe Ian's okay with it. He left Marseille wide open. So.
Mm-hmm. I think that's actually Ian saying draw, and the East not yet saying yes.
Ian is picking a winner though, because that is what he has to do, and he has picked Jason. So, yep, makes sense.
There we go.
Congratulations, Jason Gray. My commentator curse in reverse today said you're not going for the early leader syndrome. Kind of giving you a hard time a little bit, and you've proven me wrong once again. Jason continues to impress. I really was in control of this game. I mean, we had a little bit of stress from Robert towards the mid game, but I felt like Jason was in control. Michalis, what was your takeaway for this one?
Yeah, I agree. I think that the key moment was Ian not controlling the relationship with Turkey well enough and letting Turkey get in a position to get the upper hand on him.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw Turkey come out to the Aegean, I kind of figured that this is what Turkey would start looking at. And yeah, Ian had the game in the early stages, but once Ian lost control of the game, it just went in Jason's favor pretty much irrevocably. Yeah. As I say, an aggressive throw might have stopped Jason topping, but nothing else was going to. Jason had this game in the bag as long as he wanted it, and even if there'd been more years in this game, Jason just gets more dots. Like you see Holland, Kiel, and St. Petersburg fall in another year, and Marseille if he wants it. I think so.
Yeah, I would have done the same, Ian. I see you in chat. Like someone wronged you and you punish them. That makes sense. But I think it really shows that Serbia is the pivotal center in an IT. Whoever controls it will often wear the pants in that alliance. And Turkey he could beat Italy to Serbia very easily. He just had those armies in position. So that snowballed into an amazing position with Greece and then everything else. So good, still a good result from Robert. I'm happy with how he played.
Patrick, what did you learn from this game today?
Well, instead of learning something, I'm just going to go back to my confirmation bias. EI is a real alliance that works, and you should run it because it can produce great results. Because squeezing Germany is not exclusive to France and Russia. Let's stop pretending it is.
Who did it produce great results for?
It produced great results for England
because
of the Eastern circumstances. It's always board dependent. I will also say, I think it's fitting that our most successful player today was an Australian player, just showing how much the hobby grew and how much it really came into its own in 2024. And now we're all scared of them in 25, and rightly so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you want to put the standings up, Brian, so we can see how far?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a 12 center German top and an 11 center English top from Jason in the same day, so he's got to be way ahead after this. Like, it's an incredible performance. That's got to provoke a response next month if he plays again. He might just have to lay low until the heat dies down. Honestly,
maybe he's taking advantage. A lot of people. DBNI, WDC. There's a lot of tournaments around this time, so maybe he's looking to try and lock up a top board spot early. Like it's happened in quite a few seasons. You bank a couple of early wins, you've got the entire rest of the season to get one or two more board tops that get you on that top board.
If he gets like a banker score like second place or something, do you think that'll be enough to make the top board on its own?
I mean, 2 tops and a good average is often enough. 3 tops is almost always enough, and so Jason now has basically 8 months to get one more board top to lock himself onto the top board for the end of the season. So Jason has 1 foot on the top board already.
100%.
Karthik, before I bring in the standings, anything you want to say about those last 2 games that we just watched?
I don't think I have anything more to add than what McCall said. I think McCall hit all the main points that I was going to hit.
Awesome. Well, let's take a quick look at our standings then. This will be our first release of the standings of the 2025 season. Surprise to no one. 240 points for Jason
Wow.
Gray.
Not a bad start.
That is
Very, very good.
not bad at all. So
That is insane. This is the bar. Come reach it if you can.
So Jamal Blacarli in 2nd place, Darcy Morris 3rd place. So I believe that's Australia 1, 2, 3. Am I correct?
Yeah, and then another one in 5th with Zoe.
Yeah. And then we've got Karsten coming in at 4, Big Kelman 6, Robert Hillier rounding out your top 7. So really, really fun games tonight. As always, I'm extremely grateful to all of our players for allowing us to cover these games. I love this game. Like Patrick, you asked me at the start of the show, like right beforehand, like why do you do this? Like, so I am a giant nerd. I love this game. I love the concept of how does somebody build trust in an environment where it's not required is fascinating. And every game is different, no matter how many times we see it. And just really excited to see Virtual Diplomacy League back in action. League play is my favorite way to play this game. Go find a league, go get involved, check out Nexus. Thanks to Nexus Group for letting us do that. If you do want to get involved, some ways that you can do it, let me present. We're going to do some work on updating this site, but you can go to the DiploBN website, go to our schedule page. And so a couple upcoming events. We already touched on the 2025 World Diplomacy Championship at Whipping Open, April 4th through 6th.
Go to Whipping.
You see there. Get the Netherlands Diplomacy Championship coming up in May. And then we've got the European Diplomacy Championship coming up in November. And we will be adding more items to that schedule page in the very near future, so you can get all your tournament upcoming events, all that information, get our leagues added in. It's the start of a new season. Last year we had a record number of events, and hoping that we'll see a similar amount, if not more, this season.
Brian, isn't there a date set already for another tournament that's pretty close to you?
Yes, there is. I just don't remember the date off the top of my head. I think it's the first weekend in October, but I won't quote on that. But yes, early. It's either late September, early October. Pretty sure it's October for the DipCon in Chicago. Come to Weaselmoot. We're looking forward to seeing you all there. And with that, I want to first give Patrick a shout out. Great debut. Really, really enjoyed having you on this broadcast. Way to start. I did not finish. I ran out of time, but I was working on a 5 years of the DBNI video and was going back and seeing our very, very first videos. And I promise you, if we had had the kind of debut that you just had, it would have been just a miracle, a wonderful thing. So way to start. Great work.
Thank you, Brian. Like DBN it's already such a great place. Like it's contributed so much. I've only been in the hobby for about a year at this point, a little bit less actually. So it's contributed. This channel has contributed so much to my development as a player during that time, and to improve to such an extent that I can give back to it in some way it's just incredible. So thank you guys for having me on.
Thank you. Karthik McCallus, as always, y'all are stalwarts, you're regulars, you keep this thing running behind the scenes. Really grateful for it. So thank you for all your help. And with that, anything else that we want to plug? Anything I missed before we close out the broadcast?
Not that I'm aware of. Yeah, obviously there's DixieCon coming up at the end of May as well. The UK National Diplomacy Championship is happening in the middle of September, I believe. And we flagged up the European Diplomacy Championship already, but for those who aren't aware, it's going to be held in the Netherlands this year, just outside of Amsterdam. So if you're interested in coming to that.
November, right?
Yes, like
9
November
to 11?
11th, somewhere around then. Yeah, Yelta Kuiper's the TD for that one if you want to get involved or message him.
Wonderful. And thank you to Chris and Peter for confirming. DipCon will be October 3rd to 5th in Chicago. Hope to see you there. I will definitely be there. And with that, Patrick, your first time, you want to close out the broadcast?
Absolutely. Thanks to everyone for watching, except Karthik. I had to sneak one jab in there. Stay safe and stab well.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.